Hej, my už jsme v draftu. Můj bože, here we go! Here we go! První hra na Worlds 2024 byli proti Mad Lions. Nidalí, Jinx, Ziggs, ok. Aurora, ok. Tady budou, uvidíme, byli, mě zajímá. Nidalí ban, ale prostě proti Eloy a Mirvin, je to flex, takže tomu rozumím. Ash, Jinx proti Supa, Ash chápu, Jinx. Ezreal ban proti Elkovi. Divný. Vi open, instapiku, Vi samozřejmě. Vi hraje, Fnatic hraje Vi a potom Číňani hrajou Vi jak šílený, protože Vi je broken. Naklikávací CC je to OP. Moc lidí to v plénu nehrálo, lidi preferovali Skarnera, který byl jako first pickovaný každou hru, ale pak to nevypadalo moc silně, jo, ten Skarner. Ale winrate tam je nejlepší ten. Syndra teďka hrozně hranáč, jo. Ale já si myslím, že to je furt s tím, že je tam hrozně moc Syndra hráčů. Plus jako to strong, no. Gnar probina, just like that. Oj. A Vex pro Knighta, ne, tomu nevěřím, kámo. Jako bylo by to insane, byl by to dobrý all-in comp. Jako legit by to, no Ahri je lepší, mnohem lepší. Ahri, Vi, Gnar. Mad Lions. Bude hrozně málo killů, no to si nemyslím, 86% vyhrate Ahri, jo? Knight. Sleduj. A to je v Číně. Já vám to ukážu, sleduj. Hej, ale je dobrý, že to nepodceňujou, ty Číňani. Myslím, že mi to načíst. 57 her! 86% win rate, 11,4 KDA. Papa, Sante do Gnara, ano, to není good. Jhin a Renata. Renata je dobrý ban proti full all-in jakoby comp. Banou Renatu. Hej, to je úplně jiný level draftingu, ty byly, oproti to, jak jsem si zvykl na ty plane stage týmy. To vidíš Mad Lions prostě, Skarner, Syndra, Xante, co to jako dělá spolu? Jsou prostě čampové, který jako... Zaju by měli zabanovat, ale tady, když by pikli Zaju, Supa, tak oni vemou Lucianami a je to... Ne, Lucian je zabanovaný. Mohli by vzít Zaju, actually. Teďka. Tristana, safe AD carry. Potřebuješ safe AD carry.
So you imagine this is going to go in the hands of Super unless they're giving us an old school G2 where they put the Syndra in the bot lane.
Kajsarel. Pane bože. Pane bože. Kámo, tohle je prostě draft, který sedí jak hrnec. Jak poklička na hrnec, jak se říká. To je prostě krásně vybalancovaný, parádní all-in, jak prdel na hrnec. Ok, prdel na hrnec. Prostě máš všech 5 čampů jsou all-in čampové, všech 5 čampů jsou pick, fight čampové. Reagují všichni na sebe, každý má CC, Vi má CC, Gnar má CC, Ahri má CC, Rel má CC, Kajsa abusuje CC, čím víc má Kajsa CC v teamfight kombu, tím víc, prostě tím větší šance je, nebo tím víc OP je a máš tady prostě, vole, Xante, Karner, Syndra, Tristana, Alistara.
When we think about how they team fight, I mean, they're one of the best team fighting
Jaká šance Medlines na
Their
vinu,
target selection is often immaculate, and the problem you're going to have is for a
Já
Scout is
nevím.
to find it difficult to survive with all this threat diving on top of him. All 5 champions of BLG want to get into your face, they want to close that gap, and they want to look to fight. Now we're expecting that lane swap in the early levels, and the execution from MDK has been clean from what we've seen so far from them in the play-ins, but of course the level of competition has escalated somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat, sure, yes. Some would say significantly, but yes.
As the 3rd seed from the LEC will take on the 1st seed from the LPL. We're getting ready for our first game of the Swiss stage here at Worlds 2024.
2 teams, MDK, no strangers to the stage, had the time and plans. BLG, the first time we'll get to see what they can bring to the table.
I'm excited, Dracos.
Honestly, this is such an interesting switch, because if you told me that what BLG drafted was exactly how MDK wanted to play the game, yeah, I think you'd be spot on. Early game, you got picks in the mid game, it suits them so well. MDK kind of stepping out of what was their comfort zone domestically, at least, to be more about scaling, to be less about necessarily finding these early skirmishes and see if it will indeed be the lane swap.
38 celkový kurz, WTF.
Remember, win 3, you are through to the bracket stage, lose 3, and you are out. Yeah, highlighted it so beautifully earlier.
Zajímavý to násobí ten kurz.
Qualification games will be best of 3, otherwise, quick couple of best of 1s.
Okay, let's look at this early setup.
30 seconds
So far,
A lot of pings coming down, information trying to be garnered from both sides. You can see MDK's bot lane already hovering around the top side jungle. They need to keep track of any potential wards being invested from either side.
On already getting aggressive onto Alvaro. We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the plasma would be decent.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took a bit of damage. Gonna flash,
yeah. Flash forward. Charm start coming in from Knight, forcing the flash out from Frescal. We're gonna force the back and likely the TP as well. Devastating.
Tak co se stalo, já jsem se díval. Nemá Real Flashla, ok. Sorry, jsem se díval na ten ticket. Syndra nemá flash, Real nemá flash, to je výhodný pro Billy. Wow, kámo, tak tohle bude vibe, co to je prostě, co dělá?
I mean, so traditionally what you'll do is you'll put your supports into the mid lane, then you'll have your AD carries lane with the top laners, so then what the top laners
Billy to hrajou dobře, 1v2 na tom. Nová iniciace, nová iterace lane swapu.
In mid lane, and that means that we can just fight you. What's an Alistar going to do at level 1 against us? They've got the traditional bot lane set up on the bot side of the map. This does mean though that if Bin
takhle zóní, mid bude behind na CSK, nebo na farmu, ale Bin bude hrozně ahead a ono je hrozně důležitý, aby ti topaři měli ahead CS, ty. Nebo top bude even, že budou jako stejně.
Now, crucially, Alvaro's not level 2, which is...
Crucially, Alvaro's by himself against 4 people.
Jako Bin tam skáče na něj. A Pek je steady update, no. Nemá flash. Xante TP, oni ho podle mě divnou anyway, protože to jsou Číňaní, kámo. Sleduj Číňaní, sleduj. Oni jsou magoři. Teď bych se nedivil, kdyby za chůl divenuli Xanteho, což jako je hard as fuck, by the way. Oh, to jsou hovada. To jsou hovada. A oni ho divenou znova, sleduj. My god, to jsou hovada. To jsou hovada. Já jsem říkal, je to mega hard. Jako zabije, divenou Xanteho, impossible hard, by the way. Hráli to fakt dobře, ale prostě je to almost impossible. Tam je to jako... Podcení to nějak mi přijde. Ne, spíš chcou ukázat, že jsou fakt jako turbo good. Tady neměli Kajsa neměla tankovat ještě. A tady začala Rel tankovat moc brzo. Oni by ho zabili reálně, jo, ale začali tankovat moc brzo a měli počkat na Mega Gnara. Byli greedy. Kolik má teďka? Level 4 Xante, když je Gnar level 2. Ajajaj. Ajajaj. Overconfident. Ajajaj.
We can take a breath. Remember that as much as obviously Mirwin is ahead individually, didn't get too much CS. The kills only giving him a small edge over the Gnar, likely still expected to fall behind here, but we have started to return at least to standard lanes.
Syndra nemá nemá flash, jo? Ale ona to bude mít do 6, ne? Protože jak shareovala Ahri CS, tak nebude mít 6 do toho, než Syndra nebude mít flash.
Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's able to find these nice trades and he's able to get a nice health advantage. And the fact that Frescowi doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced to go back to base. Now Knight can look for a quick push, knowing that there's no TP available for Frescowi. Boots are going to come in from him as he makes his way back to lane. V 5. minutě
začíná draka, tohle je jako crazy. Ale je to good, protože body language, jo, bot lane. Dívej, jak tady body language je bot. Oni, jako tady zabít draka takhle brzo je huge, protože potom můžeš i contestit grubíky. Tohle je hrozně dobré. Tam, hej, kdyby to mohl tam ještě proknout pasivku a vzali draka, no. A reálně jsou v pohodě. Vyfarmí se a půjdou do báze, mají draka a pak grubíky. Dívej, teďka resetnou a půjdou na grubíky. A má ten flash na 6 už. Dobře jí odhodil toho Knighta. Ale teďka mají grubíky, jo. On prostě, ty vole, ten Vej hraje fakt dobře. On prostě veme draka takhle úplně sneaky, což je strašně huge, a teďka veme i gruby. A veme to solo v podstatě, chápeš? Gankne mid, aby forcnul flash a aby forcnul grubíky. Tohle je huge. To je fakt huge. A tady sem půjde Kajsa a Rel, takže tady možná bude fight. 1 za 1 tady padne a bude pak fight. Dívej, jak šetří si ten charm. Viděl jsi, jak si šetřil ten charm s tou Ahri? Aby prostě ho charmnul, když dá combo, aby mu dal cancel combo. To je huge. To je prostě ten confidence, on má flash celou dobu a on prostě si s tou Ahri šetří charm, aby charm, a teď zas charmne. Alexante, nemůžeš cancelnout. Že si ten charm nechává na combo, prostě, to je huge. Pět lidí na grup v 6. minutě, gruby jsou šíleně důležitý. Gruby jsou game winning, every game. 3-0 Xante s full level advantagem, no.
Which in the context of everything that we have seen from him, both in plans and this year, it's not what you... Mirwin Kasante is not the champion that you think of.
Wow, super back. Já jsem se divil, že pikli Tristanu do... že pikli Kajsu do Tristany, protože Tristana counteruje Kajsu. Botlane 1v1. Ale zase to byl ten overconfident, nebo to je ten cockiness. Ono se to dá hrát, jakoby, jo, ale Tristana je prostě good do...
Super now in a bit of danger.
Has to be careful. Proactively rocket jumping out. Doesn't want to risk trying to go for the buffer with so much CC present on the Rel. Alvaro's still only level 3, a little bit awkward. Not going to hurt too much, however, as Elyoya grabs the Scuttle Crab. Taking a look at the gold, still very close. Only 2 grubs picked up by MDK for the threshold that both teams are going to be looking for in the next spawn in about 3 minutes. So for now, a bit of calm across the map as Knight and Frescowi still continuing to trade, but the trades still very much favoring Knight.
Always a joy to watch Knight play this Ahri.
Piknuli Tristanu až po Kajse. Ne, piknuli Tristanu na 4 a oni pak 4-5 piknuli Kajsa Rau.
Wanting to secure level 6s for a number of players.
Yeah.
Both On and Alvaro very starved of XP as a result of the lane swap. Waybo sets his sights on mid.
Straight up dead, by the way, nemá flash. A dodgenul stun. Tohle bylo hrozně, tohle jako měli čekat a měl to Skarner prostě. Honestly, jako. Ne, tady nemůžeš nic. Dívej tu vizi, ping, Varda. Nula vize kolem midu, nula vize kolem midu. Skarner by musel mít vizi někde tady nebo tady. Musel by vidět tu. On to dodgenul ultimátkou. A Skarner by musel sedět za midlanerem a potom naflashovat ten.
Stacked wave, they're going to deny a lot of farm. Now Mewin is the one that has to be careful. Even though he's behind in experience, knows the limitations of his champion, is getting good trades, and they're also securing plates on the bot side of the map.
Bin je behind, kámo, full level a Stenek vyhraje 1v1 trady. A forcene Mirvina na 30% HP. To je funny. Zajímavé, že jde MR boty. Však proč by nešla a hry MR boty? Reálně nejdůležitější. A hry je OP v tom, že nejde chytit. Když máš třeba Mercs. Sorcery jsou hrozně greedy a to jenom pouze jsou dobrý pouze tehdy, pokud enemy tým nemá CC. Tak, jak jsme na tom? Top lane půl levelu ahead, už jenom. Nebo 70% levelu.
Elyoyo, the only person on the map to complete an item thus far, will help him out a little bit, at least when he has ultimate available. Zeke's very cheap early purchase, but wait, getting set up around.
Fascinuje, že vás triguje ten kurzor, tak já to vůbec nevnímám. Já se reálně prostě dívám jenom tady a pak tady na mapu se furt dívám. To je důležitý sledovat tuhle mapu. Bráškoň si spletl, že nemá hexflash, že má flash.
I looked away for a second. Was that real flash?
Yeah, that was that. I'm convinced Alvaro thought that he had hex flash, and then he just.
Že máš 50 years old vision a máš všude blind spoty. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie.
Druhej, a oni nechají 5 grubů. Nebo budou fightit? Podle mě budou fightit, ne? Ale díval jsem se, že jako oni prostě nechali vizi, full vizi na tom. Tohle je nepříjemný, že mají full vizi. Do Alistára, protože nemá flash by the way, tak ho okamžitě zabili. Ty vole, jak dlouho je CC, wow. A Kajsa přežije? Ne. Kámo, jakože všechno použili na Alistára, který neměl ult flash, ale potom Skarner v CC je šíleně dlouho na tu Kajsu.
This Alistar is very squishy, so they're able to eliminate him, but they did invest a decent amount of resources, and with a nice counterplay from Elyoyo to find that 2-man.
Zápodníky za 28. Nebojte, tady eventuálně. Mně se líbí na těch Číňanech strašně to, že oni permafightí anyway. Jo, že oni neřeší, jestli je to even, není to even, jsou ahead, jsou behind, oni to neřeší, oni prostě ví, kdy mají fightit, kdy nemají fightit a fightí anyway. Že tam měli jako full vision control, jsem se divil, že Madlands měl full vision control a oni to stejně jako šli fightit, protože 5 grubů, ale mají 2 draky, že jo?
Approaching the second ability upgrade.
And notice now that the gold shift has gone over towards Bin. He's been farming well, he's been picking up plates, and even though Mewin finds himself with 3 kills, Bin's just been doing a good job around the map and has just been pressuring the 1v1.
Bin už vede na goldy, jenom má 30 CSlí. Prostě představ si, že Xante má 3-0. Vole na 5. levelu nebo na 4. levelu. A prostě Gnar pak Gigabin pak stejně jak je vole 40 CS ahead. Kámo, co tady dělají? Wow, double dash interrupt. Wow, bráškoňové. On to misnul Knight. Ale zabijou tady toho, anyway, bude mít reset? Jo. Bro, go next. Prostě go next. Tady vidíš, jak jsou prostě úplně 100krát lepší micro.
Very well played from them. They get a bunch of plays into mid. They set their sights on the Rift Herald. We look back at this fight again. No level 6 for Alvaro. Just a bit of chip damage traded back and forth, but then
tady dostal Ahri dvakrát cancel, jinak by dostali ace. Wow, ten sidestep od Kajsičky. A static shift zabije Tristanu. Kam ale vidíš coaching stav čínského týmu, tam je 40 trenérů. Tam nejsou 2 trenéři, vole, tam je 40 trenérů.
At the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, and it's all pointing to BLG right now after a fight like that. They're going to grab the Herald too, of course. Grub buff in favor of MDK. They can pressure on the side lane here, but overall, really turning around what little advantage MDK had with that massive play in the mid lane.
Cross map is going to come through as BLG send Knight over towards the top lane, and Way is securing the Herald. Elk is going to be pushing in mid, close to securing that tower.
Wow! Wow, tak to je unlucky. Wow. Tak to bylo unlucky, kámo. Ale dívím si, že měl ještě bariéru. A tahle Ahri bude tak strašně huge, pánové, to bude insane. 1200 goldů ahead. Ona dá solo carry, protože prostě všude kam půjde, tak bude brát veš. Teď by měla jít swapnout na botlane, teď by měla běžet na botlane a vzít bot turret. Dát takovej, dívej, jestli to udělá schválně. Kajsa na mid, Ahri má TP, tak může jít na top lane. A tady klidně mohli udělat tohle, on to veme na sám solo. Ale mohli udělat to, že Ahri poběží na bot, takhle poběží na bot a tady divenou Syndru. A pak týpne na top lane, aby nemisnula farmu. Jo, že to klidně to mohla udělat. Tady teďka mohli divovat Syndru z Ahri. Ale oni to můžou hrát i tímhle stylem, protože Ahri vyhraje proti Xantemu asi. I když nevím, jako. B1, jo. Teďka Gnar veme turret. TP, halo. Ani ho vidí to TP. Tady by měli nechat TP away. Nemá TP, proč netipuje away? On měl tipovat away, kámo, bin. On tady reálně umře, koupí tady strašně moc času. Dívej. Bude kupovat čas, možná i flashne, aby koupil víc času. Dává si movement speed z Quečka. A i když tady umře, tak je to irrelevant. Ještě jumpne za chvíli. Bude mít za chvíli jump. A vzali 2 turety na midu a mohli by teďka, reálně tady neměli pomáhat a měli běžet na top lane. Měli běžet na top lane a vzít ty dvojku. Tady to ve... You TP? I TP too, motherfucker! Ten je dead straight up, není. Forsnutej, ten je dead straight up. A divím se, že nevzali tu tier 2 raději. Jungler si solo kill nechá mu kill, výborně. Knight vám ukáže, jak se hraje Ahri, jak se měla hrát Ahri v těch play-inech, kámo. Ne, Kamel, to se čekalo, to jsme čekali. My jsme říkali, Billy proti Mad Lions, to bude takový jako stompíček. Prostě budeme chillovat, to je rozehřívačka a potom je T1 zápasek.
Not only did BLG find a pick onto an overextended Frescowy, they then converted into the Dragon as well. They literally got everything at the cost of Bin's life.
And that's credit to Bin, really, for surviving as long as he did, because very often, high-level League of Legends,
Čínská hriva je prostě too fucking good, no.
up in these circumstances, but Bin just basically made that the worst trade deal ever for MDK by taking so much time, by ensuring that there were more follow-up plays, and now MDK incredibly far behind. Yes, it is only a 3-game deficit,
Čína, hej, já nechápu třeba, proč čínská liga má nejméně diváků. Když si vemeš Evropu, NA, LCK a LPL, tak LPL mají vždycky nejméně diváků, jako za Western diváků, ale ty hry jsou jako nejvíc zábavný. Že má jako kdyby nejvíc fightů, nejvíc jako, je to živý, perma něco dělají v té hře. Korea je lepší, Korea je snooze fest every game. Komentátoři jsou nic moc, to je pravda, no. Ale tak co-streamy, víš, a i co-streamy jsou menší. Když dělám co-streamy LPL, tak jsou menší. Tady budou poukovat. Knight má flash ult, takže bude divej, sleduje body language toho Knighta, jo. Tady jsou hodně fighty. Čus! Prostě catch on rotation, tohle se mi kámo, tohle by nikdo neudělal, všichni by hráli tady tu zónu a nefajtili by tady, ale oni vidí, že tady je jeden člověk, tady je druhý, tady je třetí a instantně kolapsnou na toho čtvrtýho, který je prostě dál. To prostě, proto Ahri Vi jsou permaban. Já nechápu, proč Vi prošla proti Billy. Reálně Vi, čínská Vi je permaban, protože oni tak strašně dobře abusou tu Vi.
I mean, what was Super even allowed to do? It was just a difficult situation. Sorry, for Sky, what was he even allowed to do in that situation is that BLG...
Víš co, tady někdo, tady někdo, tady někdo a já chci replay. Že tady prostě někdo, tady je někdo, tady je někdo a tady je čtvrtý a oni ho prostě divnou tady. Mezi tím, co tady jsou lidi.
Looking a little one-sided, unsurprisingly. Of course, there are situations where, you know, 4K gold lead doesn't feel insurmountable. It is 2 fully completed items for both AD carries in this context. Third, of course, much closer to completion on the side of Elk. But those are the big breakpoints, the full completed items. That said, BLG with so much more control, Supa at least getting a bit of harass here down onto on. But overall, the angles of attack here for MDK becoming more and more limited. Mirren at least has a bit of a flank, will be spotted on that control ward. Crucially, BLG, do they want to go for the collapse here? Instant charm. Mirren probably has to ult out the but the layering of CC is
kámo,
flawless from BLG.
prostě legit tohle prostě layerování CC je strašně důležitá mechanika v competitive League of Legends. Oni jsou natolik dobří, že oni prostě ví, kdy dodává jaký CC. Že prostě přijde charm, druhý prostě přijde Kvéčko, Rel si nechává spely, protože ví, že po charmu přijde Kvéčko, nechá si spely a stuny, potom až přijde vlastně Kvéčko a pak použije svoje stuny. A oni mají perma CC a boom, tady vidíš ten krásný draft. Že všichni mají engage, všichni mají CC.
Just absolutely dominating. It comes back to the target selection. Frescowy and Supa, the only real damage dealers on the side of MDK, immediately locked down, focused up, and destroyed. BLG winner
Je, tady to vidíš. A oni tam nedali toho Xanteho, škoda. Tady to bylo takový jako... Knight to tady zahrál špatně, by the way. Nebo aspoň tu první část. Čekal si větší stomp. Reálně jediný důvod, proč to nebyl větší stomp, je, protože byli si to sami posrali. Jako, nechci být zlej, ale prostě fakt Mad Lions nic tu hru neudělali, celou hru. A jedině proč to bylo jako even je, protože Xante měl 3-0 po level 4. Protože se ho snažili koky divovat na botu. A potom díky tomu vyhráli ty Grubies fight.
The most impressive thing to me about this game is it felt like the BLG just had no wasted movements, you know? Every time they reset back out onto the map, they were doing something productive and they were getting small advantages every single time. And
A nejlepší je tady ta agrese, oni prostě vždycky chcou tu hru ukončit co nejrychleji Číňani. A Minignar tam dává 1v4, vole, jak je nesmrtelný. On je v Minignáru. A prostě 1v4 tam vytankuje všechno. Ty vole.
Looking for these angles of attack. Last desperate moves, but the flash charm coming in from Knight is enough. The ace there for BLG, and it feels like they might just end it here.
It's complete domination, a 5-0
Complete domination.
clean ace from BLG, 23.5 minutes
No,
in.
GG.
They absolutely
Nebo budou 2 inhibity
MDK,
asi.
and they have a statement
Ale oni jako,
performance
oni chcou statement. Tady by měli dát reset a vyhrát tu hru později.
He bought that Magi as his third item, and it already has 23 stacks. Knight is very fed. Everyone is very fed.
I mean, there's a reason a lot of people respect
Hrajou to
his
safe,
art.
hrajou to safe.
I mean, we look back at this fight, right? And it's Bin initiates the play.
A dívej tady, Gnár. Sleduj Minignára. On má být squishy Minignár a prostě 2 lidi ho tady fokusujou, budou 3 lidi a nic.
And then it's just a matter of cleanup for BLG. They don't lose a single member. Bin is protected, the Stark's doing work. And yeah, it's a difficult one for Elyoya as he knows how challenging this game has been. They had a
Nevím, já nevím, ten Skarner byl v playinech jako prostě first pickovaný, ale každou hru jsem si myslel, že ten champ je úplně dog shit. Že to není prostě dobrý champ. Já nevím, co ty týmy na tom vidí, na tom champovi.
Certainly, and I think this is one of the things about the best teams in the world and the potential tournament favorites, a team like BLG.
Jako je to silný, ale není to OP, abys to first pickoval every game, abys prostě hrál jenom si když třeba Vi je open, já nechápu, prostě Vi je mnohem silnější champ. Máš garantovaný engage.
And if you can't keep up with that pace of game, you're rapidly going to fall behind. Mirwan grouping so much, finding kills, but it was Bin farming on a side lane, always trading up just that tiny bit, and eventually the early lead that MDK found just did not mean anything.
A líbí se mě, jako hodně nechápu, když Ahri prostě nejde Liandris. Liandris je tak strašně broken item. A lidi to na tu Ahri nehrajou. A já si myslím, že Liandris by si prostě měla hrát na... Fakt je to OP. Tak, 3 inhibitory. Se tady vodí si je. Teďka bude T1, kámo. T1 test. T1, to bude složitý pro T1. Bude složitý pro T1, ale uvidíme. Třeba jako měli ten čas praktisovat a comeback ligo.
Yeah, they're still showing respect. You know, they know that there's a world where they could throw. I mean, it would have to be quite egregious. But even so, they're leveraging the pick tool or the poke tools they have, with the W coming out from the Kai'Sa, the charms, and
No, to ty špatně vidíš.
co?
Warel 5-man ult. Sante?
Not strong enough. Supa back in the found, Ignite ticking, finally starting to heal, but 4 members still stand on BLG, and that is gonna do it. Supa.
Rel je hrozně broken s tím flash ult W.
Getting first blood here in the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage, a final fight, but it will not matter.
MDK is able to round out the game. By the very least, putting a blemish
Ale škoda, že máš schválně takhle opožděné. Co mám opožděný?
Taking the time. Here we go.
OK, draft. Tady to bude huge. Sejuani Oriana proti Fakerovi, OK. Sejuani proti Onrovi, Tristana proti Creamovi, Yone proti 369 a Creamovi, OK. Gnar proti Zeusovi, target bunny. Tady to je zajímavý, všichni target banujou. Ziggs, OK. Vi je open. Aurora je open, actually, jsme zapomněli. A first pick Aurora, boom. Kama, nevím, co s tou Aurorou. Ten champ vypadá hrozně OP, ale dostal velký nerf na tomhle peči. Tak, bude on hrát Vi? Co vemou? Jungle a flex pick mid top by měli vzít, pokud mají, do ty Aurory. Měli by vzít jakoby... Ashe je open, wow, Gumayushi Ashe. Pozor, kámo, Gumayushi Ashe. Guma už je jako strašně známá Ashe.
Again, something that was banned away in our first match of the day. Generally a champion who gets lane prio against the vast majority of matchups. And with
Wow, Nico může být mid, top i support.
As you highlighted, a flex top lane Nico, not something we see as much, but is something that has been played.
Do Aurory je dobrá Nico, do Aurory. To může to být support mid top. To se mi líbí tady ten flex. Jhin je jako fajn do Ashe. A pak co vemou? Pak vemou junglera, měli by vzít junglera test. Jhin a jungler. A co bude ten jungler? Vi?
And now they round out with a support of their own. They want to grab that jungler because, you know, in the previous game, Skarnet and Vi instantly locked in from both BLG and MDK, but so far in this game, that jungle priority has fallen to the wayside.
Renekton? Takhle ukážu, že Aurora je mid? Wow. Wow.
Of course, one of his most well-known champions throughout his career, but I feel like the biggest strength that you have in Aurora is its flexibility. But top esports,
tohle
and I mean,
divný,
it's
to
common
se
in
mi
the LPL, they
nelíbí
know the power of Renekton. They are very effective at leveraging it, so they want to guarantee that for themselves.
Jako může být, ale Renekton mid je dog shit, fakt že jo. Lidi to zkoušeli. Že to, že zkoušeli a prostě Jax do Renektona, wow, Zeus Jaxino, Kámo, Jax je hrozně OP. Jako pokud to uhraje proti Renektonovi, tak to bude insane. Jax jungle? Může to být jungle, actually, může.
The Ashe is a potential target, and it wouldn't surprise me if T1's even thinking about something like the Syndra. I think control mages in general do very well into Aurora because she's relatively short range, and you can really bully her. The Poppy, though, going to be the van, given that, you know, Jax does struggle against this matchup for sure. And maybe T1's thinking about the Jarvan themselves, which means that that's something that they could prioritize. I would expect something like an early, I say an early, I would expect a jungle ban here. But perhaps they want to just eliminate potential support options that can paralyze like the would also make a lot of sense if they just want to eliminate that from maybe even his Alistar is something they could be concerned about.
Curious where or what TS
Oni neví, jestli to Nico prostě mid nebo support. Furt tam mají ten flex Alistar. Oba týmy ignorují Vi, je to tak. Ale já mám pocit, že Tian právě není moc Vi player. Tian je víc Wukong hráč a Xin hráč a tak. Ta flexibilita se mi zatím líbí od T1, mnohem víc než Tess jako draft-wise, ale uvidíme. Renekton, Aurora, Jhin je furt, jako Renekton, Aurora je dobrý fight combo. Tak co piknou? Tady budou flexit Nico dál a piknou jungle? Ne. Rakan. Nico mid do... Oni prostě chtěli hrát Nico do Aurory a potom věděli, že to je Aurora mid kvůli Renektonovi, tak vzali Rakana teďka, OK. A prostě si nechávají counterpick do jungle, nebo jako ještě může být Jax jungle. Nechávají tam tu flexibilitu. Hej, to je insane, jako to je dobrá flexibilita, hej. Že prostě ještě si říkáš, vole, ale blbost nechávat, to je Jax do Renektona a Nico do toho, to je Jax do Renektona a Nico do Aurory prostě. A teďka budou pikovat jungle.
It's a situation where you have AD top, you have AP mid. So in terms of overall composition, you can go either way. You wouldn't mind a little bit more magic damage on this team. Do we see a return to old junglers of patches past? But the tank option, always going to be a solid one. Skarner, of course, just generally a good pick. Doesn't always have the best upfront engage, doesn't have the same range that a champ like Sejuani does.
Skarner jungle, OK, a tady je Vi. Vi, Rakan, Nico, Jax, Ashe, to je hodně engage. Wukong Rakan je lepší než Vi Rakan, jo, kombo. Skarner.
I'm a fan, especially against champions that don't have the best mobility.
Jako, líbí se mě T1 draft víc, jo, jestli tam luknou Wukonga, jo. T1 draft se mi líbí víc docela, jo. Ale je to, reálně, tahle hra bude prostě kdo hraje líp. Tahle hra je straight up prostě kdo bude hrát líp.
Because at any point, you know that he can make that play that can change a game. He's done it so many times over so many years. It's what so many people look forward to.
I'm also just excited because I love Nico on big international stages. Domestically, we joked about it in the LEC, I think everybody has, but your ability to count minions will be tested today. Is that actually a blast cone will be a legitimate question we ask in the context of this game, and I'm just ready to see kind of the creativity that can come with a newer champion like Aurora to the professional scene, and something like Nico, who obviously has that naturally built in. But you highlighted so much engagement. It feels like T1 very clear game plan. TES know it, T1 know it. How do TES fight back against this? Can they get those side laners ahead? Maybe find an avenue where they don't have to run face first into this powerhouse 5v5 wombo combo style composition coming out from T1.
I do think I prefer the comp from T1. I think they have side lane options. I think they've got good team fighting. The pick potential is there. But the biggest thing is the range. Like, don't get me wrong, Jin can have some decent range later on to the game. He's got a decent amount of poke, but against an Ashe, against a Nico, face checking, sieging a tower, this is a scary comp to do that against. So top esports do have some strength in the early game, specifically around the top side of the map. We'll see if they can look to leverage that as we jump onto the Rift for our second Swiss matchup of the day. Top esports versus T1.
Crucially, the first LPL versus LCK matchup we've seen at Worlds 24 thus far. And it is just a best of one, but come on, the narrative writes itself, Eddie. You talked about it. Could T1 add a fifth LPL team to the list?
Uvidíme, hodně nám řekne prvních 10 minut hry.
Hodně. T1 really did the LPL dirty last year with the run through the world's bracket. But again, like, if you're just an international viewer, if you only tune in for the international events, you look at the top of your screen, what do you mean LCK 4th seed?
No, we mean LCK 4.
Yes, T1 really struggled this split. They've had a really difficult road to get here, and they just barely made it. 5 games in the regional gauntlet versus KT. Their form has not looked spectacular, but it's important to emphasize this, because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how incredible this team, this roster of 5 players really is.
T1 already making some proactive map movement with Guma on the top side at 130. Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK classic of having your support in the mid lane, but this time not a support, it's Faker, and now on to 369, getting lower and lower, a little bit of healing from Cole to me. For Zeus.
A strong start as they find 369 isolated. The split map came through. Now they will be a little slow to start the push on the top side of the map, but hey, they got themselves first blood and they got it onto Zeus.
T1 is back!
You still have the 2v2 lane setup, which is of course really the LCK special. T1 no strangers to it. Something Genji were really proactive at kind of bringing to the forefront. Makes sense when you're mid laner Chovy to give him a little bit more attention, but the same, very true about Faker, as he remains a secret Nico. I think just happy to have a kind of better auto attack animation for as long as humanly possible.
Now, 369 is desperate to try and get level 2 as Zeus and Gumayushi hover around the top side of the map. The idea is, and you're going to be seeing a lot at this year's World Championship, is Zeus will get level 2, Rakan has level 2 as well, so once Zeus gets the level over, he can TP to catch that massive
ale má ten killjack. Dire ne, nechci ti kazit tvůj set, ale reálně je 100krát lepší, že ten kill má Jax.
Here's Tian though hovering and ready. We should be seeing this TP come through from Zeus, but he wants to go back to base, he wants to spend before he actually arrives in the lane.
Nemá to damage, má to slow a
This is really difficult for TES to get much done here, however, because again, Jin early on in those extended trades and laning phases can be powerful early on.
Tuhle hru je Jax zvukом Nico carry.
Knock-up, forcing the flash up from Tien in response. No dive, no real play here, only a single plate taken down as 369 will TP up to the top side. Now Guma, of course, because of the 85% early fortification, not really able to get a plate back in response, but well defended by Keria.
I'm a little surprised to see that Zeus actually stayed for another wave in the top lane, because I thought initially he was going to go back to base, spend his money, then TP down towards bot, but ultimately, not the end of the world. The flash did have to come out from Tian because he got tower aggro by hitting onto Keria. Now, level 3 through from Keria. The base actually going to come through from Zeus. We imagine the same thing is going to happen from Gumayushi in the near future. But I say that, look at the top lane right now. He is just bullying out 369 in the Renekton. No flash means that he can just chip away at his HP bar. Level 3 now comes through.
Just being zoned away from so much XP. Luckily, as you highlighted, does have the level 3 now. Things will get a little bit easier if he can get on top of Guma. you know, he'd be in a better position, but with Guma still having cleanse and both of them being flashless, the kill pressure that 369 brings to the table is much, much lower. And in the bottom lane, they're just now able to crash that wave. Jackie Love luckily hasn't had to burn a biscuit yet, but he's running out of mana just trying to sustain that push.
Ona continues the split mash. Split
mash?
Split mash in order to provide Gumayusi with all this additional safety as well. This AD carry's level 4 now, happily farming away as can be.
Look, if we just kind of squint, it's like season 1 sort of. You just got double melee champs to the bot side.
That is old school, yeah.
There's Ashe in solo lanes for some reason. It's coming full circle. Stun there from Zeus, just trying to get close to get XP. Again, if he doesn't pick up CS here, it's not the biggest deal as long as he stays ahead in XP overall. Obviously, Jax wants that early itemization, but in a split map, you're happy to just get what you can, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how, I believe it's T1 that's made this decision, right? Because typically you'd swap back earlier, right? You're just getting through those early levels, you're trying to put the enemy top laner behind a little bit, but T1 is saying, hey, we're actually quite comfortable with how we're playing right now, with Gumayusi getting nice pressure down onto 369, and the fact that they can't do the same to Zeus on the other side of the map. He walks away, back to base. They're going to keep these lane assignments. They're going to send Gumayusi back to top once more. Carriers roam to mid.
And essentially, I think what this tells us is that grubs are the priority for T1. They're resetting to be in time for the 530 wave that'll spawn. If you get pressure there, you get first access to grubs. Willing to, you know, mismatch lanes a little bit longer to try to prioritize that early grub buff. We'll see if it kind of pays off for him.
Sure. Of course, Ona has maintained this split map throughout the entirety of the early game. Ultimately, all of the shenanigans haven't really resulted in a significant gold advantage outside of the fact that Zeus did get first blood. That's kind of where a lot of the lead is sitting right now. Gumayusi is a little bit behind in terms of farm, partially because he was late to the first wave. A level 5 now for the Ashe. And yep, 369 is upset that this is his lane opponent.
And look, he can't, there's nothing he can do about this. He can't come face check these grubs. So grubs are getting picked up. The response, of course, on the opposite side for TES is to go for this Drake, which makes a lot of sense. Ultimately, grubs have been higher priority for the LCK just about the entire year. So not surprising to see T1 look for the top side on this side of the trade.
And now after securing the grubs, they have numbers advantage top side, so they can start threatening those plays, start threatening a potential dive. No level 6 secured yet for 369 means that he's not going to have his ultimate available. You can see Ona making his way into the top side jungle once more as Top Esports secure the first dragon of the game. Zeus spotted on a ward.
Cream, now needs to be careful. Nice hop out to safety. Pretty easy for him to escape, but running relatively low on mana. Mako, we'll see if he wants to help him push this wave in, but all of T1 collapsing on the top side now.
Basically, Zeus saying, I know I'm at risk of a dive on the bot side of the map, so I'm not even going to bother sticking around. Instead, I'm going to group up with my team, threaten a potential dive, but also he's in a position to catch this wave. They hand 2 plates over to Gumayusi. He can now look to reset and path back towards bot. The XP just going to be shared between the two of them. Overall, I think T1 has managed this very patiently, very well in terms of the early game. 369 in a similar position, knows that he can't go to the top side of the map, so he's getting what experience he can. They are chipping away at this tower.
Tady je to huge pro T1, by the way.
Petosek donate 100 korun českých. Díky za zábavu, pane Čeč.
Normally in these lane swap circumstances, when
Tohle je mega
Jack
B protest.
isolation, you'd expect him to get more.
Kvůli těm grubíkům a to, že to hituje jak Jax, tak Ashe, tak získají first turret. Reálně hodně bad. Tohle je huge pro T1, hoši. Petošku, díky za kilečko, vítej v točce. Připomínám, každý kilečko dono, 1 točka. Když je to 5 kilečko, tak 5 toček. Vykřičný točkama to tam ceny.
They don't do anything, man. To the tower. They don't have backup either. You're not going to beat Jax Ashe on a tower taking.
Tohle je huge.
Now Gumayusi returns to the bot lane.
2000 goldy pro T1. Kámo, T1 je back, vole.
But the gold, because he secured that first tower.
T1 is back, baby!
See that discrepancy build up. 369 not able to leverage the strength of Renekton whatsoever. And while over in the LPL, it's been consistently a high priority pick because of its strength in lane and its versatility in the mid game, T1 are making the champion redundant given these early lane swap shenanigans.
And the Aurora, the first pick priority here for the side of TS, really hasn't done much. Cream fine in the individual 1v1 trades, but very little of this lane has been a 1v1.
Okay, Zeus, he's just running around taking plates. He's like, I got my passive up, I'm gonna hit the tower, get a plate, and then I'm off.
They're going to kick this man out of the buffet. he's been eating plates for 3 hours, so that's clearly against the rules.
Okay, we know it's all you can eat.
It's all you can eat.
Proč jak to řekl ten
It's a
faker?
theoretical thing.
But no one actually eats all that they can eat, okay? So it's like, there's a plate, man. I gotta eat it.
Že Worlds je moje území.
He's only got 5 more minutes.
No matter where, no matter when, Worlds is my fucking location.
Wasting any time.
My ground?
Sure.
My home
I think
ground.
They need to give the same credit to Zeus in this situation where he's just really trying to maximize what he can.
Knock him in, arrow to follow, cleanse out, but it's a little bit immediate coming in.
Gumayushi! Gumayushi! A jsou oba dead.
Probably just a 2 for 2 in the end, but more members used
Keria má
by the
flash?
side of TES to make that play happen. Keria trying to escape. Owner now stepping forward.
To byl huge, dobrý
trade. A trade of life between the AD carries, but Gumayushi and Keria ultimately getting a 2v2 kill, which is huge for them. They get the cleanse out from Jackie Love. He isn't forced to expend the flash, and if it weren't for the presence of Tian, that play could have gone much worse. But overall, as you rightly said, 1 for 1 on the bot side of the map. Nicely though, Owner pulls the wave up into the river, which means that they now have a slow push heading towards that bot side of the map. We turn our attention back towards it again. Nice side set from Gumayushi. The knock-up comes through. He cleanses the CC, but he's still in the airborne. Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get the kill. But at this point, he's just ran out of tools. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have cleanse. And Tian is able to lock him down and secure the trade back kill.
And if you fall behind in a trade against the Rakan Ashland, they do just have so much CC. Even if he hadn't cleansed in mid-air, there's no real immediate pressure for Keria to charm to find that lock.
Ale beru aspoň grubíky.
And now it gets a lot harder for TES to get involved in the bottom side of the map.
To je možná, pokud tady zabijou Creama, tak je to huge, což můžou.
Into mid lane, and now T1 quick to try to punish the side lane focus. Cream, instant ult.
Počkej, také nerfnutý na tomhle patchi ta Aurora, nebo ne?
Around the world, but Cream doesn't panic. Uses the ultimate, not forced to expend the flash. Of course, T1 priority on the place. They're threatening the dive. A lot of TPs.
They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically deleted. T1 happy to have the donated kill. X369 was ready.
T1 je back!
Look at the map state. Typically when you're investing this much into a play, you're worried about the cross map, but they don't have the wave pushed in top. T1 had already secured that. It's Jin in the mid lane again. He really can't try much. And it's the plate merchant, Zeus. He's on the bottom. He's trying to get more plates for himself.
He just keeps eating. He's 1.1k gold ahead. And I did not think the major story of two international titans, TES and T1, would be about Jin trying to take towers and not being very good at it. But a reminder as to why Jin, I think in these lane swap scenarios, or in scenarios where you're playing a much more active map where you're constantly reassigning, can feel really lackluster. He just doesn't do enough.
I mean, we're not even close to 14 minutes. Top tower gone, bot tower gone. Of course, the good news for Top Esports is they deny the 6 scrubs and they set themselves up with 2 dragons. However, in terms of the gold, T1 have set themselves up beautifully for a very powerful mid-game. These first items are already coming through. The Trinity Force very nearly completed for Zeus. There's a pushed-in bot wave. He's going to be able to catch that as well. Top Esports are just being run around the map, and we talked about the composition and how I kind of favored T1's comp just because of their backline access and the number of threats that they have. This situation doesn't make things any easier for Top Esports.
Ale jako to je hodně těžká hra teďka pro Top
Esports. His wave clear is going to be a bit better. They should be able to play a little bit more around Prio and at least some of these lanes, but need to see what Cream can do as well. Finished Malignants. Can he find angles with the ultimate to get picks on side lane? Because we know T1 just have so many tools. If you misstep, it's so easy for them to find these picks, to find these angles. It takes a little bit more work from TES to find those picks or find those setups on fights.
Bit of a dance between the supports as they battle over the control wards. Now, the
Faker
minion
coming in. Instant Wukong ultimate. Faker now gonna fall between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako trying to find the counter engage, but it might not matter. Still in the mix. Tanky! They weren't ready for that.
LJK JD97 donate 100 korun českých, kdy se vyplatí kupovat kal. Když jsem behin s farmou jako teď Renekton.
Co tam dala takový Renekton? Co tam dala? Co? Aurora tam dala tak velký damage? Co se stalo? ADC OPM vyponerfovat ADC. 4hodinový chládeček. Za ten píchlavý komentář.
And immediately bring them back into the game. That 3k gold lead has shrunk to a 1k one. And let's look back at this. As Faker turns into a minion, he sets up with his team. Carrier looks for the engage. The knock-up initially comes through.
Okay.
They burst out Cream, but look at the positioning of Jackie Love. The wombo combo looks
Real.
good, but Jackie Love, the bouncing
Co ta,
grenade
já
doing
furt
work,
nevím,
the
co tam dalo tak
static
velký
shiv as well.
damage. Reálně.
And Tian on the front line able to soak up so much damage with the ultimate to clean things up. That's 4, he finds 4.
And incredible stuff there, because we talked about how hard it can be sometimes for TES to find fights, but they absorb that initial blow, and Tian and Mako are still standing. All of that rel CC is put to such fantastic use. You highlighted Jackie Love really just got to hang out. Now the only person in our MasterCard lane economy snapshot with an individual lead. They're not out of the tough times
so
yet.
There's good news and bad news. The good news, Jackie Love now very strong, in a position to be the carry for top esports. Bad news, every member of Tier 1 have now picked a target, and he will now be the one that they are all gunning for in the upcoming
Tam podle mě přišlo asi triple propnutý statek od Jina a nějaký trapky od Jina. A pak nevím, co Aurora dá za damage.
It's easy for them to just look for those angles. As the fight for Rift Herald, a lot of posturing. TES with a little bit better vision control might be in a position where T1 has to conceive. You see both top laners resetting. 369 sprinting to the area, has Black Leader now completed. TP. Zaya's finishing his Triforce at the same time. Both top laners ready to get involved. Their TP's there. Handshake here on the fist fight around this objective. Mako trying to find that angle, trying to find that engage. Poking, chipping away, the eye proc. Cream now walking in. Between Worlds is there. Gonna be difficult for Google to stay too long. Not having vision in that rush is a bit devastating as Mako just constantly threatening. Probably just the 50-50 on the smite. 2K on the Herald. Finger is now a blue buff, but the Herald's gone down. Tien
Snažili se to.
Should be able to do so. T1 are they willing to commit more resources to deny?
Just Skarner má 3000 HP, jebe ti s jedním itemem.
But ultimately 50-50 goes to TES, so not a lot to say.
I think the positioning from top esports was really good because Cream is in a position to constantly make it difficult for Owner to find that engage that he was looking for. Trying to come from the fog of war to catch top esports off guard. Meanwhile, 369 and Zeus was just kind of battling in the mid lane, trying to fight for access, who could get that better position ready for the upcoming team fight. But no one from T1 was really ready to pull the trigger. They don't really want to start the initiation onto Tian. They either want to find Cream or Jackie Love,
mě zajímá, jako kdy ty týmy začnou tu rel pikovat nebo banovat.
With the Herald being within range of
Zatím oni vždycky jako tu rel
he
ignorujou.
was just slowly wearing it down and able to secure that objective uncontested. The gold still in favor of T1, but top esports, even after all the tower shenanigans and everything that's happened in the other game, have been prioritizing these objectives very well, only losing those first 3 grubs.
Definitely. And third Drake, 20 seconds away. Fighting now for push on the bottom side. Thus far, Zeus has been able to get this, but you can see 369 happy to step up, knowing the team will be there to back him up if he needs to fight with Zeus. Taking a look at the vision control right now, TES much better control. The brush that Mako just walked through. Crucial for T1 to have that vision so they don't get picked off. Mako's so good at hiding in that fog of war and setting up these traps. As instead, TES, knowing they have the Herald, going to try and force T1 on the back foot. They don't have a wave mid, but it looks like they don't even care about it. Cream moving in, was invisible. Between Worlds not going to come out. No one there to follow, so a bit of an awkward Herald usage.
Gives them access into the river, at least a little bit, as Carrier still maintaining
Líbí se mi ten ninja
control.
tab od Jackie Lova.
Able to have that push in the bot wave. Base going to come in through 369, should allow Zeus to catch this wave. But the pressure remains mid for top esports. They know where they have control. But we talked about the range. It's difficult to approach this composition.
Zajímá mě ten Jax, jako T1 to furt můžou vyhrát, by the way. Ta chyba, že 4-1 Jin je to nepříjemný, ale T1 furt můžou vyhrát. Tady bude hodně důležitý, jak zahraje Jax ve fightu a jak zahraje Faker ve fightu.
Excuse me, TES good use of their prio to keep that vision control in their favor.
Jestli Jax dostane nějaký mega dobrý flank a Nico flankne z druhé strany, jakože bude double flank jeden. Pokud Jax přijde odsaď flankne a tady odsaď Nico flankne a oni budou tady, tak vyhrajou. A ten Jax je v pozici. Potom jsem kurva mluvil! Potom jsem kurva mluvil! Potom jsem kurva mluvil! Přesně jak, prostě přesně Jax a Nico dali 2v8. Fucker is back!
Top esports were caught unawares. Jackie Love didn't even get an opportunity to flash away. And with him taken out, all of the gold leaders gone. and just keep your eyes on Faker.
Dívej. Flank odsaď a flank odsaď.
Finds the angle, pops the
Wukong
ultimate
taky
there,
nádherně.
target
Boom.
immediately. Jackie
Jin
Love
má
looking to
flash a
follow
nemůže
up
nic.
there. All four members
4-1 AD carry.
lock down the AD carry and don't give him the opportunity
Nemá
to play
šanci.
the game.
And perfect follow-up from Zeus and Owner. And credit to Faker, right? He throws himself forward like he's the fake clone, like he's the one just going for a bit of vision. But this one time, every other time, the 90 other times he sent a clone in, it was not
But
the actual Nico.
He's literally like the Wukong. There's 4 Wukongs. He can make 4. Like, that's crazy. Owner can press the W.
lines up with the cannon pretty well, that's all I'm gonna say.
Like, oh my goodness. Crazy stuff.
And
T1 back in the driver's seat.
And we look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, right? It's all about top lane. And while 369 hasn't been the crux of TES, you can see all of the money is going to Zeus. Yes, Faker gets the setup, but it's Zeus flashing in, getting that counter-strike, finishing that kill, and now 1.7k gold lead, almost 2 items, 20 minutes into the game. This Jax is a massive threat on the sideline. 369 really can't afford to walk up.
I mean, 369 from the very start of this game has been a target for T1. They were able to find First Blood. He was denied a lot of experience and farm in the early laning phase, and he hasn't been able to find these angles of attack in any of the fights. The matchup's only going to get harder as now Sundered Sky finished for Zeus alongside the Trinity Force.
Zeus bude teďka strašně silný, kámo. Teďka začíná ta doba, kdy ten Jack začíná být hrozně silný. A Renekton bude hrozně useless. Nebo záleží na Rel. Pokud ti Rel hitne 4 lidi ultimátkou, tak Renekton dá 1v9.
The threat of the Ash Arrow, Faker could at any moment pop the ultimate. The threat of the Wukong flank.
Mako though, starting knowing the power isn't really much to defend
to vypadá bad!
Between worlds coming out, Jackie Love for now untouched.
Jax!
Zeus in the midst of everything, just gave up his counter
Ty
strike.
Magore!
Massive healing coming in from 369.
Na Jin! Oh, ty pičo, ta Aurora damage, kámo. Ta Aurora damage dala to kolečko na 3 lidi nebo 4. Ty pičo. Tam Aurora tam dala... Kde mám damage? Aurora tam dala tak velký damage, to bylo úplně crazy, ten champ je OP. To byl statik. Já to kouknem na to znova, uvidíme.
But I think the hero of the day is Mako there. So many of these engages have been all about that rel. He and Tien both with 100% kill participation in this game. Yes, Jackie Love is the one who's walking away with the money, the score line, the accolades, no doubt in my mind. But the supporting cast here has been so good for TES.
I mean, you're completely right. And think about it, every exchange that happens between the two teams, Cream is quick to throw out the ultimate. So we start the initiation with
A tohle vypadalo bad pro T1, protože Wukong tam dostal skoro one shot. A Rakan ult od Skarnera, to bylo bad. Renekton velký damage a teď... Aurora je jak broken, kámo, tam dala kvečko, pulnula to, hexnula je a dala tam reálně prostě 3000 damage nebo 2k damage během úplně vteřiny.
Excited about static shift Jin generally until this game, and now I am a believer. Jackie Love single-handedly convincing me. Aurora, on the other hand, I did believe in, and I think those numbers are starting to remind us why. This champion does a hell of a lot of damage and just makes it so easy for your follow-up CC to land, right? If you just put them in the circle, there's really nowhere for them to dodge.
Kolik magic damage dal ten Jin, by the way?
This year was the first time we got to see him on the international stage. Of course, no rookie by any means domestically.
Kolik dala?
As a player, he's really shown a lot of evolution, a lot of growth.
50%, static shift dal 50% je betík.
Type of player, especially known for things like
Jak broken je static
this year especially, he's come into his own, he's grown a lot, and now showcasing the Aurora, having huge impact in these fights. I hope he can maintain that performance. Getting a win against T1 would be huge for the momentum of top esports here at this year's World Championship.
You can't really imagine a better way for an LPL team to start this tournament, to start to rewrite everything that happened at Worlds 2023. T1 a bit of hot water here as they try to get out of the jungle. Owner luckily still has the
clone. Jin bude huge, kámo. 3 itemy na Jinovi jsou insane.
Try and get the Heartsteel proc, even though they didn't quite, and Zeus still pretty favored in that 1v1 as Tien now trying to get something started here, spotting out Zeus. Zeus still has allies to go back to. Captive audience hitting those big. Ulti now to fall. They want to delete this Jax.
Good Ash Arrow there, stunning up Tian to allow for Zeus to then jump away to safety. The mid wave completely abandoned as both teams hover around the bot side of the map. Dragon spawning though in 10 seconds.
Mega se mi líbí kompetitivu, jak supporti jsou level 9 a AD level 13. Je to hrozně důležitý. Je to hrozně důležitá taktika, kterou bohužel solo queue supporti neumí. Oni nechávají solo XP, supporti, ADčku, ať je vysoký level. What? To co bylo? Ale rushujou toho, rushujou Draka. Solo queue se většinou stane, že AD carry je level 11 a support level 10. Což potom není, to AD carry je o dost slabší o 2 levely míň. Dobrý snare. Takže borci, pokud hrajete supporta v solo queue, necháváte solo XP ADčku, je to důležitý. Vy ty XP nepotřebujete jako support.
But it does look like Top Esports slowly shifting their attention towards that top side of the map as resets starting to come through. But they're cautious about the potential Baron. T1, they don't have any vision.
And T1 have a pretty quick Baron, all things considered. TES much slower. T1, of course, I mean, historically, they had that year where they were just a 20-minute Baron team. And I think it's something that has to be in the back of TES's mind as they go for these
T1
resets.
Barons is still
a thing. I think it's less, for a while it was
Ale
like
borci,
the thing.
jakoby vy můžete dávat solo XP tomu ADčku a bejt u něj. Tam jde o to, že třeba když AD carry je tady, tak vy když budete, tady když je AD, tak vy když budete stát, třeba tady je AD, vy když budete stát tady, tak mu to dáváte solo XP a jste u něj a protektíte ho, kdyby náhodou na něj šli, tak ho zachráníte. Jo, tam jako nepotřebuješ být, vole, na druhé straně mapy, abys mu dával solo XP. Třeba tady, když je AD, tak ty můžeš být tady a dáváš mu solo XP. Zapněte si XP, v settings si zapněte XP, abyste věděli, kdy vám to XP dává, kdy ne, a naučte se ten range toho XP rate. Jax bude huge, kámo, za chvíli. Wow. Ale jako za chvíli Jax bude huge jak svině, uvidíme. Jin bude teďka za chvíli strašně silný.
Zero gold difference between two teams. This is what World is about.
I'm sorry, what was even more beautiful was that it was a period in time where the gold at the top of the screen was 4-4-4, 4-4-4, and I just feel like the Jin would be proud of that moment.
I'm just saying the Jin fans are eating good this game.
Jin 1v1. Teď reálně je to 50-50, kdo vyhraje. Když čím delší ta hra bude, ale tak tím víc si myslím, že vyhraje T1, protože Jax bude víc a víc nepříjemný. Jax zone je, to se staví. Zone je mega good na Jaxovi. Že ty dáš vrtulník, že jsi immortal na 3 vteřiny, pak dáš zony a pak máš vrtulník znova, vole. Takže ty máš prostě nesmrtelnost reálně na 8 vteřin. Hrozná sračka.
They're pinging out the bot tower right now, and I think that is the easiest one, given how low HP it is. But also, I'm sure they'd love to secure that top tower as well. They were able to get 2 in the mid lane, but these tier 1s are crucial.
Ty vole, Jin jako bude mít 4 itemy, Aurora má jenom 2, Jin je fakt ahead, tak svině. Jako čím delší ta hra je, tím víc si myslím, že vyhraje T1, jakoby.
Now the setup though, line the skirmish drawn. Tien just looking to bully his way in, certainly has a big enough health bar.
Okay. Jax pořád split pushuje a je tam furt ten split pressure. Reálně za chvíli Jax bude tak silný, že veme tier 2 věž, Renektorovi v obličeji a pak ho 1v1 zabije pod věží. A to je ten problém, kdy Čína bude mít velký problém s T1. Jediný, co je problém, je, že Jax měl být reálně teďka level 17 třeba. Hraje to trošku B ten Zeus. Měl být víc jako fokusnutý na farmení.
A little bit behind in terms of gold. As we look towards the bot side of the map, there's about a 1k gold lead still for Jackie Love. Experience though, pretty even.
Pokud nezabijou Jina, tak GG. No, problém je, že Jin jako reálně mega bad AD carry do Jaxa. Jo, Jax bude mít immortalitu proti Jinovi na 2,5 vteřiny, nebo jak dlouho, pak dá Zoniu, pak dá zase na 2,5 vteřiny nesmrtelnost a Jin ho nemá jak zabít. A i když bude feedle jako kokot, tak prostě nic neudělá. Pokud Jack se dostane do 5-6 itemů.
Jackie Love has to continue to play these fights excellently because Owner has a very easy time.
Bude říkat, že to Zeus hraje bad. Má 201 CS v 29. minutě za split pushera. Kdyby to hrál dobře, tak má 330 CS za split pushera, je level 17-18. Má dávno finishnutou zóny. On vyhrává side lane jak svině a je 40 CS behind proti Renektonovi. Byl swap play 5 minut, doesn't matter.
Into the river while top esports main take control around mid. They're going to start the objective themselves.
Doesn't matter, guys.
Very split right now. TS 5 members strong.
Tohle bude huge, to bude zajímavý. Jax má flank. Jax má flank tady. Jax tu má flank, ale ví o něm. Nico potřebuje flank tady, ale tady je marknutý flank, to je free, to je drag free pro test. Tady jenom zabít asi Renektona. Nemůžou. Tady nemůžou nic. A Zeus možná, dodžnul. Děje se strašně moc, já nevím, co se děje, Renekton, ale huge. Renekton tam smurfí. To bylo úplně bad engage od T1. GG, lost, game lost, jste vyhráli. Oni tam engageli na Renektona a Renekton tam stejně ty vole přežil a dal tam damage jak blázen. Nico nemá damage, Nico všeobecně nemá damage, no, ty potřebuješ follow up. Tady to bylo mega weird, ale oni lakou damage, když mají Ashe. Oni mají Ashe, Nico, to nemá damage. Wukong jako...
So much of the early game was in control of T1. It felt like they come ahead in the lane swaps, but in the fights, TES have been better. The turns, T1 the ones who overextended, and TES
zajímavý.
Giving those kills to Jackie Love costs them as TES take down T1.
Okay.
And in a statement game, the early game looked a little shaky. But you talked about it, Dracos, the support staff on the side of top esports, Tian and Mako, that jungle support combo. 100% kill participation for both of them. Cream quick to drop the ultimates down when ready. I mean, great team fighting from them.
Ale zlepšili se, T1, zlepšili se. Protože jestli budete psát triggering komentáře jako ADC role OP, tak já vás timeoutu na 12 hodin, by the way. Nesnažte se mě triggernout.
I don't know, I think if you're an LPL fan, you're starting to feel a little bit better.
I mean, you're already 2-0 on the day, LPL. Yeah. They're off to a fantastic start. Let's see if Genji can turn things around for the LCK.
Yonef
gonna be banned.
Haha, Smolder, tak to ani ne...
Something fresh. It is.
Co?
Something we saw a lot from domestic teams coming into their playoffs, and something that we did see come out from Chovy in the finals as well. He was given one game.
Říkám, Smolder, no tak to ani náhodou, vole, oni to locknou. Kámo, Waybo neví, dívej, Waybo jako. Co pikujem? Co pikujem? Tak je úplně v šoku, vole. Tohle nečekal nikdo z nich, vole. To ti říkám rovnou. Poppy, OK, Poppy zrovna není moc dobrá. Tady do Smoldra. Hej, ne Smoldr je jediný midlane AD. Korky nerf, Tristana nerf, Smoldr je jediný, který nenerfli mid, takže já jsem čekal, že Smoldr se bude hrát furt na midu, hej.
Support position, especially as we see the Jack suffered over here, but still room for Waybo to decide, not showing too much of their hand early on, just opting for some relatively strong blind picks overall. And immediately the Maokai response. Reminder, if you just watch playoffs, you're just coming to watch Maokai nerfed repeatedly. Rumble nerfed repeatedly.
This is the playoffs meta. This is what Genji were drafting in their playoffs domestically. This is their priority, and I mean, like, if you're good at it, sure, it makes sense. The test is gonna be,
kdyby náhodou pikli něco mega good do Smoldra, ale reálně co je good do Smoldra? Jako asi jen Syndra. Oriana možná trochu Lucian. Lucian na midlane? Že by? Jo, Vladimír je dobrý do Smoldra na midu, no. Ale kdo bude hrát toho? Vlada.
And again, I expect that most likely to go into the bottom side of the map. Maybe we get a Nami ban to try to limit some of those combos.
Lucian na midu, možná.
Most likely for Tarzan, with the Jax going into the top lane and then the Lucian down bot. Don't love the idea of Lucian Poppy is a
Blitz
bot
ban
lane 2 versus
proti
2, but
Lehensovi.
maybe I will be surprised.
Zajímavý. Možná to je Lucian na my, ale oni můžou zabanovat na my úplně v pohodě.
A highlight of Waybo when we think back to summer.
Oh yeah.
Podle mě je to Lucian na my, když nezabanou na my na 4-5, a když zabanou na my, tak je to mid Lucian.
As we move into the bans, Blitzcrank going to be removed. Waybo likely looking to try and secure.
Což oni zabanovali, že jo?
They probably want to save their support for last pick, given that Poppy can always flex there, and they know that the Smolder is very likely going into the mid lane, which means that they can give something towards Xiaohu. I'm hoping we get to see a Syndra, man. Like Xiaohu, he played that stuff top.
Rumble Jax je takový zajímavý matchup. Rumble na něj shituje, ne? Z začátku, dokud Jax nekoupí Magic
Three
Resist.
incredible Syndra players at this tournament between Knight, Xiaohu, and Showmaker, right? Three iconic Syndras. Not that there aren't other people who can play it. So it would be a treat to see it. That's a Jin banned away. Lucian technically still a flex in the spirit of, you know, calling out the old meta.
You have to. Xiaohu. His Lucian.
This is the problem when you show up into a game with so many veterans in a new meta, you're like...
There was a period in time where they had a different main, right?
I mean, Kenny's played Rumble Jungle, so like, I don't think it's good, but... You always have to throw it out there just in case.
Alright, well, the Nidalee banned away from Tarzan, which is a very good ban if you've ever watched Tarzan play.
Ale nemají setup vůbec na tu Nidalee, no ale jako může to hrát.
Because there's always the possibility of that flex, and you called it, Dracos, the flexibility of this Lucian. The Jinx AD carry lock-in means we're gonna get
teď
to
Smolder
see
bude mid nebo AD? Že teďka reálně klidně by mohli piknout mid a dát Smoldera na botlane. I když, actually ne, moc ne.
No champion that can match the tower threat that Jinx has. Aphelios historically has been the only one, but not considered good by the vast majority of pro teams.
Let's see how Genji round things out with the bot lane that we're expecting to
Kalista, ty pičo.
Kalista, the option.
Kalista Renata, ty vole.
I'm gonna be honest, the ball thinks that's a pretty damn good bottom lane. Jackson Poppy are gonna have a hell
na
of a
tomhle
time getting
patchu
that
nevím, no. Kalista, pokud někdo, tak Face zahraje Kalistu, ale Kalista, ty musíš hrát perfektně Kalistu, aby to bylo jako good.
The Poppy looking to go into the support position.
Ivern.
I'm sorry. I
Od
mean,
LPL
if
týmu
we woke up
Ivern.
today and we said we're going to cast Tarzan versus Canyon in the matchup as Ivern versus Maokai. It might have defined
Strike-ons.
I don't think they're going to be the center of attention for their respective teams, but obviously Ivern plus Jinx plus the Poppy to defend. Yeah, I don't think Jinx Poppy is the strongest bot lane 2v2, but the Ivern Jinx Poppy as we get later into the game, an incredibly strong team fighting core.
Last game, we got some fantastic team fights from both Top Esports and T1, and I'm hoping that this game will give us something similar. You talked about the likelihood of a lane swap.
Jako Lucian je docela v pohodě proti
Poppy
Smolderovi.
Jinx versus
Rumble Jax, Rumble by měl trošičku vyhrát proti Jaxovi. Maokai, Ivern, who cares. Ivern je good s Lucianem a zase Poppy.
And also to try and put this Rumble in a
A
lane
oni
swap
pikli
position.
Kalistu do, nebo prostě mi pikli Kalistu do Poppy, zajímavý.
That's really been a big test for this World Championship.
Zajímavý.
As it has returned to the meta in full effect.
A reminder that Rumble Q damage down about 20 at level 1. The passive overheat damage on his auto attacks also down. There are some top laners that say he's still playable, obviously not as impressive as he once was. Keep that in mind as we watch. If he's not able to find those trades, if he's not able to find those leads. But of course, the lane swap, number one thing on our minds, expected, seems likely for Waybo. You highlighted it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
All I know is that red carpet, when it's laid out, you're either walking to the grave or you're walking home, because the amount of damage that it can do is still something to be respected.
Yeah, they didn't nerf that ability. That ability is still very good. Leandry is still very good. See what the Rumble looks like in this game. We're going to do our third game of the day, our second LPL versus
Z nějakého
LCK
důvodu mě to sedí víc na Waybo, ale nevím, no. Nevím.
And the beautiful thing about this matchup is you highlighted it.
Uvidíme Showy Smolder, uvidíme.
Unpredictable.
Sure.
They're a team that you genuinely don't know the level that they're going to deliver on the day. They've beaten some of the best teams in the LPL. They've lost to some of the worst. Like they are a team that
they're the wild card, you know?
And I think many didn't expect them to qualify, but here we are. We find ourselves in a position where, and again, like a lot of it, I think a lot of the credit needs to go to Tarzan. I loved watching his early pathing, the impact that he has.
Že jo, s Graspem, tak
Waybo is typically
Grasp už je nerfnutý na liveu, nebo ještě není? Ještě není, ne? Oni budou nerfovat až na dalším patchu.
We are deep in the mind games. So for anyone, of course, lane swap great.
Tak, bude lane swapos, nebude lane swapos? Oba dva týmy se snaží invadenout, aby věděli, jestli je lane swap nebo ne.
Crisp has aftershock, they know they just bodied that level 1.
Jack si
So trying to
to.
put priority on figuring out where the Jinx is going to go, where Light is going to lane. With Pays still near mid.
They've seen the Jax, so they think that the Jax is on the top side of the map, but look at where the Jinx is going. Goes back to base.
He's waiting to see who shows.
He's trying to avoid any
No a Jinx mají lane swap, povedlo se jim to.
Like, oh god, this is the worst version of League of Legends. But the analysts are like, oh, it's so smart. Vision, breathe walking in.
Povedl se jim ten lane swap, tohle lane swap je good pro
And this
Jinx.
is also a very classic top lane move, right?
Yeah.
To interrupt,
A
get in
teďka
the
tady
way.
interruptuje, ty vole, tak tohle je annoying. Tohle je huge annoying. Tady bude muset flashnout možná.
The E?
A Poppy nemá i? OK.
Manages to get away. Crisp might have had the angle if he
Tohle je hodně dobrý pro
but
Waybo.
wasn't 100% certain.
But Waybo
Ale
successfully
zatím
get the
jako
lane swap that they were after.
uvidí
Breathe
se.
is taking a lot of damage, but now he makes his way over towards top lane. It's the same thing that we've seen multiple times, where the support will go mid to try and get XP. You get the level 2, you then path towards bot, and you're ready for the potential dive on the stacked wave. Breathe will be able to TP to bot lane with the level 2, and you hope that you can then outplay the potential dive that is going to come through from Genji. Meanwhile, the split map is occurring. Tarzan makes his way towards the top side of Genji's jungle. And here we go.
And this is one of the big strengths of Ivern, of course, very easy for him to steal away camps, but also just clears, all things considered, much faster than most junglers, so usually has 20 to 30 extra seconds to go for early ganks, go for early plays, whereas, yeah, Canyon can get involved, but will fall pretty far behind if he tries to match, as Tarzan is on vision, but it's really just taking his time setting up all these camps.
Now keep your eyes on Chris. He's now making his way towards the bot
počkat,
side
tady
of the
jestli ho
map.
nedivnou,
There's only
tak to
the
bude
two
špatný.
members so far.
Tady by ho měli
Jungle not in a
divovat.
position. Remember that Canyon's clear did get
Tady je
interrupted.
straight up
Started
dead,
on
ne,
the top
Jaxi to?
side of the map,
Není.
so he's a little slow, so Crisp is able to
Tady byl
arrive.
strašně pomalu ten Maokai, takže tady přežije.
Lost still, but as long as Breathe can get the XP, level 3 is going to tick over. And there it
Tohle je
is.
good pro
So
Waybo.
now the dive becomes a lot harder. Canyon going to start off the Gromp.
Pošerou všechny
See if they
ty.
still commit to the dive.
Rumble bude jako ahead na XP eventuálně, pokud tady budou sharovat víc, ale tady podle mě sharnou a pak lane swapnou a jsou v pohodě.
Keen is just catching the waves top. He's only in a 1 versus 1. There's no threat of a dive on his side of the map.
Já dal bych si zmrzlinu, chat.
And remember, if you're not familiar with lane swaps, the kind of logic here, even as they've made the towers tankier, it's not about trading even, it's about getting Jinx out of what would have been a miserable,
je tady prostě jako Kalistana na to by bylo annoying pro Jinx, no. Ale je funny, jak oni ty lane swapy jako fakt jako dělají všechno pro to, aby ten lane swap neexistoval a on prostě furt bude existovat. A vždycky se objeví nová verze swapu.
But I think that Waybo want to try and swap this back as quickly as they can now, because the damage to that tower is significant, and Genji are not going to slow down with the push. Canyon secures the blue buff, and you can see the Jinx now recalling. Of course, no TPs available.
Ping's mid lane.
Keen doing a good job of just getting farm
Nevím, proč proti tomu bojujou to bylo, já taky ne. Nebo jako je to nudný sledovat, nebo takhle, já u swapu vím, proč proti tomu bojujou, protože to nudný sledovat z kompetitivu. Ale mně to nepřijde nudný za A za B, nebo oni si myslí, že to je nudný, mně to nepřijde nudný. Za B a za C. Oni jakoby, já třeba nechápu, proč bojovali proti ADčku na topu, nebo na midu a mageovom na botu. Prostě ona se změnila meta, že se hráli mageové na botu a ADčka na midu. A prostě proč proti tomu bojujou? Oni říkali, sám Riot říkal, že když se bude takhle měnit meta, takže proti tomu bojovat nebudou. Že prostě nebudou bojovat, pokud se prostě budou hrát jiný champy na jiných rolích. Ale potom lidi na to nadávají a oni prostě se nechají ovlivnit lidma a jakoby nerfnou to. Mně se to třeba líbilo, že se hráli mageové na botu a ADčka na midu. Mně to prostě přišlo lepší, že to je lepší evoluce hry, že ta hra prostě... Dřív se tak hrálo taky, dřív se v sezóně 1, 2, 3 se hrálo, v sezóně 3 už ne, ale hráli se první 2 sezóny ADčka na midu a mageové na botu. A prostě ta hra se změnila, je to zase něco nového, je to fresh. A pokud se neumíš adaptovat, tak prostě umři, hej. Jako hrej AD na midu, pokud to neumíš adaptovat, tak jsi prostě špatný hráč. That's it.
Now, Waybo find themselves in a 2v2 that is difficult to play.
V Robloxu samozřejmě umřít.
The gold advantage that Pays sits on is because of the plates that were secured early.
Jako podíváme se na situaci hry, jo. Jax je full level behind oproti Rumblemu, to je annoying, ale má tam velkou vlnu. Ivern je trošičku ahead na Maoka, to je irrelevant, nebo trošičku hodně. Lucian Smolder, to je zatím irrelevant, ten matchup. A botlane je 6k, Jinx je full level ahead, takže potom bude to mít trošku jednodušší. Ale Genji tady chcou 2 grabíky, 3 grubíky. A teď záleží, jestli ho punishnou nějak. Flashem. To je good. A ještě bloknul Jinxu. Tohle je hodně dobrý pro Genji. 3 grubíci, jenom za flash. Pohodička.
Honestly, I'd forgotten about the Jinx, but clearly he hadn't. He recognized that, all right, I need to get out of here, but he secures the objective that he was after. 3 grubs locked down, and Genji still able to leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2.
Smolder postaví ninja taby, 100%. Tady jako ninja taby jsou úplně mega good pro Smoldera. A všeobecně, když hraješ AD na midu proti AD na midu, no už tam jsou. A tak kdo dřív postaví ninja taby, tak vyhrává ten matchup, jo. To, že Lucian nestaví ninja taby je docela bad a bude prohrávat proti tomu Smolderovi eventuálně. Ty ninja taby fakt dělá jako vyhrajou nebo prohrajou matchup, je to úplně huge.
Either spend some gold, maybe even swap back so they can be in a position to contest the Drake. Perhaps Waybo is happy to forego any of these early Drakes simply due to the strength of
Vy si reálně myslíte, že kvůli týmám mění metu na Voros vždycky, aby se týmám dostali na Voros, aby měli storytelling? Smolder má 50 stacků.
Early plated steel caps to mitigate any of Xiaohu's kill pressure. Part of the chaos of this map state means it's pretty hard for junglers to solely play around mid or try to support any early advantage the Lucian could have. That said, I don't know when the mid lane Smolder starts doing damage.
Jako ten Ivern je tady taky hodně dobrý, protože Ivern je dobrý pro Jaxe, Ivern je dobrý pro Luciana a i pro Jinx.
You'll know.
Kalisto zatím nic neudělala, ani nezaultila, takže je to takový jako meh. Dívej, jak prostě on mu nedává damage, ten Lucian tomu Smolderovi. On na něj dashne, dá na něj combo. A reálně ten trade je even, potom co na něj Smolder dal jenom Ečko away. Ty vole, použitá Kalista ultimátka, konečně, tak to je free kill. Nice. Tady si na něj hodně dobře počkali, ty vole, tady to bylo cute. Tady takhle, tady za tou zdí čekali na tu popy, až půjde Vardi, tady měli pink wardu a pak na ní okamžitě zaultili. Jak vám říkám, když jsme viděli v play-in stage Kalistu, kdo to hrál, ten Titan, tak ten šápek neultil agresivně, tady Pace instantně ultí agresivně. Tohle je jako huge jak svině.
I just like the way in which they save this bot lane pick for last.
Ty pičo!
Kůlka donate 500 korun český.
Já jsem nevypnul ty scary alerty, jebetí.
Na zlepšení nálady.
Ty pičo! Ty pičo, mě jeblo, vole. Já jsem se cuknul sebou, kurva. Ty debile. Ty debile, díky za 5 klíště. Ty magore, 5 tiketů do točky. 5 tiketů do točky od Kůči, děkuji Kůčo, víte, no ty už tam seš, služce. Ty magore. Normálně jeblo, fakt mě jeblo.
Get a bit more involved in some of these map plays once he has an item completion under his belt. We know the Lucian on one item can be very powerful, paired with Tarzan who's there to buff him up. Could get a lot of work done, but for now Genji
Čet, když si dám zmrzlinu, prasknete tomu trenérovi, že jsem si dal zmrzlinku. Já bulkuju. Já potřebuji kalorie a mám chuť na zmrzlinku. Já si půjdu pro zmrzlinku, dám si jenom jednu lžičku, jednu malinkou lžičku. Jednu malinkou lžičku si dám. Neser kurva, já katuju, proč katuješ vole v říjnu do píči? Kamo, kdo katuje v říjnu, jsi úplně úchyl, ne? Kalista ult má? Nemá ještě. Tady 6 grubů bude huge by the way, pokud to dostanou. Uaaaa! To měl zaultit, nechat si, tady je 6 grubů pro Genji ult, nádherná rail ult. Tady mají kill, 6 grubů, pozor, TP, Lucian nulovej damage, Jax! Oh! Jaxito! OK, ale mají 6 grubů. Mají 6 grubů.
So we see in this exchange why it is better for you to be the first on the objective. How much harder it is to approach, especially into things like the Renata ultimate and the Maokai ultimate. But ultimately, those tools were used very early to secure the grubs. But once the grubs are secured, Waybo got a really nice angle for the re-engage with a good TP flank coming in from Breathe. So you'll notice at the start of this fight, tools
tady to bylo dobrá ult, ale Kalista nemá ult, že? Oni nemají follow-up s Kalistou. Tady byla fakt dobrá rel ult. To bylo hodně dobrý. Ale flashnul to dobře s tou Popinou a tady Jax flank. Použili všechny ultimátky na Poppy a ona přežila, kámo, to je huge. A neměli Kalista ult. Chovy to zabil, tu Renatu aspoň, ale tady Jax je huge, ten flank je huge. Kámo, kolik mají trenérů ti Aziati? Tady vidíš evropský nebo americký tým, oni tam mají jednoho trenéra. A vidíš asijský tým a oni mají 40 trenérů. Já promou Gambu, vodit promou Gambu. Kraken Slayer na Lucianovi, ok.
Chovy again very comfortably scaling 109 stacks, 12 minutes into the game, 125 the next big break point.
It's a good pace for stacks for sure.
And I think that we need to kind of see more from Waybo in these fights because giving away 6 grubs, very frustrating because Kalista normally not the best shape in the game at taking towers. Not always in a
A kdo reálně využije 6 grabů?
It feels a lot closer.
Pro Genji těch 6 grabů není tak huge, to je prostě jako kdo využije 6 grabů. Rumble ne, Smolder ne, Kalista taky ne.
Genji taking their time, they find themselves at a slight goal deficit.
Já si jdu pro tu zmrzlinu.
There's nothing really to be too worried about as they continue to ramp up. We think about next objectives they can play for. They've moved their bottom lane into the mid lane to either potentially start securing some of these plates that are available in the mid lane, but also just so that it's easier to move from mid into these sides, maintain control over that prio. You can already see them doing it. Push in mid, move in towards the bot river, and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, deep vision.
Takovou malou lžičičku jednu si dám.
To try to be first to the objective here, both the Herald and the Drake
Peanut Butter
at the
Cup.
exact same time.
Ben and Jerry's.
Shifting their focus to the top side of the map. Now Chovy returns, just trying to keep his options open, waiting for that wave to be pushed in by Xiaohu. Xiaohu sticking around, wanting to keep Chovy in lane.
To si děláš prdel?
Gerbo donate 100 korun českých.
Točka!
12 seconds before the objective response.
Waybo have a first to enter, I should say, the top river, get a bit of deep vision.
Hej, furt je to even a je to furt winnable pro Waybo, by the way.
Pays abandoning the waves, he looks for a pick.
Hej, dobrý pokus. Oni musí ultit. Já nesnáším tým, který prostě má takhle Maokai Kalista ult a neultí. A tak...
Very well positioned to make it over the traps with the knockback still coming through as Tarzan not quite able to find the root, but Xiaohu starting the objective here.
Tohle, to se nepočítá, to ani lžička nebyla. Já zkouším, jestli se to dá, vole, odělat, jestli se to dá nabrat, nedá se to nabrat.
But interestingly, you can see the gold in our lane economy snapshot. It's not a massive difference between either side, but gold slightly favoring the side of Waybo overall.
I told you, when we hyped up this jungle matchup,
Waybo
it was always
ahead.
going to be a battle of the minds.
Nejde to nabrat.
So much high-level play.
So much thinking.
There's so much thinking.
So little.
Okay.
Good use of the Herald here, though. I like this.
Brush setup is good as well. Should just be able to break this one down.
And they TP bot to catch that wave.
Or is Light just using this as an escape taxi?
I think it's just going out.
Nemají ty objektivy, to je zatím jedno.
He knows it's not going to crash. They'll just instantly one-shot it, so instead drives it away and will now use it to at least push slightly more favorably.
Now Xiaohu has moved off to lane himself and is putting some pressure down onto Keen on the top side.
Ale v midgameu to dle mého vyhrajou Genji, mají lepší midgame. A v late gameu... Tyhle nevím.
Doesn't quite yet have the Leandries. The Trinity Force completed on to breathe. Benefiting from some of the early gold advantages he was able to get. Of course, he is sitting on a kill as well. So he's in a comfortable spot right now. But overall, a very close game with Waybo sitting on the gold lead. By and large, because of the advantages they've been able to find on the top side of the map. And crucially, Light. I mean, he's just passively been farming very well. Even though Genji sort of controlled the early game very well, ultimately Waybo haven't fallen prey to any really bad fights. In fact, they've been able to find that good fight around the Herald themselves. So we talked about the scaling of the Smolder, something that is always going to be terrifying to deal with.
Konečně
But
jsem z toho ten arašidový
strangest thing about this game is going to be about how they start fights. Because setting up around objectives is going to be crucial. Being first on the objective means that the enemy's going to be forced to walk into you.
Tam je takový arašidový.
You're walking into a Poppy who can knock you away. You're walking into the range of a Jax flank. Or you're walking into a Maokai ultimate, a Renata ultimate. Like, obviously the advantage of a Maokai ultimate is it can be used to zone you off of an objective, which is always a scary situation to find yourself in. But when both sides have more disengage tools than they have actually hard engage tools, like a Leona or a Rel, for example, yeah, you're going to end up in this passive game where both teams are kind of hesitant to pull the trigger to start the fight.
In an awkward situation, you can see there observers wonderfully hiding Breathe, debating if he wanted to leverage that canyon, or enemy cannon minion, not canyon minion. That one's in the jungle.
Tak.
Set up the wave, as Rumble still hasn't been able to get back.
Žádnou lžičku jsem si nedal mimo kameru, OK? Ani jednu. Já ty vaše taktiky, vole, já nepoužívám ty vaše taktiky, OK? Tak, Lucian, Ivern, Jax. Proč má Jinx 200 goldu shutdown? Halo?
Just trying to deny as much CS as possible from Chovy.
An interesting game state is just cross maps continue to come through. Both these teams just kind of waiting for those spikes, waiting for those major objectives to respawn. About a minute and a half.
Je dost ahead na goldy. No, Lucian je 6 goldů ahead.
Respect being shown from both sides. We're getting closer and closer to some of those big spikes. First items across the board already been completed for a while. But now the contest over the mid-wave begins.
Light and Crisp doing what they can. Obviously, as long as Tarzan's there, it's pretty easy for Light to walk up. Doesn't really matter if he takes 100, 200 damage. The Ivern shielding.
Infati se 200 gólů ahead.
Hasn't completed that second
Ale oni mají 6 grubů 2 draky. Čekají na 225 stacků od Smoldra.
You highlighted it. Minute on the Baron, minute on the Drake. Both teams pushing out to side. And I'm going to be honest, Betty, when we started this game, I thought we were going to have time.
Farmeníčko.
Chovy versus Xiao. It just ended up being about who played the map better. All the accolades, all the history, yeah, it's still exciting, but I think generally this game has been so much about the team across the board. Crips caught out once or twice, a bit tragic for Waybo, but overall Waybo, despite difficulties early on with those objectives, still holding onto that gold lead, still in a pretty positive position. You can see the win probability very, very close.
I mean, yeah, it is very close. Like,
tak, teďka bude drák, třetí, to už bude zajímavý. Smoldr ještě nemá mana mute, Smoldr ještě weak. Tenhle ten třetí fight, já bych reálně, bait Genji, nechal tohohle draka. Já bych tohohle draka nechal pro Waybo. Tady bych nefightil bait Genjim. Genji tady můžou prohrát, Imo. Lucian 2 itemy, Smolder má jenom jeden. Tohle je takový, podle mě tady, když budou fightit, tak možná vyhrajou Waybo, nebo měli by vyhrát Waybo. Jax typuje, pozor. Tady bude fightos. Jax má flank. Tady podle mě nemůžou moc vyhrát, jako Genji. Se divím, že ten fight berou. A uvidíme, třeba mě překvapí. Poppy out. Dobrá Rumble ult. Okay, Redemption. A Jax flank. Boom, Renata ult. Mají Jaxe. Ale tady můžou fightit ještě, ne? Proč tady není žádný reset pro Jinx? Halo? Tyjo, tady jsem se fakt divil, ty vole, že to fightili. Tady to bylo takový, jakože ty vole, tady Jinx dostane jeden reset a dostanou Ace a bude Baron pro Waybo. Ty vole, nevím, už to se mi nelíbilo, že tady fightili, že prostě... Ale nakonec to není zase tak hrozný, jenom jim nechala draka, jenom jim nechali draka, jo? Smolder potřebuje 225 stáků a druhý item.
This fight starts with a good poppy ultimate onto Canyon, getting him out of the fight. The combination of the Maokai ultimate, the Rumble ultimate looks
Maokai Rumble ult je good. Redemption je ale huge. Tady podle mě Jinx měla hrát mnohem víc agresivně, ona hraje hrozně, ona má cleanse a mohla tady pomoct Jaxovi. Tady to Jinx naintila, má flash cleanse a měla hrát s Jaxem. Hrála hrozně safe. Ale tak.
And then unfortunately for Lahens, he didn't quite expect the damage to come out from Xiaohu, resulting in a 1-for-1.
And it's important to understand that like Genji have to play that fight that well, or it gets much worse.
No to, co říká Dracos, je good. Genji to zahráli tak strašně dobře, že umřel jenom jeden člověk. Tam reálně měli umřít všichni. No, problém je, že Jinx za chvíli začne být fakt silná, má 262 CS, kámo. To je crazy, že má 262 CS v 23. minutě, jako WTF. Ty vole. Je level 14, největší level ve hře, skrz solo XP. To je crazy, 270 CS, největší level ve hře a bude mít teďka 2,5 itemu.
Xiaohu is
vypadá crazy.
on the side lane alongside Breathe, who just keep this pressure up. Meanwhile, Light is soaking up every single wave in mid. He's also being donated farm from his jungler. Like the carries across the board are just farming incredibly well. And while Genji are trying to find plays, they're looking for picks. Like Waybo are just passively picking up a lot of gold by maximizing the amount of farm that they're able to get on the map. So they now find themselves with a 3k gold lead without finding any significant team fight.
Sorry, že ty vole moji master spoluhráči v solo queue neví, jak mají hrát vole s AD carrym a já jsem level 10, když enemy top lane je level 16 a nejsem level 14, když vole level top lane 13. Protože bohužel můj support prostě neví, že mi má dávat solo XP. Ale ta hra, největší rozdíl v rolích je jungle a AD. Jungle je monster OP, solo queue a v competitivu je monster useless jungle by the way. A AD carry je monster useless solo queue a silný v competitivu, když tvůj prostě tým ti nechává všechno. A je to úplně, je to day and night, tyhle dvě role jsou úplně jiný v competitivu a v solo queue je to hrozně těžký potom jako hrát a trénovat. Jak v dnešní době... Kuhlík? Na hovno? Jak v dnešní době jungler, který prostě nikdy nehrál kompetitiv, má být dobrý v kompetitiv. Smolder má staky, OK? Jinx výborně. Dobrý redemption, dobrý loket. Tady Jinx je hrozně huge teďka. Ty redemption a ty support itemy jsou tak broken. Oba jungleři mají support itemy. Redemption versus loket na junglerovi. Tady jsou strašně, tady ta body language, kámo, ty vole. Vidíš, jak oni prostě tancujou mezi sebou, úplně milimetry mezi sebou tancujou body languageou se navzájem. Říká Goldiv, 3,5 Goldiv na Waybo. Jax začíná být silný, ale Jax potřebuje reálně 4 itemy minimálně tuhle hru, aby byl jako silný. Smolder už má staky. ale na Chovy má atypicky málo staků a je malou farmu, ten Lucian mu dává na sideline. V momentě, kdy Smolder postaví Rapid Fire, tak bude nejsilnější kdy v té hře. Lidi většinou si myslí, že Smolder je nejsilnější třeba s 6 itemama, ale Smolder je nejsilnější na 3 itemech. 3 až 4 itemy na Smolderovi jsou nejsilnější, co kdy ten Smolder je. Wow, tohle trošku to bylo zavánělo intem od toho Xiaoho. Proč Maokai neflash W, no? Toho Luciana, by the way. Toho, jak dashnul Lucian in, Lucian nemá cleanse. Tam Maokai mohl flash W, Q, ult, engage a fight. Se hodně respektujou tady. Se snaží poukovat, body language, tady bych fightil Waybem, hej. Tady bych fightil Waybem. Snažil bych se fightit. Oni jsou v mnohem lepší HP pozici a měli by tady jako fakt brief hledej engage. Tady, hej, tady to fakt jako, tady by měli najít engage s tou Daisy. Daisy? Oh, našli. Tak dostanou mid to red free asi, hej.
Like a border collie up towards the top side of the
Bam! Low. Redemption. Redemption. Ah, musel flash.
They're being herded. Waybo.
Okay.
The TP's gonna come out from the smolder as well.
And now they can just walk away.
A teď mají draka.
Get the push in mids. The wave does get caught by Key.
A typicky Waybo se ale hodně bojí fightit. Je vidět, že respektují Genji, protože Genji hrajou ty fighty fakt kurva dobře, jakože insane. Impaled One, vyjádřím se po hře k tomu postu Keshi. Hrozně jsem si lulnul.
Breathe going to the top lane and Genji actually having an opportunity to reset after all that pressure. There was a world where Genji could then look for an engage. But I say that this is their window, so now they're setting up for the Baron.
And they're going for this now, knowing that someone really should probably try to pick up the
Tohle je
farm on the bottom wave.
nebezpečný
It will
pro
cost
Genji. Tady
Waybo
budou
to
mít
be
triple
here.
flank
Be
a
present in this play.
Poppy ult moc early.
Canyon
A on to dodgenul.
Twisted
Canyon to dodgenul.
in the play. They just
On to dodgenul, oni mají Barona, pane bože.
Now in no man's land, ulti now used by the Callisto Breed, locked up for a brief moment.
Ale tady furt můžou fightit, Waybo, furt můžou fightit. A měli by fightit. Bam! Reset, bam! Čak si to! Tady Waybo vyhrává, Měli by vyhrát. Uvidíme co Chovy. OK, to je furt good pro Genji tohle. Poppy ultila moc soon, ale měla jako hrát trošku jinak, no. By the way, Chovy teďka bude nejsilnější, co kdy bude. S tím Rapid Firem, to bude zajímavý, hodně zajímavý. Kámo, dneska jsou bangery, to je 50-50 každá hra.
No, this fight is done. I do not think that Waybo can continue to chase this. I think that was an overzealous TP play for sure. At the very least, they're back out onto the map a little bit quicker. But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rush it down, use the Maokai ultimate to zone them away, but then they turn their attention to Breathe and they think this could be an easy pick. He buys a lot of time and Genji becomes split up. That allows for Waybo to capitalize on the split up members.
Ty Chompers, kdyby trefili Smoldra, tady to trošku přehnali.
The downside for Waybo is that Tarzan does lose his life in the river.
No Billy Madlines byl, to jsem říkal, že to je takový whatever, první zápas.
Here's the biggest problem with what has just happened. Neither team has an engage. The team that has the Baron kind of lost the fight.
Ty vole.
And
so what you're saying is we go again.
We just kind of go again. I like what Genji's
má
doing
prostě
though.
každý šanci vyhrát.
They're committing members top, leveraging the stacked wave that they do have, and they're going to siege onto this tower. Good use of the Baron. They're immediately now moving into the top side jungle. And they're kind of shifting that trajectory. They're no longer just
ono to bude znít divně, ale já si myslím, ty vole, že Jacksovi by možná měli stavit Blade of the Ruined Kings, kámo. Máme nový emo. Nice. Může to tam dát, Raidis. Někdo dostane ode mě timeout, lidi budou spamat tenhle emo. 2-2 draci, grubí z tuhle hru jsou irrelevant.
Waybo and Genji going toe to toe. Reminder, this is a best of one. Round one of the Swiss stage.
Jinx má rapy, ještě nemá LDR. Dobrý engage, tady možná budou muset něco použít. Wow! Wow, tak to bylo huge. Kamo jak OP, Maokai ult, Smolder ult, Rumble ult.
This Red Bull Baron power play only growing more and more in the favor of Genji.
I mean, Genji figured out the formula. Just stack enough ults.
Rapid je teďka mega, teda Smolder je teďka mega huge, by the way, jako hrozně.
Breathe on the sideline gonna knock down this tier 2, but
Oni tipujou, kam tipuje?
Wow.
Flank Lucian, flank Lucian, flank Lucian. Má ult, nemá ult. Čekaj na Jackse. Wow, tady to vypadá, že Waybo dostanou flankotino. GG. Smolder flash quay, GG. GG. Když je nejvíc silný ten Smolder, tak s ním fightí. Na 3 itemech se Smolderem, GG. Oni si říkali, vy mě flankujete? Ne, já flankuju vás. Genji hrajou hrozně dobře tu mapu, no.
As Genji, Chovy.
Nice backstep. Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one
Wow, skrz miniony.
He gets the shutdown onto Xiaohu, and Genji now showcasing their dominance. 3-0 for Chovy, 4-0
Varden smel na
for
kalistě.
Credit to Genji again, discipline in these fights. They've been so good across the entire game, dropping vision, saving vision to put in those iron brushes.
Smolder 24 000 damage, Kalista 8 000 damage. XDD. XDD.
Waybo feeling under this pressure to force these plays, and as we highlighted, if you're the one forced to engage, forced to make the play, you're pretty disadvantaged in the context of this game when there's so many great disengage tools, so many threats that can blow you up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they did that mid tower siege,
Smolder
we
je
really
ADC,
got to
není
see the
ADC, je to
formula
mid
of how
laner.
this comp wants to work, and it's basically just R,
XDD Smolder, jo. Kolik má stacků?
Normal,
340.
like Malphite, you know, Jarvan, whatever, but it's a little bit more range to it, but still
you know,
works very
you
well.
throw the Maokai ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate slows you down as well, making it harder to get away from the Maokai ultimate, and then on top of that, Chovy's
Ale
ultimate
ta hra je
is gonna fly
výborná,
on top. There's a
tahle
lot
hra.
of fire, and a lot of destruction raining from the sky.
Aleš Soud už je
Can't
emo?
shield everybody.
Já ho nevidím.
You know, redemption
Musím dát
takes a
F5.
little bit of time. And Chovy's again
Dal ho
only
tam
continuing to
Radis?
stack, only getting scarier and scarier.
Já nevidím
And
Aleš
here comes
Soudce.
again Canyon. If anyone tries
Radis
to
na
walk
tom
up, things
mrká,
are gonna get
okay.
dicey fast.
There's that combination. This time they didn't commit Keen's ulti. They'll be happy with the objective though.
Crisp eating about 400 damage just to try to walk up there. But
Okay.
Genji
4 itemy Smolder, teď je ty 3 a 4 itemy, jak říkám, znova pokud nejsilnější, co kdy může být ten Smolder. Co by museli udělat je, Waybo by museli mít všichni 6 itemů. A Jinx pak outscalene. Když jako budou mít 6 itemů všichni na Waybo, tak Waybo může vyhrát. Ale tady je Baron za 4 minuty. 6 itemů mít nebudou. Randuins na kalistě.
So Canyon's having a great time. True. We normally see Maokai's with at least 3 or 4 deaths in the context of the game, but he's just been able to build full armor this entire game, and he doesn't need to worry about any of the tiny
Ten
bits of magic
Smolder
damage from
Q, to je
Tarzan or from
extrém.
Shadow's passive.
On má 3100 životů
So
Smolder a
a lot
Qčko
of
prostě dává takový
these
bomby.
little edges favoring
Oj,
Genji,
Sako,
whether
díky za
it's
2
scaling
měsíce,
with the
děkuju.
Smolder, whether it's the range on these ultimates, or the full AD kind of composition that Waybo have brought together.
Yeah, I just noticed that the Randuin's on pays as well.
That's high value Randuin right there.
Yeah.
That's basically just an additional 25% damage reduction for everything, because basically everyone is critting at this point.
This Baron becomes the big point of contention. Breathe doing
Genja byl prostě, Genja byl prostě too good. Genja, já nevím, 10 let zpátky stavil prostě Randuins na AD carry. A všichni se mu smáli.
Hayes though struggling to contest that mid wave. The culling once again.
Decent chunk. Mid pry on the favor of Waybo for a brief moment. They're now trying to use it to collapse onto Lehens.
Oh.
Lehens flashing out.
Oh.
Tarzan flashing in.
Oh.
Hostile takeover is there, but Breeze
Dodgenutá Renata ult. Oh. Dobrá Rumble ultimátka, jak svině dobrá ultimátka. Oh. Reset, Jinx neautoatakuje. Neměla vizi. Jinx neměla vizi. To byla, že tam nikdo nedal vardu, aby mohla dávat autoataky.
Even from the grave, Canyon having that impact, and The fight just stops there. Nobody really has the tools to
Baron dán.
Very close affair. If
Toho
Waybo
Barona
was able to
vemou
find
asi.
more out of that collapse, they could have converted it into a Baron, but Genji responds in kind. They're starting the Baron without a smite of their own. They do of course have the Kalista.
Typy. Lucian má cooling za jak dlouho? Tady, Jinx to hitla, to bylo huge, to dvojtívéčko, musela hitnout to dvojtívéčko, protože teďka díky tomu Ivern trefuje kvečko. Tohle, Close. Tam to dvojtívéčko na Rambla bylo huge. Tam kdyby to nenaintil Zhao Hu a počkal si na cooling, kdyby Zhao Hu počkal na cooling, tak to vyhrajou by the way a mají free Barona. Ale on to Zhao Hu naintil. Jak to už zabili?
Allow for Xiaohu to respawn. Just buys a little bit more time. 36 minutes in. It's an interesting affair when both teams just keep going back and forth. Pays nothing but confidence as he dived in for that 1v1 against Xiaohu.
Too.
True.
I was wondering why he took so little damage from Xiaohu, but it's just such a high value item in the context of this game. And Genji,
I am both the hunter and the tank. Come at me, Xiaohu.
The nightmare of anyone playing against Kalista is when she has the time and money to build a defensive item. QSS
Jako, Waybo furt můžou vyhrát, honestly.
The contest around the mid lane once more. Chovy's catching the bot wave. Breathe once more. Pushes out
Lucian
the
už je
top.
kovnu. Nebude kovnu.
in the bottom lane. Not great flanking TPs.
Ale oni potřebují ještě jeden item na Jinx, aby vyhráli. Teďka ty fighty budou furt jako nebezpečný. A Jinx potřebuje flash. Špatný cooling. To byl špatný cooling. Poppy ult?
Angle coming in for the knockback. Poppy gonna find one. Chovy out of the fight immediately. Waybo turned back to the objective. They want to try.
Ten Kahling byl tak trošičku angle off. Rush. To máte, to je vaše. Bum, pak fight, tohle můžete vyhrát, Waybo. Kurva, Smolder. Flashni tu Kalista ult. Flashnuli. Reset. Dej reset. Dej mu reset. Jax Freeman stun. Jax začíná být problém. Chovy. Jinx, neuhoří. O můj bože. Pane bože.
He's trying to get an execute onto someone recalling, but he's not going to be able to find anything.
To je soula pro Genji? Kamo, Jinx leží potřebuje ještě jeden item a Zephyr a začne to zkrájet, jo, to je soula. To bude huge pro Smoldera. Smolder 38 000 damage, Kalista 15 XDD. A by the way, ta feedla Jinx má furt menší damage než Lucian. Jax to hrozně smurfnul, hej. Jax začíná být problém. Já vám říkám, jakmile Jax má 4 itemy, tak kurva začne být problém. Ale ještě nemá 4. item, ještě nemá tu Zoniu. V momentě, kdy Jax bude mít Zoniu, tak reálně to bude problém. Dívej, Jax, sleduj Jax.
Crisp ends up getting melted immediately. The Jinx position is great. Lets us die initially. It's this flank from Breathe In. But look at that 3-man knockup coming out from Daisy. Provides good utility as Chovy finds a kill in the Baron pit. And then watch this flash in from Chovy. Tries to get the last bit of damage. Not quite enough as Breathe comes over to help.
Proč má Lucian základní boty? Pro Luciana jsou boty irrelevant. Useless. Nevadí, že nemají AP. Vadí, ale nevadí. Pokud budou mít 6 itemů na Lucianovi a 6 itemů na Jinx, tak to nevadí.
Taking a look across the board, ulti cooldowns are available, a lot of flashes missing. Light no flash will be big in the fights to come. A similar
ale
story
Fire
for
Soula
Chovy.
pro Genji. Hej kámo, ta hra je banger.
Feels like it might just be one final fight, perhaps an Elder.
Elder fight, no, Elder fight bude prostě rozhodne potom. Problém je, že ten Smolder jako na 6 itemech není tak silný jak na 3-4, jo? Jako Lucian na 6 itemech bude silnější než Smolder na 6 itemech. Ono to zní fakt divně, ale jo. Když bude dávat dobře Kahling a tak. Ale vlastně Jinx potřebuje ten Zephyr. Jakmile Jinx bude mít Zephyr a Flash, tak Jinx může potahat. Zonia na Jaxovi a Zephyr na Jinx se Summoner spellama na Jinx a je to winnable. Ta hra je winnable legit. Hodně záleží, jak to zahraje Smolder.
Navigating these fights is going to be that much harder.
I mean, there's so many abilities in this game that have the potential to just end this game rapidly, right? There's no cleanse on light right now. Hostile takeover hitting either of the AD carries here. likely means they instantly kill their team. Yes, Tarzan does.
Ta Elder rozhodne, no. Pokud Chovy zahraje dobře, tak to potahá. Pokud Jax zahraje dobře, tak to Jinx potahá. Je to ironie, že Jax musí zahrát dobře, aby Jinx potahala a Smoldera, aby potahal sám. Ale je to tak. Pokud se Jax dostane nějak na Smoldera a dá mu stun a Jinx ho bude hitovat v ten moment, kdy dostal stun, tak je to GG. Ale on má QSS, jo, Chovy, takže oni musí dvakrát CC. Jax totiž musí udělat strašně moc space. Jax je ten space maker, anebo dobrá poppy ult. Musí být dobrá poppy ult. Ale Jax je ten člověk, který udělá space making pro jeho tým, pro jeho Luciana a pro jeho Jinx. Teďka ty dvě ADčka doufají, že prostě Jax to posmurfí.
And while Maokai was nerfed, and the duration on these saplings is reduced, or at least the scaling in terms of how much duration they get off his max HP, this free vision control is still just so massive for Genji. Means the setup around the next objective is that much easier. We are 2 minutes away. It feels like
za jak dlouho bude Zephyr pro Jinx?
Some sort of side lane pick, yeah, Elder or a Baron fight.
Bude to, reálně bude první Zephyr hra, ne, tuhle hru. Ještě nikdo nepostavil Zephyr. Ten Zephyr je tak strašně dobrý item, ale reálně nikdy to nepostavíš, by the way, protože prostě nikdy nemáš tolik peněz. Ale přemýšlíte, že by možná někdy bylo lepší postavit Zephyr dřív než 5. nebo 6. item. Že teďka jak nerfnuli ty zeal itemy, tak je možná Zephyr lepší než ty zeal itemy, protože to dává mnohem víc movement speed a nejdůležitější je movement speed. Za 2 minuty Elder, za minutu Baron. Baron ještě není takový huge deal jako Elder. Elder bude huge deal. A ta Jinx nedává damage kvůli tomu Randuins. Randuins je hrozně OP item proti ADčkům. Ninja taby Randuins. Jax už má Zoniu.
If they can continue to stall, which they're doing a good job of so far, maybe he can even put some pressure onto that tier 2, but Keen is going to go and answer.
Kdy bude Jinx mít ult time Zephyr? Ona nechává farmu Lucianovi z nějakého důvodu. Ej, Jax reálně může divenout Rumbleho, když uvidí všude, když uvidí všude hráče, on nevidí, kde je Renata, kde je Kalista, kde je Maokai, ale když uvidí všude hráče, tak může Rumble divenout, by the way. On začal dobře split pushovat ten Jaxito. A tady můžou zabít Rumbleho, pokud ho uvidí s Lucianem. Dívej, tady je to zajímavý. Ale oba dva ty týmy ví, kámo, oba dva ty týmy jsou good. Podívej, kolik má ta goldu Jinx, to mi nic neřekne, hej. 18 000 goldů, co mi to řekne? 40 vteřin do toho, jak dlouho je Rumble ultimátka, taky nějak 50 vteřin teďka, že? Teďka bacha na engage na midu by si měli dávat frajeři. Jako TBH teďka už to dost vypadá, že jako je dost ještě když ta hra bude ještě delší, což nebude, protože Elder, ale kdyby ta hra byla ještě delší o pár minut, tak je to dost winnable pro Waybo. Škoda těch Zephyrů, no, že nemají Zephyry. Actually, what the fuck? Co se tam stalo? Tohle je mega velká chyba od Jaxe. Tohle, teďka díky tomu získají vizi, tohle byla huge chyba. Tady získají vizi teď, ale mají TP flank. A Zhao je půl HP, tohle je blbý, tohle je hodně blbý pro Waybo. Tohle je hodně blbý pro Waybo. Ty vole, ta Jinx spaceuje jak blázen. A dává space, Kalista, oni mají Eldra, GG. Ty vole, taková close gameska. Ty magore. Špatná Rumble ult, ne, byla dobrá, zoměla hodně.
Will assert themselves as the dominant force.
Incredible stuff, the confidence from Genji,
Crazy
finding a
hra.
window of opportunity, Keen, a quiet
Borci,
hero
teďka
across
rozdáme
the
2
game,
kódy na KitKat
forcing
PC
Bree
o
back,
100k, jo?
giving them the ability to start that major objective.
Já dám
First
Marbles,
LPL LCK matchup
nebo
might have favored the LPL,
dáme
but this one
dáme
going in the favor of Genji as they take
Nightbota?
down Waybo.
Nebo Marbles? Nightbot je rychlejší, imo. Nemáme moc času, hej, mezi hrama. OK, Vi Ben okamžitě. Zajímavý, když Fnatic chcou taky hrát Vi. Ziggs ban, OK. Pome! Oriana, Ziggy, Vi. Oriana proti Humanoidovi. Bude hrát Syndru, když se teďka hraje Syndra. Humanoid mohl by. Mohl by. Překvapuje, že banou Vi, když jsou first pick. Ivern ban.
His two most played across his career, at least in Vi, right? And we've seen how effective Vi can be in the meta. The Aurora ban going to come through from Fnatic on the blue side. A little telling, but perhaps they don't want to prioritize the more comfortable playing it. The
Oni
respect
nehrajou
being shown
Auroru
towards
Fnatic.
Razzle, the Ivern taken away.
Tohle je divný, že banou Vi a Auroru na blue side.
Round things out on
Mocajatin donate 100 korun českých, release do Kraken. Mára, let's go.
Let's go. Smolder ban. Kurva. To jsou svině. Chtěli zabanovat Smoldera, protože to hraje. First pick ona! Vole, proti Showmakerovi. Piknuli to away ze Showmakera. OK.
Yeah, and it was one of the big improvement points for Fnatic was that for a while it felt like Humanoid wasn't the most comfortable on 80 champions, had very few options compared to the rest of the league, but had a fantastic goal. Prioritized first pick. Obviously a champion that everyone has high expectations of, but picking it early does mean giving over, at the very least, the Skarner, high priority. I'm going to say jungle pick, but technically a flex.
Proč tam ukazuje junglery?
Right now, D+Kia just flowing through some of the hovers. This Yone pick is definitely interesting to want to first pick it is a surprise. The Gnar blind going to come through from D+Kia. Now we know Oscar, he's no stranger to
Oni ví, že Yone bude asi na topu. Ale reálně by měli dát Yone na mid teď. A neměli by piknout, teď by měli piknout jungle AD asi. A měli by pak piknout 4-5 jungle i Zyra, OK. Zyra je good. Proč nenechtom do Gnara? Proč? Oni piknou Syndru. Tady neměli piknout Renektona, tady měli piknout AD a potom...
Before he came to EUS solo queue and named himself Syndra, he had an interview with Private Esports with Ashley where he said, actually, I think it's only good in like a couple circumstances and it's not that great. The E cooldown sucks. It's like really niche. Which kind of, but I'm not sure because that interview was so old if he has changed his mind and it's just like a jam Syndra all the time situation, or if, you know, which is the true version of Showmaker.
I mean, we have to acknowledge at some point that Oriana...
Ty vole, Mára nějak přibral, ne? To má 3 brady. Máro, papka dobře. Ash, Syndra ban, OK. Já nevím, proč tu Syndru nepiknuli, no, jako, protože nepikli Syndru taky.
And Showmaker, a guy who was vocal about not being super comfortable in the double AD meta, AD with an AP jungle. Also didn't fit Lucid, I think, the best, a guy who likes to be on these much more proactive playmakers, so would be a shame for him to come in on a new patch, a new tournament, and have to go right back to ADs in the mid. We'll see what they want to go for as Ashe, Kalista, both the more lane-dominant options taken away.
Probably the ban now for, oh, Leona. So Fnatic is looking at something like a Jhin Rel, probably.
Leona ban je zvláštní. Rel je tady OP. Jak proti Fnatic. No, tady piknou Rel, tak se trošku bojím pro Fnatic. Ale zase Jun zahraje dobrýho Alistara, hej. Lissandra. LeBlanc je dobrá, LeBlanc je good. LeBlanc měli zabanovat raději. LeBlanc měli raději zabanovat než Leonu. LeBlanc je dobrá do Yoneho.
Favorite of his and something that he is very well respected for. We'll see what he's able to do up against.
Tady by byla lepší kajsička, hej.
Kai'Sa and Jin are the two hovers right now for Fnatic.
Rel Kai'Sa třeba, ale Rel tady není tak dobrá pro Fnatic. Ale furt je to OP champ.
With a little bit more lockdown would have made more sense, but instead they want this big AoE engage. They want that reliable way to start the fights, and it looks like they're going to pair that up.
Kai'Sa Nautilus by byla taky
Kai'Sa
good, no.
interesting, obviously really good matchup into the Ezreal. Can't get in, but instead,
Jin.
Between the two.
I mean, it's tough because you have so much upfront damage on this team that Jin will feel really good if he can stay far enough out of position, if he can find access into the fights. But the Kai'Sa is much safer as we get later into the game. So instead, the Kai'Sa going to be the option here. Still has good poke. Obviously, if they do want to go for the AP itemization choice. But Braum and Poppy are both really good into this composition.
Definitely are. There's a lot of dive on the side of Fnatic.
Braum je tady annoying hodně.
Make their lives miserable. That's exactly what it's going to do.
Ale jestli Kai'Sa pojede AP, Kai'Sa by měla i ten AP build a jako kdyby nemají engage. Reálně nemají engage ty v DK, pokud Kai'Sa pojede AP build.
LeBlanc versus Yone in the other game, LeBlanc is going to be able to have a lot of pressure. The side lane threat is going to get a little bit easier as Yone gets more items.
Nevím z toho first pick Yone, že first picknou Yone proti Showmakerovi, je to takeaway, když to picknou, aby to neměl Showmaker, ale potom nezabanou LeBlanc vyše. A potom a hrozně rychle ukážou, že to je Yone mid.
Certainly, and I'm also concerned that if we end up in a situation where DK find an early mid-jungle advantage, Razork is going to be the one who suffers, because while Zyra packs a punch, most certainly very vulnerable to that Skarner LeBlanc. A single piece of CC hits her and very likely to get taken off the rift. And I want to early game. Sorry. No, I was going to say early game, I just think the thing that we have to keep our eyes on, right? We talk so much about mid-jungle, now it's time to see if that's going to be the name of the game or if teams going to put their focus elsewhere.
And I want to remind viewers at home that even though we've talked about and our expectations are that we're looking for a chaotic game between these two teams, D plus Kia is still the favorites coming into this matchup, right? The reality is that domestically, they still just smash teams that are worse than them. And this is going to be the test for Fnatic. Where on the totem pole do you fall in the context of the LCK? And I'm looking forward. EU versus the LCK. EU started off rough.
On mu neťuknul.
Right now the LPL has one up on us. Will the LCK also have one up on the LEC?
Let's find out. We're jumping into game. It's game 4 of the day.
Já jsem mu neťuknul zpátky. GG.
I'm hoping we get a lot of brawls, a lot of fighting. Both teams making their way out onto the rift, and already D plus Kia making their presence known in the Fnatic bot side jungle.
And I like this.
Já jsem namyšlený zmrt, já si neťukám.
Braum gives them the much stronger level 1. Can just get really aggressive, because what are Fnatic going to do level 1? Kai'Sa level 1? Yone level 1? Hard for them to stop DK from wandering in. No wards placed, however, instead just retreating to defend their own side of the map.
They started with 2 sweepers.
Unlucky.
It's going to take the safe way around. A lot of pings.
Kouká, jako se hraje Yone, spíš budu koukat, jak se hraje LeBlanc, protože Showmaker.
Global power rankings powered by AWS. Fnatic at 13th, DK at 7 coming in.
No.
And here comes the lane swap through from Fnatic. Gonna play it safe. Already jungle and support. Well, I say that. Jungle and top lane are paired up. Razork gonna start alone. Support gonna go into the mid lane, as you would expect. Top lane to the top. I feel like a broken record as I've now explained this every single game, but I'm gonna keep explaining.
The lane swap.
Expectations definitely interesting from the players' side.
Yeah, and Razork coming in with a lot of confidence when he spoke to Ashley at Horizon earlier. A medium amount of confidence. I think it might be a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We need to see. We're a new Fnatic. Hopefully we don't throw leads. And then he said hopefully one more time. Which undermined, I think, a little bit the sentiment he was trying to say, but Fnatic aware of their own chaotic team, aware of some of the struggles that they've had. And I think it is a similar
se mi líbí víc.
DK.
Problém tady bude LeBlanc, no, ale jako jinak je to playable pro obě strany.
Oscar and Noah trying to do damage, but again, you can see what
85%
fortification looks like. Those autos do not do damage to that tower.
What's crucial here is because Jun has been pushed underneath this tower, he's been denied the level 2. He's still 1 creep off it, I think. And Moham...
Tohle blbý, že Jun má level 1, hej. Tady to je hard pro Juna catchnout waveku.
Ale
Renekton by to mohl týpnout a přežít, hej, reálně.
It's really awkward though because his aftershock was procced by him hitting the blast cone, I believe.
Jo, oni typujou. Oni půjdou do toho. Jo, takhle je to good a tady solo XP pro Oscara. Tady musí tancovat ale. To kvéčko nevím, hej. Oni půjdou do Real. A teď to naintil, tohle neměl dělat. Teď ho můžou divenout. Dobrý blok od Juna. Dobrý blok od Juna. Ale tady je to redive. Tady to Jun naintil, že dal dvojitý Včko away a že Renekton dal Kvéčko. Proč dává Renekton Kvéčko na vlnu? To dělal úplně na piču. Oscar to tam nagrýfoval. Proč dává Renekton Kvéčko z Full Fury na vlnu? To si má nechávat, kdyby ho divovali. To je taková chyba jebetí.
That's about as good as you can hope of a start. Not only are you the team not swapping, so it's easier for you to take plates, but you're able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage off onto Oscar to start off the play. Aiming does take tower aggro at the very
Ty vole, to je tak unlucky. Oscar to tak nagrýfoval, to je disgusting, to zahrál ten Oscar. Už to píšu bráchovi.
Yeah, just very well played. They did their best to outplay. Oscar even committed the flash, but that's now a summoner spell down. We find ourselves back in standard lane matchups.
Ale Renekton má hodně advantage expu aspoň.
Got away from the first few levels of the lane at the very least, but I think the only silver lining this all is aiming goes back, he buys a tier, he buys some components.
Okay. On bude mít furt level ahead, ne ten Renekton.
Away from more combat stats. It's not too much of a discrepancy in the 1v1, although he will be able to spam a lot.
Mara nemá flash, co se stalo?
Need to keep our eyes as well on mid lane. Hero and Fnatic prioritizing this Yone very highly.
Já nechápu ten Yone pick a nebanovali LeBlanc proti Showmakerovi. Showmaker je vole LeBlanc one trick.
We just haven't seen anything from it quite yet. He's down flash and down TP, which is going to make things pretty difficult.
Yeah, Sharks made an interesting point where Humanoid is a player who's branded as someone that rises to the occasion as opponents, but we really haven't seen that for a while, right? And
tak, on smajtnul už toho draka, wow. Zyra 44 CS, a jako Zyra jak monster ahead, Renekton má půlku levelu ahead, to není zase tak špatný pro Fnatic, ale problém je prostě gold.
See there's a stacked wave that he's going to have to catch underneath his tower as D+Kia already going to secure that dragon, and unfortunately for Fnatic they're a bit behind on the play. They don't have control over the mid wave, ready to set up for the grubs on the top side. They didn't commit for any type of swap.
Co hraje za runy? Mara hraje Fleet. Fleet, Overgrowth a Second Wind, ok.
D+Kia that maintain control over the map for now.
Tady bude fakt problém ta LeBlanc. Teď musí pomoct, prostě Zyra musí jít pomoct midu. Já nechápu first pick, jako jo, chápu first pick Yone, ale pak nechápu, proč toho jeho neukážou, že je na midu hnedka a nezabanou LeBlanc. Je to takový jako trošku illegal. OK, dva grubíky pro Fnatic, Razork zahrál dobře, že to prediktnul, že tam bude ten skanner. Razork už je level 6. LeBlanc je skoro celý level ahead. Dej F5, máš to opožděný a to judgeuješ podle čeho. Kámo, fakt jsem překvapený, že vám vadí, že mám 1 vteřinový delay. Nemám ani delay, reálně. Však koukáte na to spolu, nedávám messing. Třeba o 10 vteřin. No proti komu? Proti hitpointu? Hitpoint to máš vždycky napřed. Protože mají direct feed.
But overall, no objective on the map to play for at this stage. 7 minutes in, both
20 vteřin doesn't matter.
Means that see what Fnatic want to do with their top side pressure, and if they can sustain it. Mid lane still very much in favor of Showmaker in terms of the overall push. We'll get a bit better for Humanoid as he gets more attack speed and more magic resist, but for now,
na YouTube, no to by neměl, nemáme povolený YouTube stream. Pokud jsem to pochopil správně v tom Riot Discordu.
so far, nothing too crazy outside of that initial dive. deadlock did a really good job of, you know, reacting to the lane swap as you're supposed to. Ultimately, when you get to that point of the dive, it all comes down to execution, and they were able to out-execute that of Fnatic. And in terms of the early objectives, though, it's pretty even. Lucid now with the level 6 himself as full clears continue to come across the board. Jun is clearing out a bit of vision on the top side as Showmaker gets a very nice trade. You're seeing in this early game how favorable it is.
Able to get out Q3 there for Humanoid, does manage to lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker, the clone is there. He's able to get safety just in time.
To není good. To není good. Oh my god.
Really nice outplay from the mid jungle of deadlock. Ultimately, it was a bit of an overcommitment. Fnatic were a bit disconnected on the play because Razor couldn't quite get in range in time.
To pustím na YouTube, abyste se neposrali, jo?
All that final Q onto Showmaker, they didn't have the damage, but then because Jun was pulled underneath the tower and the chains connected as well, the tower shots were enough. Push in the top side for the bot lane of DK as they secure themselves a few more plates.
Neřeš ty dva lidi, mě to triggeruje, že tady furt non-stop přichází NPCčka a říká mi, že mám 20 sekund delay, tak jsem to dal na YouTube.
Slowly but surely, DK are just building lead after lead. They're just finding these small opportunities. The lanes are going their way as well. The farm is just slowly starting to build up in their favor. And again, like, it comes back to what we talked about in the regular season. DK, because they just have strong individuals, they are just
Ono je to jiný barevně na tom YouTube, ne? Trošku, není? Mně přijde, že je horší kvalita. Nebo? A ten Jonet, to týhle blank bude fakt problém. Ale uvidíme, co v midgameu, Jako on reálně nemá jak vyhrát ty trady, já se fakt divím.
Can respond, because truthfully, Fnatic's macro has been one of the biggest question marks to them throughout the year.
Definitely has. Can always be difficult when they fall behind. Noah has finished the static, so we'll be able to at least
Renekton ahead, full level. Razork evet, skoro půlku levelu. Yone even s LeBlanc v podstatě. Kdo bude abuzovat ty gruby? Ty graby nejsou tak důležitý. Ono je fakt důležitý pochopit, jakou hru jsou graby důležitý a jakou hru nejsou důležitý. A třeba tuhle hru nejsou graby důležitý pro Fnatic, ale pro DK jsou hrozně důležitý. Takže 5 grubíků pro Fnatic, kdo to využije, kdo bude split pushovat? Nikdo moc reálně. Tady je straight up dead. A to nebloknu a neměl jak. Hej, borci, tohle je jako Fnatic tady zatím Nebo mě brácha líkoval nějaký věci, jo, že jako ve skrimech jako hrajou hrozně špatně a blablabla. Ale jako takhle špatně jsem nečekal, že budou hrát, to je úplně jako úplně huge bad. Oni jsou úplně ztracení, oni je legit jako úplně low-key vypadá, jak kdyby se v tom týmu hejtili, nebo já nevím.
Lucid, Showmaker, having those individual leads now, extending their reach across the map. Razork is there trying to
OK, to možná vypadá good. Kajsa ult! Kajsa ult! Kajsa ult! Na to! Kde je Kajsa ult? Kde je? Kajsa ult! Come on!
Is he gonna get the execute? Jun?
He actually gets the execute. That's 0 kills.
Proč neultí Kajsa?
Wow, I can't believe that's how.
Halo?
DK, they're able to get the kill onto Jun. They're able to spread out.
On legit tam má triple kill, má static shift. Nebo ne triple kill, ale určitě kill má, možná 2. Proč hraje jak posranej? Ty vole, tak tohle jsem nepochopil. Tady by každý Kajsa hráč šel in a při nejhorším by ultnul in a flashnul out, zabil by jeden target a možná potom 2. Ty vole, tak to ne. Tohle vypadalo fakt mega dobře, WTF.
That DK have been able to find for themselves. They have a 2.5k gold lead, and it's just evenly spread across the map. Even the Braum has a 600 gold.
To největší problém s Noahem proti G2 byl, že se Noah bál udělat chybu a tím pádem dělal chybu non-stop.
I wasn't keeping track of how he ended up falling so far behind, but ultimately he's still going to have value and relevance with these fights coming up. And also, we already talked about it, Renekton up against a Braum is going to be very difficult to play. Especially with how much strong Lucid is, this front line is going to be so difficult for Fnatic to find their way past.
And in concussive blows, Braum's passive is just so difficult to play against for any champion that wants to dive. You can't dance around auto attacks. You will eventually get stunned no matter what you do. As Humanoid uses Soul Unbound back, Q3. They try to set up some control on the bottom side of the map, but you can see in the mid lane, Noah slowly getting pushed in, aiming with a pretty clear range advantage, which makes it easy for him to get first pushes. Jun and Razork debating if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burn on Mohan. Is that now Noah trying to start things off with aiming? There is Lucid waiting, trying to hand deliver. Noah flashing over to get the kill.
Oh, good enough. Good enough.
Wow, a heavy commitment from Noah as he does end up trading one.
Ta Zyra dává hrozný damage, by the way. Ono se to nezdá, ale ta Zyra dává huge damage.
Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen getting zoned away from his tower as Showmaker finding advantages for himself on the top side, pushing Oscar in and out of the lane, but the Herald still going to go in the way.
Tady mě to překvapilo, že jako ultil in. Ne, to bylo good, to bylo good. Tady Kai se zabila Ezreal, to je good. Tady díky, oni tady byli 3 na botu a on ještě zabil 1v2, to je good. Zyra si vzala taky 300 goldů tady. Renekton je celou hru o level výš než Gnar, kvůli tomu swapu. Oni ten swap zahráli, jakože vyfarmili hodně expu. Neviděl Skarnera, no.
If you want to understand if DK are winning the game, the most common version is mid jungle 2v2.
Zyra dává hodně velký damage, jo, nezdá se to, ale dává.
Take a look back at this sequence. Was a pick on side. This was during the Noah 1v1. Humanoid was at least able to grab that kill on a Mohan.
A valuable and much needed kill as well as Fnatic continue further behind. They set their sights on the mid lane. Razork getting zoned out.
Razork get dead straight up. A on misnul ten chain, naštěstí.
Which means that Razork just barely gets away with his life, but the mid tower still goes down. Humanoid secures the top tier 1, but DK, they're not going to slow down here. They still have the Herald.
Tady můžou vzít ještě další turetu a pak můžou vzít ještě tier 2 možná s tím Heraldem. Jone s 5 grabama bere top lane, jestli veme top lane, tak je to good. Důležitý, jestli veme top lane nebo ne. Neveme, že? Nebere, ale typujou, nice to typie, a oni to mačou. A zabil aspoň tohle, tohle je fajn, dali tu dvojku, zabili prostě jeden za jednoho, fajn, pohodě. To je good, hele tohle byl dobrý crossmap. Tady jako...
Oscar loses his life. They still are able to kill Kingen because Razork and Jun are able to make their way up towards the top side. Ultimately they get the top tower.
Vole. Capek tam spí, ne, vole. Dostal jetlag, hej, ten Aziat. On přijel z Azie a prostě ho hituje jetlag teďka.
Yes, which is very terrifying. Not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, against LeBlanc and Ezreal.
Víš, jak oni tam mají časový posun, tak...
His aiming continues to be relatively unfazed in the mid lane. Noah did find that all in, but it was still very close even without, Lucid getting involved.
Blbý, že mají 3 draky nastakovaný a budou teďka hodně silní v těch, na 2 itemech jsou hodně silní. Jako TBH Fnatic outscalenou, pokud jako budou scalovat, tak outscalenou DK, ale DK si tu hru, oni si to pohlídali
Ready to try and punish him. Blast cone over, dash in.
No, tady to mohl trošku zkusit fajtit.
They're just dancing
A
around each other. Lucid
oni
there
si
to support.
pohlídali
Showmaker wants
ty
to go
3
in front of
draky,
the
aby
trade.
měli win kondici early midgameu.
Yone. The thing is, Lucid is here to cover with Moham right behind him. Humanoid alone won't be enough to look for any type of play against all these players. But Lucid continuing his strong jungle coverage. Sure, he's behind in farm, but in terms of impact on the map, he has just been absolutely everywhere. Stealing away this Gromp, knows he should be safe to do so as Showmaker continues to push in that top wave. Yeah, Oscar's found a nice push in bot, but that level lead that he had earlier
Cože je Ezreal 190 CS.
Gonna catch that.
And if we just take a look at the vision that Fnatic have, it's almost nothing. You can see question mark pings out a little bit on the bottom side. They know Showmaker is here, they assume Lucid is here, but they don't really have that concrete information. So Humanoid really can't push much further than this until his team is here to support and clear out some of that vision, push out some of these waves alongside him. DK just lingering, lurking.
Je to Fnatic nejvíc na intili, no ten na tom swapu, na tom diveu na botu to hodně na intili, Renekton hodně na intil. Potom Noah neultil v tam situaci, kdy měl ultit, to bylo hodně bad. A hlavně taky draft, jako draft prostě piknout Jones first pick a pak to neflexovat na 4-5, anebo nezabanovat LeBlanc proti Showmakerovi, kdy LeBlanc je mega dobrý pick do Jonáše. Ale jako je even, jo, ten Jonáš. Ale prostě LeBlanc má větší pressure. Preferuju Swiss stage, ne group stage. Group stage byla dog shit.
I will say this 2-item spike for Razork can be very devastating.
2 itemy s Muramanou pro Ezreala, ty vole. Kajsa ještě nemá 2 itemy, teď je to... Zyra ale je hodně feedla. Ale 2 itemy na AD, 2 itemy na midu a Fnatic 1,5. Jako, to bylo. Pokud ta hra, pokud teďka Fnatic získají toho draka a prodlouží tu hru tak do 30, hej, kdyby tahle hra měla 33 minut, 34 minut, kolem toho, tak Fnatic vyhrál podle mě. A DK měli historii toho, že neumí finishnout hru, jo, ok. Sice mají 3 draky, takže to jako vypadá, že to možná fixli, ale... Jak to dělá, že on one-shotuje ty volny? On má ten cleave, aha. DK zatím nic nedělá a čekají na tu soulu. Za minutu bude soula. Fnatic musí získat tady toho draka a pak získat toho dalšího draka a pak je to winnable. Hey. Problém je, že je hodně těžký fightit pro Fnatic, jako koho oni chytnou. LeBlanc nechytnou, Ezreal nechytnou. Ještě tam je Braum. Tady by potřebovala Kajsička mít 4 itemy a poukovat s dvojitýma Včkama, aby jako to.
Humanoid can get the item, complete the stride breaker before the fight. They're essentially on even footing in terms of item completions. That is what matters. Item completions, ultis, XP relatively close.
Ale čím víc je takhle even ta hra a prodlužuje ta hra, tak tím víc je to takový jako zajímavý.
But they do have items.
True. Okay, is that the stride breaker completed?
No.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is what they were waiting for. They're now going to be, I mean, it's the best circumstance to try and take a fight, but now they've got to make their way into the river, which is going to be no easy feat.
They were always going to be at a disadvantage. They had to choose between setup or itemization. They chose setup. So fighting through this choke point will be tricky, especially with Showmaker just lingering, constantly harassing.
Jak tady chcou získat tu pozici, to je hrozně těžký. Tady musí nějak engagenout rychle, co nejrychleji. Nějaký engage. Tady to musí Rel to musí nějak flipnout. Oh, nice! Get out! Utíkej! To přesně se muselo stát! Utíkej! Nice! Razorkyňo! Slay! OK, teď se to musí stát ještě jednou. Teď se to musí stát ještě jednou.
Oscar can't afford to overextend here as the rest of D plus Kia are shifting their attention towards the topside river. They still have Smite available on Lucid, and they're just not starting the objective, but they're putting that pressure down onto Fnatic, forcing them to overstay a little bit, giving DK the opportunity to reset and get back out onto the map.
And it's good that we're early in the game for the side of Fnatic because
Máme do díky za ty jedničku, děkuji.
DK not really in a strong enough position to burn through that health bar quickly. Would take quite a lot of time, and both TPs are available for the Fnatic solo laners. So, all things considered, across the board, you know, DK, yes, they're still on soul point, but not too much more.
Se tam lekli to, DK nějak moc. No měli držet lépe zónu, ale LeBlanka tam ztratila vizi na pouk. A reálně Razor to smajtnul mega dobře, no. Jako nechali Razorka přijít a smajtnout to úplně last, jako bylo to mega close. Furt je to 2K gold div.
But ultimately they are still in a better position. Their mid tower still stands strong. It's not going to be an easy siege for them, especially with the low range champions of Yone and Kai'Sa. So they're going to need to find a fight.
Co chcou dělat s tím Skarnerem? Zaira ho rozstříká. Kai'Sa Zaira úplně sejmou Skarnera. Reálně umře hrozně rychle.
Midwave is humanoid, going for a bit of a trade here.
Getting incredibly aggressive. Quick soul unbound right as the Mega Gnar comes through. Stops Kingen from using that Gnar.
Tady se divím, že to, OK, Gnar flash.
Slow there from the Rylai's means Lucid can't really approach. They're being herded into the bottom side, and meanwhile on the top.
Fialová drahota za chvíli bude znamenat, že těch 2K goldiv není 2K goldiv. Tady ještě můžou chytnout tier 2. Ty vole. Oni neví, jak, oni hrajou skrz sidelane a DK neví, jak to matchovat skrz tu sidelane. Zajímavý. Zajímavý.
Yeah, the sustain, the dash on the Q3, the ability to mitigate so much CC with the soul unbound makes it difficult to match. Of course, Shellmaker probably has the tools to do it decently well, but King can certainly.
Na telefonu.
Shellmaker is definitely never going to die to humanoid, that's for sure, unless he fully commits.
Kai'Sa potřebuje 4 itemy reálně, aby outpoknula LeBlanc, hej? A pak oni nemají engage. Jako tady to... OK, možná nemá...
Ulti from aiming, chunking out Razork. Both sides posturing.
Pomalu. Mara, je strašně divný, že ta LeBlanc nemačuje humanoida, že Yone by měl být perma proti LeBlanc, aby DK vyhrávali, ale oni je nemačujou, oni tam nechávají Gnara, Gnar není good do Yoneho. Tady v tuhletu situaci. LeBlanc je mnohem jako silnější. Problém je ten Baron, který ho můžou rychle zabít a oni o tom neví. Tady by to chtělo dát Blue. To už bude tak na 6K, oni to cancelili. To mohli reálně finishnout DK, by the way. Tady to začíná fakt vypadat dobře.
Maybe undo hesitation if they had perfect information. I think they would have realized they probably could force that down.
The thing is, Dragon spawns in a minute.
True.
So the worst case scenario
Drag za minut. Teď to musí stealnout znova, by the way.
No one gets the Baron, right? But you've lost a lot of HP and now Fnatic.
Teď reálně musí znova stealnout. A problém je, že oni mají 3 itemy na LeBlance a 3 itemy na Ezrealovi. A oni mají 2 itemy na Jonášově, 2 minuty na Kajsice. To je blbý. Tady je to blbý. Tady to nějak musí stealnout, jako zázrakem to musí stealnout tady. Dobrý pouk, to je velmi dobrý pouk, ta Razorka. Dobrý chunk. Gnar má TP, má.
I mean, it's just so hard to step up against Ezreal, right? He just gets to hit the wave for free with Mystic Shot. You always have to put yourself in jeopardy if you're Noah to step into that wave when you don't have.
Tady Zaira je hrozně annoying pro DK.
Again, find themselves in a position where they may have to fight through this choke point. Both teams sprinting towards that mid wave to try to get push or at least set it to a neutral state.
Mají teď vision control, to je good, tady to můžou se Zairou zonit. Rushou. Tohle vypadá zatím dobře pro Fnatic. Fight, to bych nefajtil, to bych... Marek Brázda! Marek Brázda! Ty pičo, jak trefil LeBlanc a jistou Yone ultimátkou, co? Vamos! Ne, ten Baron je risky, Baron je risky. A dobrý turn! Yes! Ne, Maro, nepřehání to, Maro, nepřehání to, ty vole, ty to přeháníš, Maro, ty vole, ne, teď je to v píči. Pane bože! LeBlanc nemá spely, finish Baron! LeBlanc nemá spely, finish Baron! Finish Baron, finish Baron, finish Baron, nemají spely, nemají Megagnár, finish! Kajsa nemá cleanse, nebo co? Pojď! Bum! Let's go! Pozbírej ty ohýnky všechny, kurva! Let's go! Fnatic je back, baby! Tyhle, škoda, že to Mara naintil, kámo. Škoda, že to Mara naintil.
Oscar gets killed by the snipe. I mean, I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end there, and then Noah stays alive. I mean, the coaching staff is stressed. And that was a situation where I really think the humanoid was feeling.
Ale Kajsa je feedla teď, Kajsa je feedla, hej? Zyra, Kajsa jsou feedly, to je důležitý. Zyra, Kajsa by space making, strašně velký space making. Zapněte povku, mám 72 tep. Dobrý, Kajsa je feedla, to je důležitá. Mega důležitý.
But this is the beauty of both these teams. And now that we enter a state where no one has a clear advantage, itemization is largely equal across the boards. Oh, nice damage coming out from Showmaker.
Lucid on the way in.
And you've got 3 members of Fnatic just sieging onto mid, not really making much progress. Jud now in an awkward position as Humanoid continues to push in bot.
And this is kind of the range advantage we talked about, right? It's very easy for aiming and Showmaker to get down a little bit of poke.
Poke, dvojitý Včko, Kajsička. Poke.
Get it down, but
oni typou na Máru. Pomozte Márovi! Mára to naintil zase.
Should just be a quick kill pick up here. Nowhere for Humanoid to go. Excellent pick to just further disrupt the potential of this Baron from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a
ale
big
tak furt soula za 2 minuty furt.
And he walks through his bot side jungle. He pushes a wave that he shouldn't have pushed. And Humanoid needs to lock in for the sake of Fnatic, because this Baron, even though they're able to secure it, all it ultimately does is neutralize the game. They're not able to convert it. They would have loved to be able to unlock this mid tower. It gives you so much more access into the enemy jungle.
Nemají co získat, není to tak hrozný, no.
But instead, yes, that is what's happened.
All right, well, you can't say that it's not a banger. Whatever else you want to say about this game, it is a 300 gold Baron power play, Red Bull Baron power play, excuse me, which means they've lost about 1,100 gold since they got that Baron, which does make sense because everybody on their team died, except for Noah. They're now really just trying to leverage those last few seconds of Baron empowered minions to push in mid.
Ten drak teďka za minutu bude strašně důležitý, jak moc jak Zyra Kajsa napoukuje. Reálně teďka je to takový, že pokud Zyra a Kajsa budou hrát good, tak vyhrajou ten poke fight proti LeBlanc. To je kurva. Mangolo, díky za 8, děkuju. Ezreal má mo.
It looks very likely that DK are going to be first on objective setup. Yes. And Fnatic are going to have to walk through a choke.
Tady bude fakt důležité, jak bude Razork hrát a Kajsa hrát a jak bude hrát Showmaker LeBlanc. LeBlanc je tam na botu, takže teďka to mohli projít. Padgame, díky za Prime. Pouk! Nenech se poukovat, Oskare, ty vole! Vy máte poukovat, ne oni vás, kurva! Zyra pouk! No a pouk! Kde jsou ty dvojitý Včka od Kajsy? Správně! Správně! Teď tam pošli další! Bam! A ještě další za 3 vteřiny, pome! No nech se poukovat, Oskare, ne, on to mysnul, no a to mysnul.
No deep wards really. Oh, there's one in the Tribrush at the
Borci, pane bože. Oni jsou moc streslí jsou. To je GG. Oh, Jun! Pane bože, Jun. Kámo, Jun, ty bráško, ty vole. Jun, ty seš tak good. Jak to tam našel, pane bože. A Mara přežil celou dobu. O můj bože! Rel je tak broken, do piči, Jun, výborně, výborně. Hej kámo, ale prostě Rel dá CC na 3 vteřiny solo. Jak ten champ dává solo? Replay, on reálně CCčkne na tak dlouho. Sleduj. Sleduj. Co to je za tak dlouhý CC? Tady je to lost fight. A Jum jde in, když jsou... Oni to nečekali, protože má 0 HP. Ty vole.
They force aiming out of the fight, and while Razork does fall, the chase comes through from Noah. He's able to get a snipe with the W, and he walks away with a triple kill. We talked about how coming into this game, eyes were going to be on the AD carry matchup, and Noah is showing up.
7 killů Kajsa je fakt reálně má damage. Kajsa reálně teďka je win kondice poke W, musí trefovat dvojitý Včka, ale on to netrefuje, ten Noah. Tady je fakt důležitý trefovat dvojitý Včka na poke. Bude Baron, to můžou rushnout toho Barona. Rush Baron. Borci, tady můžete rushovat Barona. Reálně tady můžete rushovat Barona, hej. O můj bože. Tady to je zase teďka sus. Ok, použili to na to. Ne. Zoniu! Pane bože. Proč se tady nechali tak napoukovat? Proč prostě nepoukul s tou Kajsou? A potom ty vole...
Oscar's the only member still alive. That was a massive overforce from Fnatic. And with these death timers and a wave push in mid.
Tady je vidět, Showmaker prostě hraje mnohem líp než Razork a Noah. Tu poke war. Razork furt musí abuzovat max range kytičky, aby vůbec mohl proti té LeBlanc hrát. A Noah musí poukat s dvojitým Včkem. Tady je to lost game, by the way. To je over. A dobrý pokus, kámo. Close. Ty vole, ale dnešní hry jsou úplně back and forth, to je crazy. Chat, v neděli rozdáme teďka KitKat kód další. A Steel Series věci, jo? A v neděli se jdu ostříhat. Baskat? To je crazy. A bum, jsme v draftu. Výborně nám to vyšlo, výborně. Jone Poppy. Ziggs Aurora, ok. Team Liquid, americký tým, pánové, americký tým.
This is the most excited I have heard, fans and analysts and stuff be about a team really since like 2016 TSM, which did not work out at all.
Karzi, Twitter, nemám čas na to.
Na Karziho Twitter. Team performing at this level, they swept Fnatic multiple times this year in BO3 series that they ran into them. They almost beat T1 twice.
Každopádně já bych ještě jednou chtěl poděkovat Skroby za líčo. Děkuji Skrobe. Děkuji šéfe, opravdu si to vážím. Top donutí uteklo o 50 korun, ale i tak je to super. Šéfe, děkuji. Je to 5 vteřin ten Karzi. DJ Karzi.
Let's fucking go, humanoid lost! Let's fucking go, humanoid lost!
Kokot. Scanner first pick, okay. Lucian ban, Renekton ban.
Is TL going to bring out? Because we have seen even some of the very best teams bring out old styles, right? When we looked at the Genji draft, when we looked
Kámo, to dám na alert, by the way.
PSG going back to these, all these
Chat, to dáme na alert. Stáhne mi to někdo a udělá z toho alert a pak mi to pošle. Pak to stáhne.
I'm really curious to see what AP
Jardo, uděláš mi to na alert? Rumble Vi. Oj. Pěkný Vi. Jin Rumble je taky good. Skarner.
Everyone was calling him a Ziggs Ace two tricks. So like, what is it? So I am going to be interested to see, is he going to be going back to that sort of style? Is he going to be trying to just play meta and play Syndra and play Ori?
Chat, kolik máte bodů, jen tak asking for a friend. Jax do Rumble, mně se ten Jax do Rumble moc nelíbí, jako reálně.
We have Jax here, as well as that Skarner. There is some slight potential for it to be flexed around, but the expectation definitely that it is going to be Jax top here for Impact, which is not really the TL style. Generally he is just kind of on another meatball. And TL traditionally throughout this year really did play two carry comps, almost
Kai'Sa, Jax, Skarner.
APA and Yon on carries.
To je cool. Tristana mid do... A Scout je dobrý Tristana hráč. A reálně i po tom, co Tristana dostala nerv, tak bych řekl, že Tristana je furt good na midu, ale ne tak. Ne, počkej, na tom novém patchu, na tomhle live patchu už je to dogshit podle mě, ale na tom starém patchu je to furt good. Vojtíku, děkuji za gift, suba, děkuji.
Can make work. I know there's a big discussion about scrim bubbles as well since Asia came late to Europe. Only a couple of days ago we were just talking about it, and for Korea, for China, these teams that have come alongside these leagues, we don't know what they've been screaming. We don't know how different it is and who's been lingering in the past, as you were saying.
Who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, that's right. It develops over the meta. That's why Swiss is so good, because as you start getting into the BO3s,
by the way, tady ten Impact má vlastní barák. Já jsem byl u Impacta doma. Víte, jak jde Impact? Impact vlastní barák na Veny za $3,5 milionu. A my jsme u něj často byli ve výřivce a v bazénu. Jsme u něj chillili. Dávali jsme si vodní dýmku u něj na zahradě, spalil jsem mu stůl uhlíkem. A tápek měl úplně v piči. Jak je osobně? Hodně koky takový. A neumím moc anglicky, ale furt dobrý. Skarner, Jax, Kai'Sa, Tristana, Jin Rumble. Tady se mi zatím mnohem víc líbí Tristana Jin Rumble.
And we'll have to see if this continues to work. Hey, maybe other teams are going to be reverting back to it. True. And it's going to be really interesting as Rel
taky, pane bože.
Here, a potential takeaway for him.
No nic, borci, no nic.
Those are kind of the two main pairings that you do generally look for with the Kai'Sa. And Alistar's also banned by TL, so they are pretty limited as far as that kind of support engage pool. It really is those four champions that are considered kind of
Nechci být zlej, ale jakoby Rel Rumble.
But it will be interesting to see what Core wants to bring out here, as they do know what the 2v2 is.
Aurelion Sol? No to ne. Ale jako Aurelion Sol je do Tristany v pohodě, hej? On se to nezdá.
So this is one of the things that APA was bringing out quite a while ago, and did have some success with. Definitely wasn't succeeding in lane, but was more known for his team fights. But he has improved massively over the year. If you haven't watched this guy since the Worlds last year, he had played a handful of games with TL before playoffs. He was a sub in summer last year. Have improved so much since last year's World, so I know they're really looking to try to have.
Myslím si, že LNG vyhráli draft.
We are not those same players we were last year. We really have come here to compete.
I mean, I remember at MSI reflecting, going like the talent on this team is insane, and in fact, watching domestically for LCS, that's only grown, with Impact and Core JJ being such stellar standouts of the LCS end of TL. Having a stronger foundation only makes his team scary. Now, we've hyped up TL. Of course, I got a Zale here, so I'm going to milk it as much as I can. But on the other side for LNG, I mean, solo laners have a bit of prowess here again. You're expecting to be facilitated by Waybo. This feels about right with Gala and Hung playing, bot-centric duty with the Jin, with the setup duty that I talked about before. This feels like an LNG comp where, again, you look for those solo laners to be in a good spot so the LNG don't fall behind and look like headless chickens.
And I've got to say, I find Rumble, Sejuani a
Musím vstát a hejbat se. Jsem starý, stůhnou mi kosti, dostanu trombózu a umřu.
As a guy who is kind of that carry player, he does bring them out from time to time, and he
Šlapu
can
zelí.
be successful on them. His world skin is a
Dobře,
Jack skin,
dělej. Ty vole, jel jsem
but
nohy
that was
včera.
a long
Já budu
time
radši
ago, and that's
klikovat.
not really how he's kind of won the MVP this year. That's not really how he's been at the top of the LCS for so long, and even been really competitive internationally. This is a guy that does command a lot of respect when he does go there. So I do think Waybo and Zika could have a lot of pressure on top side. It's going to be up to to try to keep Impact safe, and we'll see if this Jax can avoid falling behind, because he'd be useless very, very quickly if he does.
And let's see if TL can bring themselves up the region's merit, because 100 Thieves getting knocked out in play-ins was a big sting to North America. There are high expectations on TL. There are high expectations on FlyQuest. And even though TL didn't win the championship, I think a lot of analysts and a lot of people are saying the same thing. Like, this is still the best team coming out of LCS when you look at the whole of summer and their progression throughout and how dominant they were.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's the same discussion that people are having with Genji, where a lot of people are still favoring Genji over HLE, because you're looking at the entirety of the year, the entirety of the split, not just one best of 5 at the end of the day.
Ještě si jdu provodu a na záchod, ať můžu vydržet.
And deservedly are the champions, but people still have a lot of expectations here for TL.
Now for the other side for LNG, yes, their power rankings are higher. Thank you to AWS, but LNG were managing to come through in a 3-0 fashion versus Waybo in that regional finals. The biggest thing about LNG for me is that seeing Scout succeed is a big tick. Getting him ahead and getting him to a good spot. And he is such a great player, but then again, if LNG don't have that direction, that's when things get a little bit dicey, as I was saying in the lead-up.
Absolutely, and TL are looking like they're going into lane swap, so we can talk a little bit about Yon and APA and their development. So this is all pro votes that they actually received. You're going back all the way to summer last year, as
He's just getting hung at the moment.
But we'll be able to farm that up. APA, in even spring this year, didn't get a single vote, not a single point in all-pro voting, and he was very heavily the favorite and won first team all-pro this split. He has developed massively. Yon as well, got a couple points, kind of some third place votes and things like that in the past. But these players have just worked so hard and improved so fast.
Last lane swap!
Part of why this team got so much better. Obviously Core and Impact, they are legends. They were already kind of that basis for the team.
Good basis.
And with APA and Yon improving,
Kámo, jebám s tím lane swapem už!
To really kind of build around that and have that as their focus for these 2 carry comps. As we are seeing Impact here, potentially going to get dove, but Core did base early top, and he is running straight down, so we'll see if he's going to get there in time.
And got a level off it as well, of course, Level's very important in the lane swaps, as we've seen not only throughout today, but the course of Worlds. Counting on that,
this
Impact
is a 4v2,
level
though.
2.
This is looking rough, and Waybo's level 3 as well.
Is it going to be enough for Jax? As you said, Core is now shadowing. LNG trying to commit to this dive. Big wave coming through. 4th shot to start off the damage. Goes into turret. Zika hovering top instead. And they say no, Azale. They're like, yep, we're leaving it.
This is actually massive, as they're going to just abandon the dive, so they didn't have confidence that they could actually pull it off.
Dive no Jackson není jednoduchý, jako fuck.
Making a really good move there. This is something that they've been getting so much credit
Ale
for.
Impact byl známý Jax player, by the way, ještě v T1, když vyhrál Worlds. To jste věděli, že Impact je World Champion?
They are someone that in the LCS was constantly innovating the way in which we played out these lane swaps and really making a lot of other teams in the LCS look kind of dizzy in these situations.
Feeds into the narrative. I know you guys have been talking about mainly all year, and also I've been talking to you about particularly that Core is just so smart as well with his
JJ, jo.
early game and how they can play around his
Ale počkej, JJ to vyhrál jako AD nebo jako support?
It is a big brain one at that to start us off, but Impact gets on out and Gala and Hung just
Nevyhrál to jako AD už, nebo teda ještě? A pak lane swapnul, nebo? Support? Aha.
And they're saying if you're playing against Core, you can guarantee he's in the brush. Like, he's gonna be there to mess it up. He's gonna be there to
Core vyhrál život tím, že lane swapnul na supporta. Nejen, že vyhrál Worlds, ale pak šel chillovat do Ameriky a je nejlíp placený hráč v Americe asi 5 let po sobě. Crazy. Cápek Blood má milionový kontrakty každý rok, 5 let, 6 let v kuse. A je mu 30. A má manželku. Ty pičo. Jeho AD byl ruler, tak já bych taky swapnul na supporta, kdybych supportil rulerovi, že jo. Impact a i Core JJ mají americké občanství už.
They can be nearly unbeatable.
I mean, Zika is now for sure, right? I think this year's been a great development year for him as well. Rough spring, as we already mentioned, for LNG, and I know we're going into the stories, but it's a general lane swap, guys.
Kolik budu ready? Ukáž, se podívám. Počkej, já tady nemám to rozhraní. Na tom. Vydrž Honzíku, koukám.
A surprising team, the fact that they even made it here with this last-minute run, with this pop-off from Scout, with Zika's development, and the fact that if you look at the Waybo 3-0...
Hele, reálně podle mě v 9 budu ready, podle mě. Uvidíme, jak rychlej ty hry budou. Ono to buď bude dřív než v 9, anebo tak v 9:30 nejpozději, podle mě.
They have incredible top laners in the league. I swear, I'm not caught. It's all right.
Yeah, saved it for sure. LNG has opened up a little lead here, but not too big of a deal. And again, I think TL's going to be pretty happy to have avoided that early lane state. Talking about that rumble as Sejuani into the Jax, that's definitely problematic. And Jin, obviously, a really strong early laner here as well. So definitely happy to be just down a little bit of gold here. And at the end of the day, it's just about 200 gold. It's pretty much just that plate and a little bit of farm. So not really a big deal whatsoever, and TL just going to be looking to play potentially for these grubs here. We'll see if they're going to be looking towards that. As traditionally in the LCS, they have been pretty heavily preferring to go for the grubs instead of...
Ty řekneš Pavlovi, že dáme golf na rozehrání, ty vole, tak ten bude happy. To Herin prostě, on si to přál, aby slyšel, že dáte Golf with Friends na rozehrátí. To bude zbožňovat. Já se pak připomínám hnedka, jak to skončí, Honzíku.
Yeah, I mean, TL has push in mid and they have push in top, so they're feeling pretty good. You could see that the clone from APA, he actually just sent it up over.
Ale zatím jsme ahead on schedule, ne? My jsme ahead on schedule?
And now Core going to move in. LNG
to TL bere 3 graby, wow. Wow, 3 grabíky.
Not confident to go for it though, because I don't actually think.
Ne, behind schedule. Aha, behind a kokot. Aha. Ajajajajaj. Tohle, já jsem myslel, že tohle bylo psaný 19:00. On to failnul, ten buffer. Je straight up dead. Straight up dead, kámo, co je? Nice. Hoši.
The interrupt on the rocket jump, the timing there really nice from APA. Scout a little bit late on the buster shot to try to knock him back to safety. Ends up dying, loses his flash, and has no TP, so it's a bit of a costly death there for him. Unfortunately is the one that gets the kill. It's not going to be going over on APA, but still TL going to be really happy about how this game is starting out. And let's see if they can remain calm, play their game, because this in NA was definitely
their delay, jak Faker nešel PC, no a pak ještě byly hrozně dlouhý hry, no. Actually, ty vole, no.
On the map, pressuring jungle camps. And this is something that last year they really started to talk about, where they really wanted to make a transformation and try to turn themselves into that top team. And they talked about, you can be scared of a play going wrong, or you can just make the correct decision and say, this is the right play to go for. Who cares if it goes wrong? We need to actually believe in our mechanics. We need to believe in our ability to play it out. So they became a team that really was contesting a lot for objectives when they're ahead. They're going to fight you for camps. They're going to fight you at every turn, and just believe that they're going to be able to pull it off. And we'll see if they can do it at this elite level here at Worlds.
It's what would give them a head start here in the Swiss stage. Again, against LNG, we said
this is possible, že v TL je víc Korejců než Američanů. Mají green cardy, a.k.a. jsou Američani, jako. Oni jsou braní jako citizens of America,
Bot laners are still top, and Core consistently moving now to match Hung, who is also trying to find an angle around this mid lane.
Yeah, he's grouping up here with Waybo. Obviously, TL made that first strike with the Leona and that Skarner combo, but APA is getting out to the side there again, just going to be constantly using that clone recall.
Oni nejsou ani importě, jakoby, braní.
Allows you to check these brushes pretty safely. And Jan obviously has Core behind him, knows that
říkám, oni vyhráli život. Oni jsou jako NA rezidenti, takže neberou import slot, ale zároveň jsou braní jako importi, takže dostávají 3krát tolik peněz, co Američani, ne-li víckrát. A oba Impact a Core JJ jsou legit na milionových kontraktech už 6 let v kuse. Že mají prostě milion plus každý rok dolarů na kontraktu.
So you're right. This could be bad as the setup's there, but pull away.
Yeah, and Zika was actually just facing, so if TL overcommit to this, there could be a TP on that play potentially to the tower, you know, drop an equalizer.
Milion plus, no tak Genji měl třeba 2,5 milionu nebo 2,3 milionu kontrakt v jeden rok. Druhý rok měl nějak 1,8, předtím měl milion jenom, chápeš, že ono z toho hejbe prostě podle toho trhu. Minus. Nechaj to Čínově, ok. Milion plus je label, no to vím, že je, ale já tady mluvím o penězích. O dolarech. Real nemá flash, ale Real je taková nezabitelná docela. Jenom má ult? Má, ale nechce ult.
Yeah, not going to be able to really get anything from that. And now with that ulti down, it's a lot harder to actually fight on the grub. So a good punish on core as they're going to go re-engage.
Umpty doubling down himself, throws a rock, good damage onto Gala. Maybe that changes the grub play here as there's so much damage. All in from Yon. Gala has to
Neměl kvéčko? Měl kvéčko, proč ho nedal to kvéčko?
Yeah, that was actually really nice. The extended play there from Umpty, delaying the recall again. They're trying
on nestihl dát kvéčko, to byla škoda, by zabil toho Hodgina. Nemá manu, actually, aha. Jo, mana neměl. Good. To jsem si nevšiml. Oni v Americe nemají pay cap na týmy. Nemají. Mají v Evropě. A teďka teprve tento rok mají pay cap na týmy, a i v Americe. Ne? Předtím nebyli vždycky. No jako 50% nechají na daních, no, to je pravda. Lol, a to tady zahrál, ale stejně kybet. No. Proč se swapuje botlinka s topem, aby se hrali grubíky. Ti grubíci jsou mega OP. Grubíci jsou nejvíc, to nejlepší objektiv, jo, když teďka mají 5 grubí. A mají Jackse, který dokáže abuzovat ty grubíky. Třeba kdyby měli Tristanu a 5 grubů, tak bych už řekl, že vyhráli hru, protože Tristana by pak tak strašně pressurovala turety na sidelane, že byl to crazy. S Jacksem je to trošku horší, to pressurování těch turet, ale furt jako Jax s 5 grubama, jestli bude split pushovat správně, tak prostě veme tier 2. A tier 2 jsou OP, protože to je 700 goldů. To jsou prostě 2 killy plus něco ještě.
I want to talk about the other objective that was taken. I think the biggest part is the fact that they denied it from LNG. The fact that you have Rumble on the sideline, you have Scout on this Tristana. No grubs here outside of the one is always important to note. Especially when a team can push so fast. Now that's an engage from Core JJ. It's a Zenith Blade with a deadly.
No to bylo dřív Frejku, takový platy byly dřív, jako to byly dřív platy. Teďka jsou nižší ty platy.
And defense comes through as LNG hover in case there's more.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to move over to this dragon. LNG, no, it's a little bit dicey if you do contest here with Gala having no flash because Core has his flashback, Umpty has his flash, so it could be scary. APA even held on to his, obviously.
Dneska jsem byl v kampusu, jak jsem vám říkal ráno, a houkali na mě nějaký, prvně na mě houkal nějaký cápek, že hej, freeze, když jsem řídil, a pak na mě čuměli nějak divně další 2 lidi, když jsem zase řídil. Od té doby, co moje autíčko bylo, je World Famous, a.k.a. Cup pesníků a Brianův IRL livestream, jak jsme dělali spolu ten IRL livestream, tak moje auto je famous teďka, poznávají ho všichni. 20 let stará Škodovka. Famous, worldwide famous. Blok. Tady to můžou fajtit. Škoda. Tady to mohli fajtit s Omtym. Skarner je hrozně silný. Jako hrozně silný tady v tom fightu. Tlapa. Dobrý TP, dobrý TP. Má flash, ale tady by neměl flashovat ani Rumble. To je zbytečný flashovat. Já jsem nikdy neměl kontrakt přes $500 000, ne, neměl. Já jsem to tak trošku mysnul, tady ty huge to kontrakty. Já jsem byl v Lecku a v LECčku, když ty kontrakty byly jako hodně malý. Za mě byly jako mega huge kontrakty, třeba 200k. Kontrakty byly huge za mý doby a pak jsem dostal hand injury. A ty těsně předtím, než se zvedly platy na prostě 4násobek, tak jsem měl tu ruku a byl jsem v piči. To jsem byl rok v piči a pak jsem hrál druhou ligu. Takže tak unlucky, no. Špatně jsem se narodil, měl jsem se narodit o 2-3 roky později.
Impact can kind of have his run in the side lane. But Herald has spawned and LNG are looking their eyes towards it. It's a Mastercard lane.
Mohl jsem mít celý život free? No jo, mohl.
Is a little bit tilted. Gala in a good spot, but also APA in a great spot considering the early gank that came through from Umpty.
Je to sranda, no, kdybych se narodil o 2 roky později, tak jsem teďka mega za vodu. Ale whatever, happens. Furt se nemám špatně.
But a lot of Nico players, do go different builds, Proto Belt, things like that. So we'll see where he is going to play.
Going as well, by the way.
LNG are able to take that top lane turret, but TL obviously pushing mid and also are able to.
Kamo TL jako hrajou mnohem líp, než jsem čekal.
Where he sends out the prison, but it's a good kite away. It's only a clone in the end from APA.
Yeah, Jan's gonna get solo gold here on this bot lane tower, so it is gonna be a trade. With
jako
obviously
kajsička solo gold je huge.
All of the gold getting isolated on Jan is a really good thing for the TL AD carry, who they do have so much faith in at this point.
I mean, again, you talked about him being a bit more stable coming into summer as well, and I love the story, especially when you're against such veterans, when you're with such veterans, I should say.
Jo, protože já se nestěžuji, já se mám velice dobře. Ale jako dostal jsem hrozně moc Waybu, víš, v lolku. Třeba když mě chtěl Team Liquid já jsem byl v Tempostormu a když mě chtěli, ne, v Renegades, ne, v Tempostormu jsem byl. A chtěli mě Team Liquid do týmu místo toho korejského ADčka, ten co byl Pigleta, místo Pigleta mě chtěli do Team Liquidu a ten flash dobrý od Gali. Tohle je huge pro LNG, tady můžou všichni umřít reálně. Umřou 2 lidi jenom. Okay. Špatně zaultil ten Jin, já jsem myslel, že Jin zaultí tady na ty 2 targety. Oni si v té době si řekli, ty vole, Tempostorm, kolik mě platili Tempostorm? Reálně taky nějak tak $150,000 za rok a řekli si $1 million buyout. Že chtěli od Team Liquidu $1 million. Tak Team Liquid si je poslal do piči, jo. A jako v Team Liquidu bych zůstal v Americe hodně dlouho, když bych dostal ten kontrakt, že jo. Pak bych byl rezident a voila, farmil bych to.
Down towards bot side and covered, it wouldn't have been that much of a loss to just have that one kill given over for a couple of flashes. But now TL find themselves out of nowhere at a 2.5k gold lead.
Tak, 3k gold LNG. Problém s Nikem. Já prostě když vidím Niko a i u toho T1, tak prostě si říkám, ty vole, jako ten champion neexistuje, protože prostě pokud enemy AD carry má ruce a flashne ti v tu ult, tak jsi dohrál. Tak ty prostě jsi useless. A oni to nerfnuli to Niko tím stylem, že to vždycky jde flashnout. Ty máš 0,75 vteřiny na to, aby si flashnul Niko ult. To je strašně dlouhá doba. Já mám, moje reakce je 200 milisekund, a.k.a. vole, prostě 0,2 vteřiny, ne 0,75. Chápeš, to prostě i dědeček jako já to dokáže flashnout, to Niko ult. Kuče, co si psal. Wow, on ho trošku zachránil, ale? Proč nejde jako anti zpátky s tou ult? Ten scanner je hrozně OP. Patriku, díky za Prime. Já jsem, proč ho Umty jako drivenul do safety, chápeš? To jako, on to zahrál divně. To sedžu ult. To je jedno, že dostal sedžu ult. Movoval forward zbytečně. Vy nevíte, co myslím zase. Aleš mění každých 5 minut pocit na skarnera, jo.
It's going over to TL, the Dragon, but they're caught in the middle. The TP bringing Zika back in as you labeled before as Umpty drives out of there. TL looking for the grand escape, but Impact's now
grill. Kdy má zase harpun? Dobrý dodge, ale je mrtvej. To se mi líbí, že Kajsička šla hned, teda Niko šla hned pušovat mid. Nebylo by dobrý, nemyslím si, Kučo, že by bylo dobrý zaplatit $1 000 000, abych mohl jít do Team Liquidu. Já reálně ani neměl ty prachy, jako zaplatit $1 000 000 buyout za sebe.
So they couldn't really just kind of fully focus on what they wanted to do, killing that dragon and getting out. It allows them catch up, kill Impact, and also core on the exit here. And Impact, you know, had that strong early game, but really has not made any difference in the game thus far. You know, hasn't been able to put much pressure on the side lanes, hasn't really been able to find a way in these 5v5s. So
tak, pojďme se podívat na tu situaci. 3K goldy, 2,5. Jax musí split pushovat, hej? Jax musí víc split pushovat a zkoušet abuzovat těch 5 grubů.
And sometimes I do think he overgroups. He plays towards
the last really
hurt him on a champion like this.
And especially in a game against Zika last year, we were talking about Zika's ability to be flexible, kind of a mix between 369 and Bin. And I think he's become a lot better at carries, but he's still got that selfless style as well. He's still very flexible as a player, even on things like
problém je s Jaxem, že má jenom 160 CS a je fakt má málo goldů. Myslím, tady Skarner ult, ok.
Yeah, the Skarner ult not able to connect there. Thought he might have had an angle to get Scout, goes for it, does end up missing. So now that's kind of TL's turn, so to speak, over on the map. It's going to be LNG who are going to be able to move in, take some vision, potentially clear out some of these wards around the Baron that TL does have. We see Impact down towards that bot lane, going to be looking to push that wave up here, try to put on a little bit of pressure, but obviously TL don't have a lot of deep vision, so just have that one pink ward that's a little bit shallow and one ward over behind the enemy.
Tohle hra je problém, že se Jax potřebuje 3-4 itemy, aby prostě zabil Rumbleho 1v1, proto se mi ten jako Jax nelíbí do Rumbleho, jo? Ten Rumble jako neprohrává proti Jaxovi. Jako prohrává, neprohrává. Rumble vyhrává early game a pak mid game a late game je to problém pro Rumbleho, ale prostě je dobrý Rumble ti tu vlnu wave clear, ne? Anyway. A jako nezabiješ proti němu tier 2 nebo tier 3. Stylere, díky za tier 1 první měsíc, děkuji šefa.
Players like Faker pulling it out and almost clutching a win.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we saw kind of both sides of it. We saw Faker have some incredible engages, but if you do swing and you miss, right? If they're able to flash out, you don't really have much after it. It is kind of that.
A jakoby nic se neděje, což vyhovuje Team Liquidu, protože Jax potřebuje být silnější. Ale zase Tristana scaluje jak blázen.
It can just be a straight up lost team fight unless you are really creating enough chaos that the rest of your team is able to get that work done. So that's
a dneska jsou ty hry o dost víc close, než bych čekal. Jestli mě chápete.
Otherwise things definitely could look bad for them here because LNG has a lot of damage, a lot of consistent damage here as well as TL. They don't spot that ward, so LNG have full info on this, but they're not reacting.
Ty vole, to možná rushnou. Hej, to rushnou. Ty vole, free.
That was bizarre. What in the OME was
the fuck?
LNG just lost Baron and TL just snuck it.
Yeah, I mean this is like TL did
LNG, bráško?
They had a ward that was on it. They reacted so slowly. I guess they just decided, you know what?
Neposlouchal jsem vás, že se LNG dostanou ze Swiss Stage, že ne? Já jsem říkal, Waybo se dostane. Dal jsem Waybo nebo LNG do svého pickem? Protože já jsem si dost jistý, že jsem chtěl Waybo a vy jste mě přemlouvali, že LNG vyhraje. Že LNG je lepší než Waybo. Já jsem dal LNG. Kurva. Dal jsem Waybo, ne? Já si myslím, že jsem dal Waybo.
Pulling that gold back to pretty much even here, and now you have 5 grubs on Impact. You have Scout though playing towards Zika, which is something he did so much in the LPL. They love to overload these side lanes with both their soul laners to look for picks.
Mně se bavilo, já jsem na YouTube udělal pickcamps a zase nějaký NPC komentář, jo. Já se bavím teďka nad těma hejtama na YouTube. Nějaký cápek na YouTube mi napsal, ty jsi tak clueless v těch pickcamps, ty vole, to je hrozný, ty prostě meleš úplný sračky a nevíš, o čem mluvíš. Byl komentář na moje pickcamps, jo, v planech. Meanwhile, já po těch plane pickcamps v 1% všech pickcamps na světě. Ale cápek, ty meleš takový sračky, ty vůbec nevíš, vole. Ty vůbec nesleduješ ty wild regiony. Ty jsi uvažoval nad Art 7 nad PSG, WTF, ty jsi play dog shit, analista. Říkám, no, dobrý, no, ale ty ukaž mi svoje pikem zde bylo, já jsem v 1%, ale kde seš ty? Jax! Ten, Gala! Kámo, Gala hraje ale good, ale tady ty vole, to po něm skáče všechno. Nemohl nic. Ale je to irrelevant, protože mají furt tam dlouho Tristanu. Ale Gala flash je výborně, hej. Gala flash je strašně moc situací. A mají triple carry threat. Rumble dokáže potáhat, Tristan dokáže potáhat. A reálně Ginny, tohle bude zase znít divně, ale oni by raději měli fokusovat Tristanu než Gina, podle mě. Ale je to těžký, je to oboje ty oba jsou silní. Dívej, Gala jak flashne zase. On flashnul ten Jax flash, to bylo huge a Apa to intnul. Apa flashnul do ultima, do zdi. Já jsem ti napsal, Ainis. Jo, nemůžeš mi napsat, tak mi napiš mi na Discord nebo na Instagram. A vyfoť si Twitch účet. Keď si bol coach v NA, koho si mal vzorem okrem Reaperda. Reálně nikdo není dobrý coach v NA krom Reaperda a Reaper ani nebyl dobrý coach, protože byl hrozně línej. Kámo, Reaper byl v modu, kdy vyhrál Ameriku a reálně jenom chodil do K-Townu pařit a showstat Eagles. Já jsem v 100 Thieves, potom po prvním splitu udělal 90% práce já. On reálně nic nedělal, on fakt měl CB. Leaked? Co leaked? You can look at LNG on the other side and see what they got from it. They stopped the dragon stacking. It's not game defining yet. Ale jako reálně byl mega dobrý coach, protože má hroznou auru. Reaper má, víš co, vy víte, co je aura. On má prostě auru, head coach auru. On přijde do roomu a všichni vole začnou mlčet. Chápeš? A umí strašně teamfight, coachovat teamfighty. Flanky, teamfighty a tak, to mě naučilo hrozně dobře. To má i Yamato. Ty vole, já si nemyslím, že Yamato má auru, já jsem jako ho potkal párkrát a Yamato je takovej, že si na tu auru hraje, víš, jakoby. Low-key. Že takový fake it till you make it. Co dělají, když přijdeš ty? Smějou se mi.
But at least some of the flyers like Yon and APA are going to be destroyed by Gala's damages. Had a bit of a lead earlier on. He was in a decent spot, but I shouldn't say. Yon has still been keeping up. 3 items for this Kaiser as well. And I am looking at Scout, as you mentioned. We do have some healing cut to be used against TL in this game. And specifically, not sure as Impale goes golden and Zika just avoids, but a tangle bar.
Zika nemá flash. Zika nemá flash.
Has his own time to spare, but he's not dead yet. He's not dead. Scout teleported in, sends him skyward, but Gala's ultimate tags on the back end. APA lucky to be alive.
Počkaj, se přestala hitovat. Tak to je sus.
Omty stuck in the ground as LNG just take him out for free.
Yeah, that's awful. There was a great equalizer from Zika to buy some time, and TL just kind of panicked and just tried to run for it there. It looked like they thought someone else is going to finish it off, surely, but no one else was able to stay and finish it off, and now Korkadai, this could be Baron potentially. Is this going to be spawning soon?
It's a permafrost, it's an easy
Tady
kill.
já bych spíš vzal tier 2, celou jungli. Tier 2 a celou jungli, ale Jax šel o 16, no.
Down on the bot side as well to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Zika played that really well. The stasis used the Seekers there to immune the Skarner, buys time. Did have that root time
celou
well
jungli,
from
to je
APA,
huge pro LNG.
but they just didn't have the damage to actually fully burst him out. They commit heavily to it, and they're all kind of just roasting Eden the Equalizer to try to finish him off. They're getting so low, they realize that LNG is coming.
Bude někdy Aero stream z výletu do nějaké cizí země. Ty vole, bych chtěl udělat Aero live stream z Japonska, jak Soda Popin dělal s tím, s Rectfulem, ale problém je, že v Japonsku teďka úplně nesnáší IRL streamery. Oni jim tam dělají strašně moc problémů, ti IRL streamery, protože všichni jezdí do Japonska a dělají tam prostě píčoviny. Tak když se natáčíš s kamerou, tak je tam úplně hejtujou v Japonsku, víš? Tak je to takový. Že oni prostě ví, když streamuješ, live streamuješ, protože to je, prostě máš setup. A oni to úplně nesnáší a pak fakt legit jsou jako toxic, diskriminují, jsou rasistický a tak, protože prostě mají strašně měli problémy s těma streamerama. Tahle hra je over by the way. Jako monster over. Ale TL se drželi díl, než jsem čekal. Ne, Reaper je dobrý coach, hej, Reaper je dobrý coach, ale prostě, kamo, Reaper, kdyby nebyl línej, tak vyhraje Ameriku každý split. Okay. Tristan je problém furt. Ale zajímalo by mě, co se stalo v C9, že C9 prohráli proti 100 Thieves a Reaper je právě head coach C9 teďka, že jo? Tak by mě mega zajímalo, co se tam kurva stalo. Finally, APA finding a good engage on this angle, but Sika's equalizers have been so perfect, it feels like, in these fights and in these situations. Mně se strašně líbí, jak oni hrajou triangle, tady ti ADčka. Oni mají, tady je jeden člověk a tady máš takhle a tady je Jin a tady je Tristana. A oni můžou, a tady jim tankuje Real Rumble a oni prostě engagenou na Rumbla. Jo, oni engagenou na Rumbla, ale nemají jak engagenou na Jina a na Tristanu a ty to pak rozsekají. Jďte s kapesníkem do Koreji, abych byl down, kámo, legit jsem down. Japonsko je mega pěkný buď na podzim, anebo na jaře. Na jaře, ne, na podzim není pěkný, v zimě je pěkný Japonsko, teda Korea. Ale nejlepší v jaře, na jaře. Jsi down bad? Ne.
Yeah, still, it's about a 2,000, a little bit over 2.5k gold lead. You know, it really doesn't matter at this point. We'll see if impact.
Trouhelník AC Milan, ale legit ten trouhelník funguje, kámo. Já jsem takhle koučoval svoje ADčko a midlane, aby tak hráli. Protože problém je, Gala prostě to vždycky flashne. Problém je, když máš AD carry a mid vedle sebe, takhle, a nehraješ ten trouhelník, tak ti někdo engagene a dá si na oba. Ale když máš trouhelník jak v AC Milan, tak ten cápek a udržuješ tady dostatečně velký odstup, tak co udělá? Cápek tady nemůže engagenout sem, aby engagenout sem. Nejde. Na to nemá kapesník cash. Hele, vzhledem k tomu, že kapesník vydělal tak 200 000 za 9 dní Minecraft hardcore speedrunu, tak si myslím, že na Koreu Japonsko má cash. Pozor. Sejuani to vzala. Jin ultimátka, co udělá? Real. Jenom to. Ne, curvenul ballet. Ale oni se moc bojí, ti Američani, ale jako... Už se jim nedivím teďka už prostě jako nemůžou nic dělat, jo, ale...
Yeah, this is just so well done here by LNG, just recognizing, yes, you just lost your flash, but who cares? Nico doesn't have ult. Nico has no threat right now. Let's force the Baron. They do it expertly. You know, you call it a flip, but really it wasn't because Scout just buster shots MT away as he's trying to get into the pit. The timing was very good. LNG execute really well on the play. Showing their skill here on the world stage.
Napsal Japanec do chatu, nevím, neukazovali.
Really opening up massive advantages here, and TL at this point, you are one fight away from losing the game. You have got to be on point. They've got to find a way to punish these missing flashes, and as a result, they're going to try to overload the side lane here. They're going to look for Scout. Remember,
tady by to bylo dobrý, kdyby ho strefili. Nevím, kdykoliv, kdy vidím Nico v týmu, tak prostě myslím si, že ten tým prohrál. A jako Scout teďka nebude mít flash a Gala nemá flash a Apa bude mít flash. Takže teď by bylo dobrý fight s tou Nico, protože bude mít flash, ale musí počkat na ultimátku. Kámo, to AD carry vypadá tak fun to play, když jsi level 17 a ne level 14 nebo 13 v té hře. Normálně v solo bys teďka byl level 13 nebo 14. A ty solo laner jsou level 17 nebo 18. Kolik má Vindater na Voroc? Nevím upřímně. Ale bude to hodně vesmí. No i když nevím, jestli to bude hodně, ale řekl bych, že to bude tak 60%, 70%. Něco 65 bych si typnul.
Read is because we did see, Genji was kind of playing very much an old style. We've seen a lot of the
LeBlanc
Eastern teams, I
ban,
think,
oni
so
chcou
far,
first picknout Joneho, nebo proč?
on the Swiss stage, kind of
Doran
playing what is
Izeka zahrajou
considered to be the
Joneho,
old
ale
meta, a couple patches ago. Whether or not that is them just saying, you
Bude
know what,
potom
our
dráp,
first match, we expect to win, so why would we show anything?
Ten bude
We're just
důležitý.
gonna kind of,
To bude
hide our
fakt
backs
důležitý,
and
co
just
Fnatic
watch
dostane za ten
You
bro.
don't really know if it's going to be that. You don't really know if it's just going to be, you know what, we could be nervous first game on stage, let's play comfort picks. It could be any number of reasons, but definitely not the same kind of priority that we've been expecting on champions like Syndra, like Ori, like Yone. Those were kind of the big three that a lot of people were talking about, especially in mid lane. And top lane has been
Bude tam ten
pretty much, I
Jonášek,
think,
nebo co
par for
tam
the course.
bude?
Everyone kind of thought top lane was basically the same.
Bude zabanovali LeBlanc proti Mapleovi. Fakt Jonášek.
Again, we talked about it, but someone like Zeka, that is a powerful pick to leave open against HLE.
Yeah, that's terrifying, because I think this pick is just terrifying in its own right, and Zeka is so good on it. This definitely could be problematic for them. 70% win rate on it in the LCK. This split was really looking good on this pick. Sejuani feels like a pretty smart takeaway here.
Sejuani Jax nebo co bude? Ten Jax nelíbí na tomhle peču, to je tak moc. Zatím ho nikdo nezahrál, nikdo to nezahrál jako dobře, no.
Quite a bit, if I recall correctly. Going to be interested to see what the pairings for PSG are, though, as they're going to go Jax, and I mean, we saw some Akali and stuff from Maple, so they could even go double melee solo laners here, potentially if they wanted to.
We've also seen some Renekton mid too as well, something that a lot of Yone mains hate running into.
Hasn't really worked, but we did see it.
Doufám, že tady nepiknou Jina Hanva, protože ten je tady useless. Měli by tady piknout ale AD a jungle. Vajem banu, Popiem banu, a Poppy by tady byl good. Maokai, okay. Sante? Okay. 4-5 nechaj AD. Gnar je lepší než Xante, no. Jax je dobrý do Xante, ještě se Sejuani. No, Adame, AD carry v solo není dobrý, no, to jako říkám furt. Legit Adame nejlepší v solo hrát je teďka Hvej nebo Ziggs na botlane. Silas, wow. Ale Yone by byl dobrý do Silasa. Ale Maokai Gnar ult se Silasem, ty pičo. On si veme Akali, no, to je jasný. To je jeho comfort pick. Peanut je good Maokai, jo, Peanut je mega dobrý Maokai.
But even in a loss, he was looking incredible on Akali, and he had like basically 3 or 4 back-to-back games in play-ins where he was just straight smurfing on this pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, he could get up to 2 items, and then he ran the fights. So for Maple, again, he's going to try and run that back, and Azale, you already pointed it and acknowledged before, it's double solo laners in melee, which means it's going to buff Junja as well here for the early skirmishes. On the other side, the pick potential getting taken away as PSG take that Ashe off the board. No AD carry yet.
Oba týmy budou pikovat for 5 botlane. Rally je tady docela nepříjemná pro oba týmy, ale Alistar taky.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of prio on Jhin thus far, so that is going to get banned out. Jhin just really
makes sense, protože Hanva Jhina nechce hrát proti Jaxovi a Kali a oni můžou
LeBlanc is your only threats and things like that. But Jhin is such a facilitator, is able to follow up on engages, can open up and really create chaos on a lot of these fights, create windows for your other carries to really put on pressure.
Jako to byla tady by byla dobrá MF
do enemy teamu. This guy obviously so good on the Ezreal. He's really good on pretty much every champion. He is one of the best AD carries in the world, absolutely. But definitely
protože MF může zaultit Akali ve Shroudu, Jax co vydává damage MF ultimátka, i když má Ečko.
It's like that, I just have that special place in my heart, man, for Viper on those big carries.
He was crazy. He is crazy. I like that you mentioned it again. Got high hopes for Viper here as we don't take an 80 carry off here for HLE in the end. It's the Nautilus, it's the engage. They give away the Kai'Sa here, and all of a sudden we keep seeing more dive out of PSG.
MF Rel by to byla good, ale oni by pak pickli Alistara, bylo by to annoying. Co vemou? Draven tu není good. Zaya, Zaya tu je good.
This would be something that's really strong.
Zaya Rakan by to byl good.
This is hard engage, and they're going to draft an engage support as well, pretty much guaranteed. Zaya answers that beautifully. I absolutely love it, and Rakan is up. And Delight is incredibly good at it.
You talk about it at the start of draft. I was just going to say it's just going to be the pairing.
I feel like it definitely could be. Linka bude hard, ale pak je to opak.
We'll put Delight on that same champion that he's so well known for.
I mean, he is so well known for it. I just feel like it is just screaming out to call out at that point. And he is going to answer. We are going to get the Delight of Rakan. I don't know, man. I am pretty nervous for PSG. Just even looking at some of the, like, if you're playing, you know, nameplates off, then you can go either way, but when you realize it's like Seka got Yone, Delight is on the Rakan.
T1 proti...
This is super comfort. Viper is going to be incredibly difficult to dive.
To bylo Waybo, že? T1 Waybo byl
to this hard dive, right?
No, tady máš toho Alistara, no.
It's not like you could
Jako PSG má taky dobrý draft, hej?
Let's draft something else now. Like you were going triple melee topside with a Kai'Sa. It's full dive. You're committed.
Tady jako má ty vole, líbí se mně PSG draft. Ale zase Zaya je mega dobrá do Jaxe a Akali. A i do Alistara.
Only lost one game on Maokai out of 18 games. And it was in the grand final that he lost the game against
Ale PSG má taky dobrý draft, je to takový, je to zajímavý, uvidíme. Ale Hanva jsou jasný favoriti, jo, nebudem si nalhávat tady.
Which is an insane stat here when, I mean, you are talking about one of the best junglers in the LCK, and yes, Humble Life do win a lot. But still, it's just crazy to throw that in there as they debut on the Swiss stage.
But to put it in perspective, their team game score over the whole year, they had a 70% win rate, which is obviously incredibly good. But Maokai 94.4%, so it is still, you know, very slightly above the average that their team does win. Sometimes win rates can be kind of fraudulent. People are like, yeah, this guy's insane.
Jako Akali nebude mít lehký job proti nějak, jako hrát Akali proti Maokai, Yone, Rakan.
But it's going to be an exciting one here.
To je hard.
The Viper EDG sign in the crowd.
Oh, he remembers. I mean, it's a good throwback.
Who could forget?
It was such a crazy team. No one expected them to win Worlds. Humble Life this time, a lot of people are putting them in the top 3, top 4 to win Worlds. And as they debut here against PSG, I mean, PSG is the play-ins run real. Can they use that momentum? And take a win off tournament favorites, it would set up their tournament.
Muno, 2 kilečka, teď se neleknu toho, že klepem. Viděl jsem to v chatu. Muno, děkuji za 200 korun, šéfe, vítej v točce. Děkuji za finanční podporu streamu.
Muno donate 200 korun českých. Včera s LMG hrál Perk streamy proti PNG a PNG je zničili a pak PNG zničili i BLG. Akorát BLG hráli se svým kochem na supportovi a BDS Adam top. Bojím se o G2, jestli nezabanujou Luciana, protože Titan ho hraje jako bůh.
Ne,
tahal každou hru.
G2 určitě zabanou Luciana, jak viděli play-ins, ne?
Continue here for the last couple that we have scheduled.
Well, they should be good because I know after this, Fly versus
Děkuji za 2 kilečka, Muno.
I just saw Gam Man walking along in the audience, so he's definitely getting ready for that. And Azael,
jste se lekli.
you're not another curse. For now, though, I take
Pánové, já vám děkuji za ty donaty. Donaty jsou moje hlavní příjem, takže děkuji moc převelice.
Every time NA loses, I get like 50 tweets. Like, get off the cast, bro.
The DMs must be nuts. I feel sorry.
They're in good fun, to be fair, but there's an edge of truth to it. They're like, well, it's been a lot of losses. Maybe we shouldn't have.
Zas lane swap.
This looks like the most standard start, but of course Betty and Woody are going to go against that.
Man.
You know what the sad part is? You're right. It is the most standard start at Worlds. So like every single game, it feels like it's just a lane swap today. Which I mean, lane swaps can be interesting. You know, they can be strategically cool, especially if there is some sort of adaptation that's going on. But when you come to Worlds, you want to see the best players in the world laning against each other. You know, you just want to see the 1v1s. You want to see the 2v2s. You want to see those outplays. And lane swaps, unfortunately, do deny us a bit of that. We'll have to see, though, if PSG can get too much from this.
To pušnuli hodně rychle PSG WTF.
Famously awful level 1, so a lot of players here, you know, just electing to lane swap when they do have Alistar, even if it's just a quick push towards level 2, and that's exactly what they're doing. This is kind of a similar situation that we saw Core and Impact in last game, where obviously Woody's going to go down bot lane to try to cover Aja here on the Jax. Of course, we know that HLE isn't looking to die. They're just going to farm away. They're just chilling and looking to move around the map here as Doran's going to TP back towards top.
$222 korun českých. Let's go.
Let's go.
Already up, you know, good 400 gold. And they're just saying, you know what? If you're going to give us that advantage, we're just going to take that gold lead and we're going to just run with it.
Patrick Bateman, jo, American Psycho.
There's no setup for the dive, right? The support still moves to the same position, but junglers are pathing towards top, and Doran was able to get some experience through mid, but now receives the wave. Betty's push too only looked like a couple of waves there, not that big build of stack up that we saw even in the last game as Zale, where it was about denying as much experience and gold as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, honestly, you know, Betty elects not to do that massive stack wave because Woody is basing, right? So they're pushing to get level 2 fast as Woody's going to look mid and does force a flash. Nice. So as soon as they want to try to go for that fast level 2, that means you can't really slow stack it, right? You have to just, you're kind of opting into a different strategy where you have to fast push a little bit more.
Viper to fast pushuje za fast pushem, Jax je půlku level ahead a jedou to na pláty.
But he is able to find something there.
Wow. A kdyby mu tam nevlez ten minion, tak Betty dostane hodně na piču. Oni oba dva hitou věž, takže tady ta věž padne hrozně rychle. A tradeujou jenom s Rakanem. Hrajou to mega dobře, by the way, Hanva. Ten lane swap.
Peanut's just going to cover Doran. There's no way you're ever diving this. Just like absolutely zero chance it would work in a 3v2. So, you know, it's great cover here from HLE. And they're saying, sure, do the lane swap, who cares? We're going to have Viper way ahead
a budou ahead na goldy z těch plátečků. Wow. 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 Okay. Tady ho jenom poukujou, vždycky ho poukujou slowly.
I mean, this is just looking so miserable for Aja because every time, generally when you play Jax in these the way that you get any farm is every time counter strikes up, you walk forward, you use the counter strike, and you actually just use that to protect yourself from the AD carry.
AD carry a supportu jsou ahead, jak kdyby měli 1-0, nebo 2-0 v tomhle případě, 1-0 AD, 1-0 support.
Every time Aja walks up with counter strike, he's actually, you know, just knocking him up and jumping back. Like he's denying his ability to actually get to those minions to get any farm. He's constantly CCing him, harassing him, and then yeah, sure. Even if you land a counter-strike on him, Viper's putting the feathers through you, so you have to watch out for the pullback. So Aja just basically, every time he steps forward, is being forced to immediately leap strike backwards to a minion. And that's why he wasn't able to really get any farm until just now when they based, and he can finally push out that wave. But look at what Doran's done, right? You know, Doran is a little bit behind in XP, but he has an additional 14 minions, and it's over 2 full waves.
60% levelu je behind, ale jako reálně má goldy ahead.
Just doing a great job with it. As the light again moving towards topside, anytime there's any opportunity, they're saying, you know what, Doran, would you be vulnerable on these waves? Yes, it would. Okay, someone is there to cover. First it was Peanut, and now since the wave had bounced, Doran needs to push it out. That's why there's someone here again, and this is just simple stuff, but it makes such a big difference. You know, if there isn't someone there to cover you on this push, you could easily get in this situation, but because HLE have them covered entirely, it just looks like there's nothing.
Botlane eventuálně, oni teďka budou hrát grubíky asi, a botlane eventuálně spadne, že prostě je to veme Hanva, což bude huge, protože to je 700 goldů, nebo 650 to be precise. A pokud to dají solo goldy ADčku Zaya, tak to bude hrozně šílený. Zaya je takový champ, že má špatnou laning fázi, ale pokud se někdy feedne Zaya, tak je hrozně hard to stop, protože máš cleanse ult většinou a nejdeš zabít a můžeš hrát hrozně agresivně. Tady se trošku divím, že Hanva, Viper po tom, co pushnul bot, tak neběžel na grubíky, aby to contestil. Tady se divím, že jim to nechávají. To je dost weird. To je weird, to je hodně weird. Jako, jsem fakt myslel, že Viper měl pushnout do botlane a mohl jít na gruby a contestit do gruby, já jsem o tom mluvil.
And it's still an 800 gold lead for HLE with really nothing happening, right? You know, we barely had any fighting. Aja gets a nice little trade there as he finally knows Delight, of course, was up on that top side. He showed he was kind of harassing Junja over on those grubs, and Aja is going to try to just sit back, making sure he is not exposing himself to any sort of a gank from Peanut, because they know that control ward is there over by Try, so he doesn't really have any vision in the enemy jungle, and that's why he has to play so safe, even though potentially he could put some pressure on these minions. He just can't afford to expose himself because he doesn't know if he's going to get wrapped around on.
Because the river right now is controlled, at least towards mid lane, as Zekra and Maple, we get a quick snapshot of what's going on there. There's a good control ward, there's a river ward up in top side as well.
Dneska je čtvrtek, že, chat? Chat, co jste dělali dneska zajímavého? Máte nějaký zajímavý příběh dneska? Teďka to bude takový farmfest. Krom Draka contest. Já jsem byl v kampusu a neuvěřil jsem, já jsem nemohl věřit svým očím, kolik bylo lidí v tom, jak teďka jsou studenti v Brně. Straight up dead. Actually. Straight up dead? Wow. Neměl flash. Dobrý timing na flashu měli PSG. Ale furt je to takový jako, že hej, co z toho získají. Já jsem byl v kampusu na jídle ve 12:00 a většinou, když jsem tam šel na oběd, tak bylo třeba 3 z 10 lidí. Dneska tam bylo 11 z 10 lidí. Tam se nešlo hnout, kámo. Doran ještě bere solo pláty a má 70 CS proti 36. Tady je to hrozně cool, že oni získali ten Yone kill, ale reálně prostě stejně prohrávají na goldy z té situace. Ramen Brno jsem nebyl, Mirko. To je takový ten self-obslužná ramen? To je self-obslužný ramen? Oni tady můžou freeznout, anebo slow pushnout a dát draka, ale Peanut poběží na top campy teďka.
And some of the early game mitigation is nice to see, considering that they were hyping up PSG
protože Alistar nemá hex flash.
If they play like they did from the end of play stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they play like they did at MSI,
on
this team went 5
sorcery
games
second,
against BLG, right? Like this is a team that is having a very good year.
Nimbus?
I think people sometimes
Rift walking možná, aby byl rychlejší v Riveru, ale je to
they have always been like they were, you know, in like 2015 and stuff back in the Flash Wolf days, and it's not really true. I mean, last year alone, they failed to make it out of MSI and Worlds, and that's not to criticize. That's to say, you know, we need to call attention to the improvement.
V New Yorku byl úplně insane ramen, kámo, to bylo úplně nádherný místečko.
Doran in trouble here, Junja's behind him.
His flash over the wall.
Nemá flash.
Counter strike and the stun in place. No mega gnar.
Bye.
And they take him before he evolves.
Počkej, ale Peanut, halo.
He's left here without his top laner.
Peanut,
he needs some assistance
halo.
following over the wall. Arja gets the flash out of him, but Junja matches.
Wow.
Presses W, gets the kill. But for HLE, they need a response. They pull the feathers in, and for Viper, it's good damage down. He takes down Junja.
2 killy za jeden.
But remember, PSG took the fight there and won it out.
And we are dead even.
A více, tady je problém, že Zaya se začíná feedovat. Zaya tady fakt začíná se feedovat, ale je to problém. Jack se teďka even kvůli té situaci, ale ta botlane je prostě hodně ahead. Hodně ahead. Tady se divím, co jak to traduje, Viper, jak vidí, že má Kraken. A nechá se na tradovat.
Yeah, I mean, Junja not only in planes, we saw some of that attention, but we also saw that when you play through Arja in the PCS, he can be a reliable carry now. His development this year is insane. When I remember casting the guy back in the day, and I said it in planes, he got outclassed by people like Rest in the league. People like, you know, the rest of the PCS players. I was going to say YSKM, probably not the right player, if those fans remember. Now for PSG, they're starting to take these grubs in the top side. On a ward is Junja.
Kámo, 6 grabů, že by měli, to by bylo šílený. Hej, fakt, že jo? Proč jako nefight nikdy ty graby, ta hanva?
beaten out before.
Yeah, it's looking really good. I mean, off of that pressure that they got on top side, they get the kills. They now have 6 grubs here.
Já to nechápu, že prostě nefajtí ani jednu situaci.
But I mean, it's just between that 200-300 mark. Honestly, who cares? The gold lead pretty much is nothing. They just need to make sure that Aja isn't going to get picked on here. As Peanut is moving down towards that bottom side, you can see on the minimap. And Aja obviously way down on farm. He didn't get the kill in those skirmishes on the top side. Peanut knows he hasn't been spotted yet. Aja is playing with respect to this. But again, that means he's just going to be losing even more farm. He desperately wants that cannon. This could be his life.
Tak, boom. Boom. Posral kvéčko ten Peanut. Double TP. Straight up dead. OK, ten by měl umřít. Flashnul dobře, Zeka hodně dobře. Ale Peanut misplaynul hodně. Proč dával kvéčko tak, jak ho dal? On měl jako prvně dvojitý véčko a pak kvéčko. On ho pingnul levej toho Jacksa.
He has been getting zoned off so much farm. It is just so juicy. He can't pass it up, so he goes in for that cannon, but PSG had the TV from Waybo to cover. They quickly come in on that, and they punish the missing flash from Peanut because remember, they had that timer from him running away.
On prostě na streamu kupuje CS bedny non-stop a potom off-stream hraje nějaký oříšky, vole.
Again, that proactive play, that cover that you need to have there from PSG.
Herin už nervačí z nás on-streamu, jak to?
Against HLE by any means, and they're setting themselves up to have a real chance in the 5v5, in the skirmishes, and that's where they have to really prove that they're going to be able to deal with the engage from Delight, that they're going to be able to find some way to problem solve. The issue that is going to be Viper here on this side.
Že to, že víte, jak se to jmenuje, je worrying, okay? To, že víte, že se, jak se ten slot jmenuje, tak je to worrying. Já nemám čas číst hrdinův ten. Ty vole, turetu veme, Zeka. Ale trošku to inký. Ale dobrý. First tureta pro Jonáše a 850 goldů ahead, wow.
But as Dragon stares them in the face, I mean, PSG are still nearby if this turns into an all-out brawl.
Yep, PSG are going to have to stay aggressive. They're going to have to keep looking for these plays. And they can, in theory, play through side lanes, but at a certain point, you're going to have to deal with the 5v5, and I think it is going to be so problematic because while PSG are winning out on some of these skirmishes, they still have not really had to deal with Viper, have not really had to deal with Delight, and Viper is just going to be so well set up to be safe in these fights. And with his eye ultimate,
myslím, že vyhraje, Hanva jsou favoriti hodně. Ale zatím hrajou dost divně. Nechají každýho draka a grubíka.
This difficult situation where not only you have to execute really well in the 5v5, you have to find the multiple angles on these flanks because it has to be someone getting in, Jax gets in on top of Viper and he pops the ult, and then all of a sudden Maple's there too from somewhere else, and that's the kind of stuff you're going to be able to need to him off because if you're just running straight at him, you have absolutely no chance in ever getting to him.
That's what I like for PSG is that we get the MasterCard lane economy snapshot to show you that yes, jungle's ahead once again, but everyone from HLE, despite the circumstances, is ahead in goal.
By mě zajímalo, když dostanu fakturu.
Tried to pull this comp out in their debut on Swiss and are like, we can do it, we can operate it. And while picks early have come into fruition, now as you say, it gets more difficult into the 5v5s, into the later objective setups. Look at the Herald that's just spawned here as Delight and Viper sit around, try to force out, but the extra range there for
Překvapivě není tak moc ahead, jak bych čekal, ale je furt silná, má hodně goldů. A Zaya tuhle hru, když bude mít hodně goldů, tak je win kondice. Oni jim nemají jak zabít, protože Maokai, Gnar, Rakan je dostatečně peel velký pro Zayu, aby měla prostě free hitting ve fightu.
Going to be moving in and pulling aggro now on that Herald. They have Megan already, so here we go.
Ten Herald se bude hodně hodit na mid turetu, to bude celkem důležitý, dobrý skinning od Rakana. Tady je pozička, kde se bude fightit, ale podle mě Hanva tady získávají. Uvidíme, jak drží pozici. Gnar tady dobře drží Jaxe, tady by to měl být steal, ne? Není to steal a tady Rakan ult a tady je to free win pro Hanvu. Nice, pěkný flashe. Viper flashoval trošku late, ale nádherný e-flash. Nádherný e-flash. Hrozně nádherný flash od Delighta, Rakana a Jonáš ult follow-up na Kajsičku, Betty ani neflashnul. A potom Viper zaultil dost pozdě, ale potom dal i flash na tu Akali a to bylo pěkný,
they just have the outplay in that 5v5.
To bylo
They have
pěkné,
a
to bylo
Herald as
pěkné.
well. They get 3 kills on the Gnar. They're going to push top for that.
Tady bude
tower.
ještě
They're gonna
druhý
take the
ten,
mid lane
druhý
too.
mid.
They're gonna get a charge on the second tower here as
Ty
well.
vole, tak
They
tohle
may
je
not
jako
finish this
game
off,
winning.
But this just exploded
Wow.
the game here for HLE. They are in an incredible spot now. Look at the Gnar gold lead.
O můj
as he
bože,
gets a
Gnar
solo gold on
2K
that.
gold
He's nearly
lead.
2K
Jone
ahead.
2K,
Now Zeka
1,6
is
gold.
1.6K
Wow.
ahead. Sure, you killed Viper, but at what cost?
I mean, it just all exploded at once. Maple's going to make a teleport play. He flashes for the 5-point strike, but HLE imagine he's about to go to Meganar.
Ty vole, on dostal Megu.
Maple's
Jaj,
against the wall.
jaj,
Zeka
jaj, jaj.
starts free firing, and Junja can't save the situation. It's a turnabout play, and Junja needs to run.
Víš, co je crazy, jak strašně moc gold income v téhle hře je pro midlanery, pro sidelanery. Sidelaneři dostávají tak strašně moc gold incomeu, že jakoby i přesto, že všech v kompetitu všichni týmy dávají všechny goldy ADčkům, tak jsou vždycky jako midaři a topaři hrozně taky jako gold. Když čekneš gold, tak Zaya bude podle mě nejvíc, jakoby, jo. Já tady nemám ten overlay na Twitchi. Zaya bude asi mít nejvíc goldů ze všech, možná, actually, ani možná ne. Čekne mi někdo, kdo má kolik goldů, kolik má goldů Gnar, kolik má goldů Jona, kolik má goldů Zaya, total gold.
So he TPs before Doran buys to try to get the bounty, and honestly, I kind of respect it because you are just in a terrible spot from this position.
It's just talking about Doran, where he was last year at Worlds, and the expectations we have as this kind of player. And we come back to it, like, he still hits high highs. He gets memed on sometimes, but he still has high highs, and here
7200, 7800 a 7500, no mají víc goldů. Ti jsou laneři, než feedla Zaya.
Honestly happens, you know, not just with Doran, but it's just the nature of the game, and especially international, you know, where people obviously haven't necessarily seen a lot of games of these players, you know, all year long. They see one moment or one.
Víš, ale že Zaya má prostě 200 CS, dostává všechno, co může dostávat. A když by tam nebyly ty killy na solo lanerech, tak mají stejně goldů jak AD carry. Protože ty side turrety dávají hrozně moc goldů. Momentálně. A dostáváš ty side turrety solo gold. Většinou. Ještě teď jak začnou brát ty dvojky, tak to bude huge.
With Zeka and Viper absolutely hand-stiffing again, to use the word, in that first game against Genji.
Yeah,
Six with you.
They can absolutely pull it off. They are spectacular at that highest level. Some incredible mechanics on this
Proč
team.
nekoukám na Twitchi, protože jsem furt chodil lidi, že mám 20 vteřin pozadu.
For a world of hurt. You know, we'll see if they can find any sort of a way to really make some magic happen here. You're gonna have to look for some sort of a pick. You know, you basically at this point are depending upon, you know, getting an instant kill at the start of the fight on one of the key members. It basically has to be Zeka or Viper dying as soon as the fight starts, or you're just not gonna win the fight. So it is gonna be up to
tady, aby PSG, a jako tady je fakt těžký prohrát proti PSG, protože Zaya je fakt tady dobrý pick. Mají dobrý peel pro Zaju a Zaya by si musela zlomit do ruce, aby nedala ult. Ultimátka jenom na turetu, dát solo goldy Viperovi, výborně, 450 goldů. Gnar mu nechal ty solo goldy, jo, na tomu Viperovi. Solo goldy jsou strašně důležitý na turetách. V kompetitivu se to dobře abuzuje, ale v solo ti ne. Upřímně, oni by měli udělat jako situace. On je dost divný, že jako kompetitiv je o tolik jiný než solo queue, ale je to daný tím prostě, co Riot dělá za mechaniky.
Over Arjo. Now I know there were lane swaps. I know that Doran got to play out his solo lane for a little bit longer without much stress.
Víš, kdyby prostě Riot nedělal tyhle ty stupidní mechaniky s sharováním goldu a podobné píčovinky, tak prostě by to bylo solo queue, by bylo stejný jako competitive. Ale tím, jak oni to dělají, že prostě no matter what, tak musíš prostě recallnout, abys nedal šernutý goldy třeba na turetu a podobné věci, tak solo ti nikdo nerekolne, aby ti dal solo goldy buď na topaře, nebo na midaře, nebo na AD. Vždycky si to ten jungler a support vemou ty goldy, což je úplně useless.
And HLE did an incredible job with that, and now that's paying dividends because guess what? Now in the 1v1, Aja doesn't really stand too much.
Ono reálně je jedno, kdo si ty solo goldy veme, ale hlavně to musí někdo dostat ty solo goldy, jo? Protože když si rozdělíš 700 goldů mezi 3 lidi, tak to je 200 goldů, ani si to reálně neudělá. Ale když ten 700 goldů dostane jeden hráč, tak on je potom tak silný, že Zeka je straight up dead, no. To je docela najít, jo. Wow, Jax! Okay. Zaya ultla. Tady asi nemůžou barona, jo? To zase nic nezískají. Tady zase nic nezískají. Jako shutdown goldy získali, ale nedostal se Juany náhodou.
They do need to continually make here against HLE. They are staying competitive. They really are making it difficult here for HLE to just run away with this game. HLE are just going to say, you know what? You're missing.
Oni použili tolik věcí, že oni začnou barona, což je, mně to jako líbí. Oni tady použili prostě Sejuani a Kali ult a to je strašně důležitý pro ten fight. A Gnar, kámo, sleduj Gnara. Ty vole, ale na Intil to kvéčko. To je Ečko, ne? Nebo? Kámo, oni jsou tak good, prostě oni vidí, že použijou 2 ultimátky na Jonáše a ví, že Jonáš bude mít teleport, tak začnou barona. Prostě oni ví, že jsou ahead, nemají 2 ultimátky, které jsou mega důležitý, a.k.a. Akali ultimátky. Sejuani ulti není tak důležitá, ale Akali ultimátka je mega důležitá. A prostě začnou barona, protože ví, že za 10 vteřin typuje Zeka. Crazy good.
They can force the play on the Baron. They're able to secure it. Zeka TP's back in. PSG try to make something happen as multiple members there going into the pit, trying to see if they can find a way to steal it, but they can't make it happen. And now PSG just back out on the map. Really all they can do is just continually look for these fights. Might be a long chase here from Woody. He's going to try to see if he could find someone on that long run back, but doesn't find an angle as they all do group together, so they're just going to have to head mid and look for that. We can watch this one more time. As yes, over the wall here, Doran is in some trouble, but Flash is back in the pit, and Maple takes the E, but look at that counter engage from the light, instantaneously charms him out of the E there. I think he maybe even disjointed the shuriken flip damage as he interrupted.
Tak a další hra je Flag West Gum, že?
Aja goes in to try to bail him out, to try to make something happen. They realize again this is
ta Flag West Gum bude mega zajímavá. To bude řezačka, no. Hlavně jsem zvědavý na Vipa a Inspireda. Jak bude? Inspired bude hrát mega dobře, podle mě. On je hrozně dobrý hráč. Inspired je reálně nejlepší hráč, kterýho jsem kdy koučoval. Skillově. Ale oni jsou hodně nestabilní jako tým. Wow, Zeka! Ty vole, a Rakan to tam follow-upne, pane bože. Tady kdyby Zaya hitovala celou dobu, tak má pentakill. Možná jo, možná bude mít. Hádali jsme se někdy, no? S Inspirem jsem se nikdy hádal. Ale on je hrozně pasiv agresivní vůči svýmu týmu. Tak jsem ho furt musel napomínat, že prostě nemůže být takhle pasiv agresiv. Měl hrozně attitude, víš, jakoby. Že prostě je nejlepší hráč světa, že zahraje všechno nejlíp. Jakoby. Ale vidíš to, jo, oni si zabanou LeBlanc proti Mapleovi. Tak nevím, proč ti tu nebanovali LeBlanc proti Showmakerovi, když Showmaker je ještě lepší LeBlanc než je Maple.
And get dirty with it. We watch one of those fights again, and HLE pivot around.
And HLE just bought so much time. This is the key thing here. They
Kde byla Zaya?
And then as that soul unbound is about
jo, ona byla to, ona si tam dávala tunel, ty vole.
Then Delight charms up 3, gets all the knockups. You can see all of this CC
Jojo byl mega. Jojo jsem měl rád, hrozně funny cápek.
By Doran. Viper not threatened at all, and no way Maple was going to be able to take the portal out to safety. It's a good try, but you can see now IE done for Viper. He's already on 3 items, plus has the Hex Drinker. This guy is going to be a nightmare.
You called it a bounce house before, just going back and watching the replay, like 5, 6 people. all moshed up together. It's a lot of fun watching this game, but
Líbí se mi, že ta Zaya postavila Hexfinger, protože Jax a Kali mají hrozně moc magic damageu a Kai'Sa taky.
People like Zeka hold himself on the side wave, and PSG is scattered thin here, looking where to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it's an over 10,000 gold lead at this point. HLE haven't even lost a single tower at this point in the game. They are pushing through multiple lanes here. You can see Doran down towards the bot side. He's going to get that wave moving, and they're just going to take over vision on this top side jungle, bounce between the lanes, continually take away enemy jungle camps, and just extend this gold lead even further. They're going to really choke out PSG, make them look for plays, make them face check in positions where they're not really set up for the fight. Man, it's always so demoralizing when you're like, well, maybe we can get a pick, and then you look over and
já rok a půl full-time streamu a nehodlám to měnit, pokud mi nepřijde nějaká insane nabídka jako na trenéra, což asi nepřijde. Jako trénovat, jako head coach bych v Evropě mohl, ale trénoval bych třeba 5. 6. tým, 7. tým. A hodně by záleželo, kolik mi dají peněz, protože já 14 hodin denně, bez přestávky celý rok pracovat za ty peníze, co oni dávají trenérům, prostě nebudu pro mě. Sorry. Je to otročina.
And you know, again, I think there's been a lot of stars of this show in this first game. Special mention to the Light here in this game. As you said, 2 items strong here on this Rakan.
Yeah, he's the real carry, that's true.
He is the carry. I mean, bro, he's been clean.
Always is on the Rakan.
It's just a sure thing, isn't it?
And you're
11 out of 13.
You were from the future. You called out the Maw when it was extra, but you knew he was about to buy that Maw. There you go.
I thought he's that far ahead.
Kolik mají plán? Oni třeba vydělají 2x tolik, co já vydělám teďka streamováním. 2x tolik, ale prostě nemáš život, 14 hodin denně pracuješ, stresuješ se, protože to je hrozně, ten nejvíc high stress job, co existuje. Se podívej, jak vypadá Dylan Falco, který mu je 130, vole, celý čápek je bílej, vole. A nemáš dovolenou nic. Když jsi dobrý, záleží. Když jsi měl větší nervy jako hráč nebo trenér? Jako trenér.
And this cow is about to go into the grinder as well. I think that beef will sell for $5.99 a kilo.
Neříkal jsi, že kdyby si trénoval za jakýkoliv tým, tak bys skončil 3. vždy? To je pravda, jako reálně. Ale prostě oni, jestli mi nedají prachy, tak proč bych to dělal, hej?
HLE are ignoring that because they're going to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to end the game. HLE have had enough. 13,000 gold lead, 28 minutes in. They're looking for the Nexus.
It's a good run. It was scrappy. It was fun from PSG. But Humwalive for the LCK first seed. There is no stopping the hand stiff when Humwalive play like this.
Ale bylo to divný, jako že jim nechávali gruby, draky, vůbec to nekontestili, ani nic za to nezískávali, víš? Že reálně fakt jako nic za to nezískávali. Kdyby jako crossmapovali a získávali goldy za to, tak neřeknu, ale oni reálně jenom prostě farmili miniony a za to, že oni brali 6 grubů a draka. To je takový divný, to je takový... Na flex? Aha, takže ty jim necháš 6 grubů a draka na flex. Aha. Ty vole, Gunfly Quest teďka bude, let's go! Gunfly Quest, to se na to se těším jak blázen. Já si jdu udělat smutíčko a bude prostě Gunfly Quest, tak kámo, fandíme Gump, by the way, okay? Fandíme Gump.
Okay, let me start with HLE first seed out of the LCK, a lot of fresh.
Raz was talking about quad and highlighting him.
Baget, jo, bral bych to. Zaglo, jdeš rád. Herďo, musíš to přežít s klukama ještě chvilku na tom golfu. Jsou tady ještě 2 zápasy, ještě 2 zápasy? Tyhle, ještě 2 zápasy, Herďo. A ještě slosování. Já vím, že oni tě oba dva šikanujou a že Melíšek a Hajzet se prostě spojí a šikanou tebe. Chudáčka staříčka, ale já tě nemůžu zachránit. Zatím. Potom tam je G2 Pain Gaming, ale to bude rychlovka, hej. To bude rychlovka. Skarner, Ashe, Renekton, Shyvana, jo, zamanovaná Shyvana.
that mean it's a free win? No. Does that mean
Ziggs,
it's an easy win?
Shyvana,
No.
Aurora.
You have to take it seriously. You have to still play well to be able to take down these
Ziggs bych
teams.
moc nebanoval. Vi je first pick,
They
okay.
played very well in play-ins. They went 4-0.
Levi na
did not
Vi,
drop a game.
okay.
The only team
Skarner,
to
Asher,
actually not drop a
Renekton.
game getting through play-ins. So, you know, we don't know exactly
Kajsička.
how high they can go. And Kiaya, they talked about this on the desk as well, you know, really was
Takhle bych
impressive. To me,
nevygoval
he was such a
Kajsičku, hej,
standout.
tady
He
bych
shut
už
down
piknul
Summit
prostě
absolutely after Summit, you know, was getting some
flex
monster
pick
lane
a jungle.
advantages. And my big question for FlyQuest coming into Worlds was kind of like, which Waybo is going to show up? Because Waybo during the regular season, you know, really wasn't making the kind of impact that you would expect from him.
Yeah, a lot
but
of
then
mistakes.
in playoffs, really did step up, and especially in the finals weekend, he's bringing out the Olaf, he's bringing out the Garen, he's bringing out all these picks and really making things happen. And this is kind of right back to where FlyQuest left off in playoffs, going to the Ivern. This is something that became pretty much permabanned against them after they were doing a lot of double AD carries with Ivern. I don't know if that's exactly what they'll go to here, but you know, at the time, Quad was playing like Smolder and Zeri and things like this, and they just pair that with Ivern, and they'd say, you know what, we're just going to scale and we're just going to out-teamfight you.
Well, with that locked in again, we
Ty
get
vole,
confident
jako
also
Kalista
with the
1-2,
sets up
tak
for a
to
more
je
aggressive
extrém.
bot lane. Talk about confidence in your laners. This also shows a little bit more of that here, with Fly putting emphasis on that 2v2.
Exactly. I mean,
Ashe
Masu,
je
rookie of
banu,
the
aha,
year,
oni
this
zabanovali
guy, I
Ashe,
cannot
okay.
say enough good things about him and his
Tady reálně mohli
development.
hrát Dravena, ale
His
to už
rise has
nepohodě.
been meteoric. In
Jiné
2022,
prostě
this guy was an
neurazíš,
amateur. In
nenatneš.
2023, he won most valuable
Kalista,
prospect in
Ivan,
Academy.
Leona.
In
Uvidíme, jak budou hrát tu
2024,
Kalistu
he's at
agresivně,
Worlds,
jestli to
he
budou
won
hrát
a
hodně
title,
agresivně
and
nebo
he's
ne.
rookie of the year.
To je hodně
He
důležitý.
went from that to like MSI and Worlds in the same year, in his debut year. It's crazy.
It's really incredible. You can't really ask for more than that. Busio, obviously, you know, has really had that kind of incredible career as well, you know, as far as his trajectory. You know, he was a most valuable prospect as well the year before in the NACL. It's a very
Miffy
young
Nugrak,
bot
to je
lane,
zajímavý
you know,
coach
they're trying to
duo.
obviously kind of
My jsme spolu
smooth
hráli
things
v tom,
out,
oni
you know,
hráli
get
spolu v
everything
Lemon Dogs a
working,
pak v
and they
NIP
have
jsme
been able
spolu
to do
hráli.
that quite a lot towards summer. They became a very well-respected 2v2 as far as their laning phase in the LCS, where, you know, in spring, teams were
Ani
really
Nugrak
not
možná může být dobrý
talk
coach
to other
Nugrak.
bot laners and other pros in the league. So
Jediný, co je, vidím jako problém, je, že on nemá jako personu a nemá moc, on je takovej utlumený hodně, víš?
Over on the other side,
Ale on
we have
podle mě je
some
chytrý.
great denial picks here with a Poppy. When you're talking about Kalista, you're talking about
A
Leona.
Hryban.
It can really shut you down pretty heavily.
I mean, seeing that Jin get locked in for Gam
Jack's
as well
ban.
is a good feel, considering that for Easy Love it was his most played. 100% win
Jako
rate.
teďka můžu hrát jakýhokoliv bruisera na topu, s Ivernem je to good. A nebo můžou counterpicknout top lane a s Ivernem je to taky good. Ten Ivern je good.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Shyvana, if you're wondering why was that banned, well, this is actually a really big pick for Levi. You know, not just in play-ins, but actually regionally as well. It was his most played champion, you know, throughout summer split. So he really is very adept at these heavy farming styles. And when that was banned out from him in play-ins, he went towards the Wukong. So he is going a bit of a different style. He's playing heavy towards the engage.
Tak, co piknou, Xante, Jax ban.
Banning out Cassante, they're banning out Renekton. These are a lot of these picks for Waybo that are comfort.
Co bude hrát Vipo? Podle mě tady piknou mid a pak budou hrát counter pick top. Podle mě možná budou hrát Olafa nebo něco. Oriana blind pick, good, to je výborný blind
So this
pick.
was kind of my big question is, you know, we hadn't seen any of the LEC or LCS teams go back to like, you know, just on a mid and double AD carry and this sort of stuff. So I was curious with the Ivern if they were going to go back that route, but instead it is going to be the Oriana.
Olaf Sven, něco takového pikne s tím, to je dobrý s tím. To je dobrý s Ivernem.
On the FlyQuest side, obviously from their mid laner, and gonna be curious to see how Gam rounds out their comp. You know, with the Jin, you generally want to have dive alongside the Vi and the Poppy and the
Akali dive, měli by tam piknout ještě dalšího dive top lanera. Camille! Blind pick, to je rough.
If you go Camille, this is absolutely just like a full send comp. Almost,
Nevím,
you know,
nevím,
full physical. Of course,
nevím.
Akali obviously is going to be magic, but if you went towards
Vladimír!
tank, that could be
No
problematic.
tak to ne.
Vladimir would
Blind
be
pick
really
Vlad.
interesting, but I'm gonna start
To bych se
talking about
posral.
hovers 'cause it is gonna be Gnar.
Gnar, okay.
It is all dive pretty
Irelia,
much here.
Irelia
So
top.
it's gonna be Poppy support,
Vipo Irelia
Akali
top,
mid,
ale
Gnar
Poppy by ho
top,
counterovala.
alongside that Vi.
Vayne?
There's 0% chance that Waybo, this is going to get locked for Waybo. A 0% chance.
0% chance.
This is just a hover from Busio. I truly will never believe that that's going to get locked in.
Sion, nah.
This is what's going to get locked in.
Okay.
So he will tell you, as much as, you know, he is getting some flack, you know, some people love it, some people hate it. Waybo will tell you whatever he thinks. Whether he's right, whether he's wrong, doesn't really matter. He's going to give you his honest opinion on anything. This guy, I remember the first time
Gnar
I
je
met him was
good do
actually at a Rift
Osiona,
Rivals
ne?
event when it was
A kde mají
you know,
damage?
LCS versus
Oriana má damage,
LEC.
nikdo jiný nemá damage.
And First time I had met him, never talked to him in my life, he just started telling me their whole draft plan. I'm like, you shouldn't be telling me this. Like, don't tell me this. I'm not going to leak it, but someone might. And he's just, you know, he's really open. He's really talkative. He's great, you know, as far as that goes. And he's been creating, I think, so much content around Worlds. But
he's been great. He's been like the little villain, right? But as much as, you know, some people don't like it and some people don't like how outspoken he is, again, as you said, great content. But
tady jako stačí zabít Orianu a nemají damage, a.k.a. Vi a Kali, Gnar půjdou na Orianu, zabijou Orianu. Doufám, že nebudou fokusovat Kalistu, to by byl bait, kdyby fokusovali Kalistu. Ale když reálně tady budou fokusovat ty vole Orianu, to můžou vyhrát. Zajímavý.
And to be able to make sure you're doing your job. And this is what he's talked about time and time again if you watch his stream, is that he is going to do his job. He is going to play to set up his teammates for success. And that is the role that he sees for himself now on this team. And so as much as people want to talk about ego, to me, that is about as like humble as it gets.
I mean, again, it's a great
lane swap zase s tím Sionem, by the way. Čekám nějaký hrozný lane swap.
North America, the earlier loss for TL stings a little bit when it was so winnable against LNG. Now this one people are saying should be FlyQuest, but GAM came through play-ins so unconditionally well, undefeated.
Jako FlyQuest jsou favoriti furt, jo, by the way, ale zajímavý Sion. Já bych tam piknul nějakého Bruisera do toho Gnara.
And try and send it on top of Masu.
And what I will say is their engage needs to be perfect, because if you fail your engage against Ivern and Redemption comes down and multiple shields come down and Daisy is interrupting you and all these things are happening, you are going to lose the fight for sure. So your engage needs to be picture perfect, but this is a 2-threat comp over on FlyQuest. So if you can nail that engage, instantly kill Quadr, instantly kill Masu, all of a sudden FlyQuest is going to be sorely lacking in damage, whereas over on the other side there's really 4 threats.
Taky nemají moc damage, když to tak vemeš, protože Ivern štíty jsou a Oriana štíty jsou docela good.
You know, it is kind of that high risk, high reward for FlyQuest. If you can perfectly protect those carries, have that counter engage, it could go really well. But if you
bude lane swap, jako ono to zní lane swapem, no, tady tam. Tady to bude zase lane swap, no. Ale divím se, že Kalista lane swapuje, jako na top, to je divný.
On the Vi here, he's a big playmaker for this game.
And he as well, you know, I talked about this with Maple, he is in his last Worlds appearance. I mean, he's talked about that retirement, you know, and he has been so incredible. So many people think back to, you know, him playing like the Nocturne, the power farming Nocturne, and being able to pull off
Luckily, we got to see it in this Worlds too, right?
Exactly, like the surprise plays that he has been able to pull off. He has brought some incredible moments to Worlds.
Já jsem tě potkal v G1, nechtěl jsem rušit, můžu normálně přijít, nevadí to, jo, klidně
so fun to watch, a great personality as well. So
ale bylo to hrozně obvious, ne, ten lane swap od toho. Vypoz tady zbytečně dostal tak strašně velký damage, what the fuck. A když jako, mě Sion, když vidím Siona, tak vidím lane swap, no. Sion je dobrý v tom, že prostě jako, no, přesně jak říká caster. Když ho zabiješ, tak on stejně vyfarmí XP, on je něco jak Kartus. Kartus, když zabiješ, tak taky vyfarmí XP. Level 2 Vi. Počkej, co udělala ta Vi za pathing? To je zajímavý.
Where is the attention going? Kiaya also walking down here.
Tady měl být Gnar už. Gnar je tu strašně... Wow, straight up.
Oh, it's clean, but the shielding's huge. It comes
wow! On snipnul. Ale kolik toho vyfarmí? Oni by ho měli ještě zabít. Vyfarmil dost expu, hej? Vyfarmil dost expu ten Sion. Vyfarmil hodně.
He farmed a lot of the wave before he died, and then he just immediately TP's back, and he's like, well, you can't do it again. So, you know, that is kind of that difficulty. But thankfully for GAM,
se vyplatí hrát na Plat Diamond Elu za AD carry. Kai'Sa, Jhin, anebo prostě hrát jinou roli.
And we'll see as Poppy's here.
Ilya tries to bring Busio back into rage. Some good damage done. Emo in trouble though. Quad wait. He's got
flash
so much to
toho.
do.
No.
He's run low on mana here, but forces Emo out as he gets a low health bar.
Yeah, Quad has become a very strong laner. You know, one of the things that FlyQuest talk a lot about, again, is that this is a guy who is too selfless, and they really kind of wanted to instill into him that, no, you are going to carry the game. You need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. And so that is something that FlyQuest has really been working on, and that Quad has really been working on, is to try to really set himself up for success and not always feel like he needs to, you know, not call for resources. You know, and that's part of what kind of is having Inspired on these supportive styles. You know, when you think
Jin
of
proti
Inspired,
Signovi je dost... Sign je mega good
you know,
proti Jinovi. To je strašně těžký ho tak zabít v later stages.
But, you know, he is willing to play all of the styles. And I think that's what makes him such an impressive jungler, is that this guy has won MVP in multiple leagues, and he really can play such a high level for pretty much every champion.
And I mean, again, having so much versatility as a jungler is such a good thing here, especially heading towards those summer championships where I feel like Inspired gapped Umti.
Behind.
Feel that happened, right?
He absolutely crushed him, and I mean, he is someone that
Deep for Busio, but he's okay here with his shield up.
Yeah, nice little bit of chunk there. And now, with that chunk, you start to get nervous about, you know, can I walk forward on this wave? You know, Masu is just kind of thinning it out a little bit. They're going to allow it to keep pushing out towards FlyQuest, and going to just hold this and make
Tady
sure
je to mnohem lepší pro FlyQuest, jako oni bouncou vlnu, Gnar nefarmí vůbec, Sion farmí, 1v1 a Poppy tady nic nedělá, jako Poppy je ztracená.
Couldn't really pressure sides, couldn't really get away with open map because the Jin was slow at pushing, slow at taking down some of these tanks as well. As you just highlighted there, it's a nice touch considering as the push comes out, Bwipo's okay for now. He's picked up quite a lot of CS in this lane as well.
Tady je to blbý, hodně blbý pro Gam. Oni jsou mega ztraceni v tom swapu, oni by měli swapnout jako botlane do botlane, ale oni nechávají Siona proti Jinovi, takže Sion je prostě level ahead, doslova level a něco ahead.
As they are pushing the Poppy out, we can see Jin's moving towards top. Waybo is going to move forward and try to proxy this wave and keep Kiaya away from it. You can see on the mini-map, they're just kind of like jostling for position. While that is happening, this is all lost farm here. So Waybo even spending the ult. He has a 2-level advantage.
Nebo jako full level ahead.
Waiting for the decimating smash. He finds that. He gets a grass stack, presses E. If he goes into zombie, he'll also kill Kiaya.
Tady by bylo dobrý umřít a zabít toho.
The flash away as Waybo just tries to survive. He's got no mana, no TP to come back, and he's already burned.
Tady se divím, že to neskusil zabít. Sion je 800 goldů ahead, to je úplně huge. Oni tak strašně pozdě swapnuli z tu botlane. Oni hrozně naintili ten swap Gam. Nemají jako makronou.
This is really good stuff here on the map from FlyQuest. They are down a first blood, which is worth 400 gold, and they are up 1,000 gold here, not even 7 minutes in.
Tohle je huge, kámo, tohle jako to, že to Gam nevěděli tady ten play, tak je to úplně
makes those dives worse and worse and worse as the game goes on, and obviously it gets tankier and tankier and tankier. Even in this early game, well, Gam at the very least you can say they've started this dragon, they'll take this dragon. Fly were the ones who picked up 2 of the grubs before, so that's the trade we're looking at for now.
But we also know that there's 2 parts of the game. We've seen
skoro full level na Avernovi, full level na Gnarovi, půlku levelu na Akali, teda na Orianě. Tady to by možná mohli fightit. Jo, Poppy je straight up dead. A tady ještě Masu možná, ne, nezabije. OK, tady to vypadá hodně GG.
Yeah, great play there from Masu, just utilizing the ulti. Bwipo's up here to go top, and they're going to just rotate their bot back towards bot lane. Bwipo almost has the ulti, and if that comes up and EasyLove's still here, it could get a little bit dicey, to be honest. So EasyLove does need to pay some respect.
Co je to 263 scénový, má extra 265 HP z jeho pasivky. To je hrozně huge, kámo, ta pasivka toho Siona. To ti dává tolik HPček, že to je úplně disgusting.
Kiaya has no TP, so Kiaya bases now, goes top, and guess what's happening? Again, you're losing the wave to the tower. So, you know, their map movements are a bit slow. Obviously, this is partially because Fly have the bush, but I also think Gam on some of these resets are being a little bit greedy, a little bit late to the
Úplně
punch.
megalos.
That's an entire wave that is gone, and that is nearly a 2,000 gold
goldů
lead
na
now
Sionovi.
for FlyQuest here, and this is not even 9 minutes in.
This is what I guess.
Tady je hodně vidět prostě
You
makronolič,
can
no.
see so many minute differences, but when it exploits like this, as Waybo looks for the decimating smash damage,
A to je
you just see what a
crazy,
team
že
that is
jako
experiencing this, I guess, going up
dostávají
against
takhle
TL.
na piču jako
Given them a lot of
makrovice.
experience, especially in the domestic league, what FlyQuest can do with an early
Ale
game
dává
that's
to
exposed
smysl
like that.
s Vipem, jo? Vip je mega
Make it
chytrý
happen when it does come
ohledně
down
hry.
to those team fights, but thus far it is a map
Hlavně na
kingdom
makro.
here for FlyQuest. They are playing the map really, really well. They're excelling in that macro game. And we'll see if they can kind of continue developing with this, as Waybo obviously, eventually you are going to be pretty far on the back foot against this Gnar, but you're hoping at that point that you're just so
Genji
tanky
dole,
that
oni
the Gnar really
Siona
can't
taky
pressure
bude
you
takový,
out.
že nebude
And then you
dávat
just
damage.
have more value in the 5v5.
Oh, you're not worried about the early game in that regard, are you? Because you're almost 1k gold up here on this Gnar, 20 CS up. I love it, you know, the first Scion coming out here at Worlds. And this innovation leads me to believe that, again, Waybo's in fine form, as we talked about a little bit before. And Bro is not taking any damage with the Chain Vest, with the Kindle Gem already picked up. Things looking good here for the FlyQuest early game that we talked about. You mentioned 2k. I'm also looking at those grubs spawning in 1 minute and thinking, well, with that gold lead, you can probably use that to their advantage. A shockwave comes through. Emo in a bit of trouble. He's got flash available. And there's a dissonance that comes through. Emo almost got solo killed again.
Yeah, I mean, Quad has just been putting on a lot of pressure. I mean, Quad is basically a kill's worth of gold ahead of his opponent without actually getting that kill. He's just constantly pushing in, constantly harassing him, you know, not allowing Emo to get
Ty swapy
any
se hrály
free
jenom v
CS
LCK
at any point in
reálně,
this
tady
game.
ty
He's even
swapy,
gonna
jo,
get a
by the
play
way.
off this
A teď to
pretty
dělá
much
každý.
guaranteed, so,
Ale to tak vždycky bývá,
he's
že
in a
LCK
great
přijde na
spot. That's
Worlds
gonna
a
be
potom
now
všichni dělají,
going on a 600 gold
všichni
lead
se
for
naučí
Quad
makro od
without a
LCK,
kill,
protože LCK
without
mají
really
většinou
any
nejlepší
jungle
makro.
intervention either, and that's definitely setting himself up for success. He already has that early tier. He's stacking it up. You can see tier 2 boots kind of almost across the board here for FlyQuest, and the first item already done now for Waybo, as he's got the unending spare. So FlyQuest,
tak víme, jak budou hrát. Sion je dost huge, to je dost velký problém. Kalista je 300 goldů hry, Oriana 600 goldů hry, Ivan 400 goldů hry. Uvidíme, jestli Kalista bude jako nějak fightit a ultit. Kalista by měla hrát agresivně a fightit.
You notice as well, teleport was burned by Kiaya to move towards mid. That's because those grubs talking about contested are what Gam really seeking after. They're the only ones here. Fly just said whatever. They leave Waybo in a side lane and Inspired.
Gnar může využít ty grubíky jediný, no.
So at least Gam getting the objective here when they're so far behind.
Yeah, they will be able to get the objective, and this is going to be 4 grubs for them. So they are going to get the Void Might spawn. That is very, very nice. Busio gets eyes on this, and will be going back towards top to cover it. You can tell he's a little bit nervous about something coming, so he's going to pull it back and make sure that he can secure this. Just, I think was probably waiting to make sure that there's
levelu na Gnarovi, to už není tak huge. Půlka levelu na Orianě a jinak půlka levelu na AD.
They're not going to feel pressure with this style of comp. I know that they have an incredible amount of confidence that when they are playing these style of compositions with the Ivern,
tady bude zajímavé,
jestli bude dobré,
viděli ho.
But they do get spotted moving in here, and Levi's coming top lane, so could be a play.
He's a bit far away for now, but he has flash and ulti available, as you said, and the Jin traps also help out with the
Tady by to mohli jako zabít.
FlyQuest noticed him, or at least
no, wasn't spotted.
No, it wasn't.
No, definitely didn't have vision on him there, but they are going to check, and they are definitely aware of the possibility, so Levi will get spotted.
4 na 2 gruby, jo,
So the next question is, what happens with this Dragon down bot? Because you can see that Inspired is there. Now that Levi's spotted out top, are they going to commit for the dive? Are they going to continue for this play and try and maximize it? Or does Levi now need to sprint towards bot and try and make something happen?
I think it would be too hard of a play to really make happen, honestly. But at the same time, I don't think FlyQuest are going to be that quick to be starting
zajímavý, že swapli Gnara do Oriany a Kali do Siona.
You know, if they send their bot lane down there, then maybe they're going to be looking towards it. But there's really not been too much prio on the Dragons thus far.
Vaybo už má 530 HPček z pasivky. To je huge. Jak to, že má tolik? To je crazy.
You're not killing me 1v1, so walks up, claims the plate, and they're just going to keep pushing towards these first item completions where they'll feel very strong. You know, you can see item now done here for Quad. They're just waiting on the Blade of Rune King for Masu, and that's where I think we're going to see FlyQuest start to come alive a little bit more and start feeling confident that they can look towards some of these fights. But really, the pressure is way more on Gam when you're playing this style of comp. Like, you're effectively 4 melee. Yeah, there's mini Gnar for range, but you're effectively 4 melee and full dive. Like, you need to make things happen way more.
Ta dvojitý Včko pasivka funguje tím, že ty to musíš lázitnout, když máš dvojitý Včko.
talking about with PSG,
Aktiv, nebo?
pulling out what you'd argue is a riskier composition, right? It has good thematics, but
Nebo jak to
against a team
funguje?
like Fly, against a Swiss team,
Kdykoliv lázit, no.
is showing a bit of a risk. Good sure can flip as Emo has to get on out because Quad is continuing to use the range. While Gam just take care of Daisy. Now finally looking towards the bottom side with setup on Scuttle, potentially set up around the Dragon as well.
Oh my god, tady by ho
Yeah,
neměli
nice little
dát,
trick
no.
there. Didn't make too much of a difference, but he did actually leash Daisy by outranging it, sending it the opposite direction from him, so denies that kill goal from him. So one of the tricks you'll see both Ivern and Andy players do is you can actually walk the opposite way. You can also do a Shaco alt
Parancoli ten
one of those
komentář,
little
lol.
things that just kind of showcases mastery on the champ and is going to move topside, just play for some camps. But Gam are coming. They want to
Guys, oni fajtí v džungli! Amerika fajtí džungli!
Getting out with the redemption comes in handy. The engage is deep from Busio to try and get on out, but now he's got Quad. A one-man shockwave onto Emo means perfect execution out. No one dies.
Nic se z toho nestalo, nic. Žádný partizání tentokrát.
Levi looking to try to pressure Quad here, at least keep him away from some of those minions. The invade not working out there for Fly at the end of the day. It is going to be the flash for Inspired for a little bit of time there from the Gam squad, but the redemption keeping them safe along with Quad moving over to try to cover. They couldn't really chase past into Quad. They would have been really difficult to pull that off. But again, the gold lead just slowly but surely extending more and more. We're now up about 2.5, 2.6k, and this tower is getting incredibly close to dying. Easy Love is just going to get ignored. Jin
Tady ho zabijou, ne? Nemá ult, nemá ult.
He's going to be problematic. I mean, sure, like if you give tons and tons of time to Gnar on a side lane, eventually he can deal with it.
1700 sil, 1000 Oriana.
You cannot win a team fight where Gnar just sits there and autos Sion 300 times.
True.
So who's supposed to kill this guy?
668
Right? Like, he's going to
HPček
be
ze
walking
Sion
at Jin
pasivky.
in almost every team fight, and Jin just kind of has to walk away.
Ten lane swap byl ale jako
With all the
huge,
resources
hej,
Waybo's
hrozně
getting,
huge.
I mean, armor stacking is going to come through soon, right? He's sitting on MR,
Yeah.
but like you've got.
To, že Gam vůbec neumí tyhle lane swapy, je velký problém. To se nenaučí teďka už.
Sorry, the unending despair is armor start.
Každý tým proti ním bude lane swapovat.
You know, when you watch him play this a lot, he'll go towards Titanic. He'll sometimes go towards like Sterix and play these more kind of damagey bruiser styles, which can work really, really well because Sion gets so much free HP with that W passive that you were talking about. And you can see, the number below his flash TP. That's how much health he's already gotten. So, going on 700 free health already. So, can definitely make him a threat. Even just with that one armor item and a ton of HP, it's tough to focus him down in the 5v5. So if he builds a little bit of damage, he then has that actual kill threat and that real difficulty where you can't ignore him and you can't really kill him. So then it becomes, okay, well, what now?
I mean, the health stacking is at 715.
Hraje to Gina Jimmy, hraje, no, hraje.
And this tower top is likely going to die too, so FlyQuest
Kamo, tady bude prostě 2K na Sionovi a prostě jedna K gol na Orianě, jenom prostě v makru. To je crazy. Čauko Ive, čauko.
Like it doesn't need to be for Fly, but you can see Gamma getting edgy and they're like, we need to find a pick onto Busio. No, denied. Masu's nearby, Pupo's now moved into position as well. It's all around this Herald that's just sitting there glanting.
Pokud tahle hra bude rychlá a GT bude rychlá,
Gam
což by měla být,
they still keep
stíháme
finding
jako
a pick, but
upstream.
no overextensions here as Fly still playing it so patiently, as you said.
Exactly, and it's so frustrating, as you say, playing against this style, and it can sometimes make you overcommit into a dive or overcommit into a play where you're saying, we just have to do something, and that is where Ivern will kill you. If you do not have the perfect execution on that dive, if you go into the back line, redemption comes down, the shield comes down from Ivern, Daisy's there peeling, barrier gets popped,
dám vám na výběr, protože tahle hra je boring as fuck.
And you're all dead.
Mám jít spát, já půjdu spát tak jako to tak třeba o 12:30 nebo v 1. Mám vstávat v 9 ráno, abych šel do gymu, anebo mám spinkat a nejít do gymu.
For Fly, they're picking up these one items, the two items coming across and starting to build towards as well. They have the gold lead, they'll have the item advantage, they'll have the fight advantage here as third dragon comes up, and obviously that's going to be something they'll deny, but I think they'll be happy taking the fight at that point as a denied anyway.
Skip gym, easy.
That's what FlyQuest is going to look towards, and then the question is,
Winter Ark okamžitě zvedneš tu prdel a půjdeš makat je betí. Jako jo, no. Ale mě se nechce stávat tak brzo. No a bloknutá ulti. Ne, jako nemají ho jak zabít, ne? Reálně.
He walks slowly, but you're right, it goes down in the end, so Gam gets some more gold on the map right before this drag, and Waybo not having the ulti before that objective might mean something here, as he just catches the wave, and you can see the rest of Fly move down to try and position and get themselves in river a little bit before this spawns.
Yeah, but Masu needs to go back to base. He's sitting on 1,800 gold, so he must, you know, feel like he needs a certain power spike that he's waiting for to actually complete, you know, at least a major component. Inspired did just go back to base. He's already on 2 items now. Of course, they are cheap ones on the Ivern, but that's part of the advantage of this champ. Like, he's already on Moonstone plus redemption. That's full build for Ivern.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. Yeah, it's annoying as well. The longer these fights go, the more that Moonstone gets value, and part of the ploy of Ivern, you're right, it's just so cheap.
And Masu, you know, he's now the only one that hasn't actually spent. Bupo went back and spent, got us tier 2 boots. Everyone else on FlyQuest hasn't found that time to base. Masu maybe won't feel that he needs to, but I mean, he is sitting on 2K, so as much as there is a gold league for FlyQuest, a lot of it are in his pockets right now.
Oni čekají na 2 itemy, až budou mít 2 itemy na AD, 2 itemy na midu, což mají. Oni budou mít 2 itemy dřív na Solinkáš než enemy team, takže pak můžou farmit. Komu co to je, vole, ten Sion do piči. A proč jela Storm Surge Akali, proč nejde Liandry?
Azima, what are you supposed to do? Sion walks at you. Are you going to E into him? Like, you're going to maybe break his shield. You know, it gets very, very difficult.
Jin si nezahraje, no, tuhle hru proti Sionovi.
It's hard to, like,
Štíty od Iverna a Leona Sion, on nebude dávat damage.
Of course, their goal is not to kill the tanks, it's to go past the tanks and just be able to kill off the carries. But
tohle nebude world record. Hej, ono to zrychlí za chvíli. Dva, 3 itemy na FlyQuest a vyhrajou hru. Daj fight a vyhrajou hru.
He's going to be working towards that Rage Blade very likely here, and they're going to be sitting in a really good spot.
But I have to say, I mean, I've seen many comps out of Fly, and especially, you know, looking back in the finals, looking back in the series versus 100 Thieves as well, this feels like a very patient FlyQuest. This feels like a very, not reserved, but like well thought out style of FlyQuest in the first 20 minutes of this game.
Well, and I can tell you from talking to some of these guys, from talking to the coaches, like, this is just a draft where I think they thought they won in draft if they play slow. So they are going to try to not rush it. They're going to try to not get nervous. They're saying, you know what, our win condition is farm and do nothing, and Gam has to disrupt us. So if they feel that they're in that spot, especially playing towards Mountain Soul, which is horrible for Gam, you know, that is really rough. They're going to be happy to just play
ale jsme čekali, že Gam prohraje proti tomu, proti FlyQuest. Akali? Nemají damage vůbec, kámo. To je lechtá, je to na kulkách.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough. You know, again, it's one of those
situations where Jin se tuhle hru bude fakt bavit, kámo. Ten může mít 40 000 goldů, 2 zlatý prasátka a 30 diamantů a hovno z toho udělá. Prostě nebude hrát.
Nothing has happened, but you feel like you're losing the game. So it really does put pressure on them to try to make some sort of a pick. They go for Busio, but he has Locket, there's an Ivern shield, there's a redemption, and, you know, that's kind of it.
You know, I'm going to try this because I don't normally make American references, but this game is like, for Gam, it's like going to Walmart and there's no cheese, but it's taco night. And you need cheese. You can't have taco without cheese, right? That's what this game feels like. I'm assuming Walmart sells cheese. I don't know what that shop is.
How is that an American reference?
Jin má weekend gold, no neměl tady rapid fire, no, měl jít last blitz per second, ale stejně to nepomůže. Ti říkám, tady Jin může mít, vole, 10 itemů místo 6 itemů a tu hru nic neudělá.
Oh, much better. Well, the van's not there. Gam don't have the van. So what do they do? What do they do?
I guess, wait, well, if you don't have a van, how are you going to Walmart?
That's right. How are you going to Walmart?
To se baví o Walmartu.
The setup point. And then we question, what are Gam going to do in this game?
Where will they get their cheese?
If you don't follow the reference, then let's go back to the start. They try to go to Walmart. And for Gam, as they defend this mid lane turret, again, maybe the doors are closed.
Potřebuje 44 itemů. Jeho static shift bude jediný damage, co ten Jin má. Oh! Poppy ult, huge, actually. Ale nemají damage. Kámo, nemají damage. Proč to flipli takhle ten fight, actually?
to say.
Masu played that so well in the fight, though. They initially tried to go in for Inspired, looked to try to burst him out. They can't do it, and then they full send it onto Masu.
A to tam, bylo to tam hrozně messy, oni kdyby šli dohromady spolu, Poppy ult byla good, kdyby šli dohromady spolu, tak to tam zabijou reálně.
It's not the fight that Gam wanted,
Od Gam.
as FlyQuest are gonna crush the fight, gonna take the Baron, and get a stranglehold on this game.
This is looking clinical. This is looking well thought out. And but FlyQuest steps away from bringing the first win of the Swiss stage to North America. It is a masterclass at this point as they move to a 6K gold lead with the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. The Sterix is complete for Waybo, so 2 items across the board now. We can watch this one more time.
Tady kdyby prostě Gnar byl blíž za A, tady Vi šla moc soon. A tady Ježíš Akali měla flashnout to. Tu Kalistu ult. Tady jako insane, že Kalista ult dala Freeman knock-up. Tady kdyby Akali flashla tu Kalista ult, tak to možná vyhrajou, hej?
Yeah, the game is going well, but they know it is not over till it's over.
True.
And the coaching staff looking pretty stressed there, I'm not gonna lie.
After the start today, after the TL game,
damage, by the way.
It's huge, isn't it? I mean, you saw at the end the Deadly Flourish, he dodged out of that. His Decimating Stones won't have enough damage, but Waybo cleans it up anyway.
And Waybo as well. You know, he turned in almost 4K damage himself. That's what I'm talking about.
Nemají jak zabít reálně, nebo? Ten štít, vole, jebe ti.
As it synergizes so incredibly well with his HP stacking passive, gives him so much bonus AD on this champ that it gets a little bit crazy. I mean, he's getting 61 bonus AD from the Sterix alone. That is an enormous amount.
I mean, thoughts about Overlord's Bloodmail. Let's talk about that in a second. Ulti used at point-blank range. Levi in trouble as they keep trying to dive this turret. He almost dies. One hit away.
Kolik má Sion HP? 4000?
Two turrets on the top side. So, you know, while we are talking about Fly in the Baron play, for now things are stabilized as Fly try to trade out through bot, as we saw on our mini-map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's smart play from Gam because if you can't defend,
jak chce vidět Sion HP.
Right, like their wave clear is absolutely
na tom
visible.
overlay to
How are you supposed to actually stop the Baron push here with 4 melee champs visibly and a Jhin? It's just not really going to happen. So they try to look for a play on the other side.
Kvat teďka má zony a bude mít deathcap, to bude huge, když 3,5 itemy. Teďka je hrozně huge ta zony, že ty můžeš postavit zony za 1700, nebo kolik to stojí.
Fly just gonna keep playing it out.
Jako dřív si měl stopwatch za 650, jo, ale...
They can work towards this Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul with 4 Mountain Dragons. Well, if you thought the Sion was tanky now,
just wait.
Doesn't get better.
Yeah, buckle up. I mean, again, that Kalista with 3 items.
The minefield here for the Jhin traps. Time to sell your items and go AP. See if someone will step on them.
Legit měl by jít AP no Jhin, aby dával damage tuhle hru.
Well, FlyQuest pushing out.
Jeho static shift bude mít největší damage. Jeho static shift dá tak 90% jeho damage. Jo, díky za Prime.
So FlyQuest are just going to stay around. They're taking over vision in the enemy jungle, making sure there's no possibility of a flank. Inspired just needs to make sure that he's not getting one shot at the start of the fight, and he can just support these teams. Has the Dawn Core done now as well, so he gets even more supportive here. The shields are getting larger and larger. This TP is going to come in, but is it in time?
It is in time only just. Waybo demolishes it, almost takes it down, but Fly is still sticking around. Waybo just stands in front, and you can see
the Daisy tam nechal tak, jak tam nechal. Okay, Poppy jde. Jak to chcou vyhrát, vole, ale reálně to nejde.
Up and at 27 minutes, this looks like it could be the final onslaught here as Gam run out of energy.
Ty vole, jako slow, ale stomp jak kokot. Ale bylo to jasné od toho, kdy to.
With a bang here, looking incredibly strong here against Gam. Gave him no chance. It felt like start to finish. Great draft, patient play, and they're looking to clean it up.
Ten early game swap, ten byl huge, by the way. To bylo jako, to bylo úplně šílený. NA versus Vietnam once again, war. Ale usnul jsem, hej, usnul jsem. Legit jsem u toho usnul. Ale teď G2 Pain Gaming, hej. Uvidíme G2. Let's go! Poslední zápas, ne pánové. G2 proti Pain Gaming. Mělo by to být hodně jednostranné pro G2. Doufám, že zabanou Lušna. Hodně doufám, že zabanou Lušna.
Yeah, but they're gonna pull
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah, but they're gonna come back.
Jack's
Yeah,
ban.
but they're gonna win in the end. And a
Jack's
lot
ban,
of that
okay.
magic really is just Caps. Let's be honest. This guy has been running the LEC for so many years.
Copy. Lucian ban, let's go! G2 vyhraje. G2 vyhrál. G2 officially won. Barák na G2.
And they are looking to get back to those big international performances that they had, you know, back in the kind of 2019 era.
I know it's going to hurt a lot of people, but he's the best player of the West. Now you can get out.
I don't think that's hurting anyone. I think everyone agrees.
But, well, they should at the very least. But I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone. Anyway,
you can offend. If they're offended by that, they need to watch back some more Caps games.
He's the best player of the West. You know what? I shouldn't have held anything back. At least for now, though, we get a couple of mid lane bans taken away from said man. But this time, Jinquiero's Akali was also pinched out of the pool, considering we saw that a few times actually in the playing stage.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see exactly what Pain comes out with. Chitan is a player who's been getting a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, you know, has been doing very well in Champs Q. A lot of people are pretty impressed with him. And let's be honest, he's just a really fun player to watch.
Kámo, co se stalo prostě s jeden first pick every game? A tady BB Cups to můžou flexit konečně. Tady podle mě, doufám, že G2 neudělá tu Fnatic chybu, kde prostě neflexili oného. Aurora.
He's going to let you know about it if he does outplay you.
Aurora.
They're jumping up on stage, they're popping off, and they're making those big moments.
Viděli by ho Joneho, jasně, viděli by ho Joneho a tak všichni hrál Joneho. My ho 0-13 Joneho v solo queue.
Broken Blade plays this top, so definitely going to be a flex here. And the question of Aurora is going to be the same on the side of Pain Gaming.
Aurora, a co bude dál? Maokai?
On something to set up the Maokai here, a really solid.
Sejuani je ban proti Jajkovi, jak hraje hodně dobře Sejuani. Hlavně to strašně enhancuje jeho solinky. Co tam bude? Ivern nebo co zahraje Jajk?
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it has really kind of maintained. I mean, Maokai has taken so many nerfs throughout the year, but it just doesn't really go away because it sets up incredibly well for your team. It controls vision very well with saplings, and it makes it very difficult to deal with. And Yike bringing out the brand. It was his most played in summer. Definitely.
Nebo jako mohli by tady piknout AD a flexovat Joneho, ale tady podle mě piknou mid, actually. A super. Rel, nice. To se mi líbí actually nejvíc, piknout Rel prostě. To se mi líbí nejvíc. Rel Brand, Jone. To je nejlepší. A ještě flexuješ Joneho. Díky bohu, že flexuju Joneho.
Brand, if he gets one full combo out, gets that ulti bouncing everywhere, it is just such a nightmare to deal with.
Well, Rel picked up for Mickey X as well, his most played. So we're talking about comfort here for G2, and especially when Mickey feels like such an important part to G2. I love seeing him on the snap engage. I love seeing him on the priority support here. While Smolder's picked up on the other side by Pain Gaming, so we potentially have our solo laners. Big question mark as to whether that goes bot, but right now it's looking like mid and top.
Smolder and put a bot.
Yeah, it's definitely the assumption that it would be mid or top, and it is just a possibility of where they're going to go, right? Like, are they going to flex this around? Because Smolder can be played top as well, depending on the matchup, especially if it is, you know, a less threatening matchup. Like if Broken Blade were to pick
BB hraje Joneho líp než Caps, mi přijde, ale uvidíme.
Which can be quite effective.
Caps zahraje všechno.
We'll see if Yike can really outpace Karyoka, because, you know, this brand, if you do get really ahead of the Maokai, obviously Maokai does have a decent clear, but did take some nerfs to that. You know, both these champions have taken some nerfs. You know, you can start to really outpace the Maokai, especially because no one is really going AP Maokai these days. It feels like full supportive style, and you can kind of get ahead of him, you know, really just try to power farm and be a monster in those 5v5s.
Now, while AD Carry is getting banned, focus towards the next picks, because here everyone at home probably saying like Chitan's Ezreal has been looked at in Champs Q, has been looking really good in the lead up to Swiss stage. Maybe that's one of the takeaways here is Hansama Draven, an absolute classic to be taken away here with already set up for a big 2v2 thanks to that heavy engage.
Yeah, I mean, he has been so well known for that pick for a very long time.
Oh yeah.
One of his pocket picks that he always can bring out and really threaten you with. Ashe obviously going to be banned away here by G2, starting to limit that AD carry pool. They did already ban out Lucian that was kind of talked about on the Desk earlier on, and now Kalista. So banning out some of these kind of aggressive picks here for Chitan, both the Lucian and the Kalista can be problematic. I don't really love the Xayah here, honestly, because I don't think G2 are committed to like a full dive comp. You know, you could even just go something that's a little bit lower commitment in mid, and, you know, put the top, or something that is a little bit more kind of pokey from the AD carry. So I do think Xayah can really struggle into range, and I'm just kind of curious if G2 are going to full commit to a dive comp, or if they are going to draft a little bit more range here.
Yasuo.
Oh, okay. We get the brothers on the side.
Oni to pikují, kvůli tomu by hráli bráchy.
Jedno dadu za jedna donate 111 korun
děkuji za točku. Děkuji za 111, děkuji. Caps bude hrát, Caps hraje Yasuo. Ty vole, Yasuo do Smoldra. Ale Yasuo by mohl být dobrý do Smoldra, actually, by the way. Yasuo bude na midu do Smoldra, určitě, a bude to zajímavý.
There is the knockup from the Yone for that Yasuo as well. This is going to be really exciting here. Broken Blade has brought out the Yasuo in the past as well. He used to bring it out.
Jo, nemyslím si, oni to swapnou last second, aby neměli čas se připravit. Mají do 20 vteřin, to musí pak swapnout, jako 20 vteřin před koncem. Aha, tak BB Yasuo.
Aurora very good at poking out, clearing waves. Maybe this will be a new tech here for BB, as we know G2 are very good at applying new tech when you least expect it.
I mean, when you think of G2 at their best, it's always when they are creative. It's always when they're unleashing with these drafts.
Ale BB umí hrát Yasuo taky. Jako BB umí hrát jo na Yasuo v oboje hrál třeba Yasuo a hrál Dognára dřív a tak.
They showcased over so many years. Even back when Perks was playing AD for the team and they're bringing Mage's bot, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. That's G2 at their best, and this is going to be a really exciting start here. I do worry for the early levels here of the Yasuo against the Aurora. I wonder how confident he's going to be just actually trade, because Yasuo can just start eating in some of these matchups.
No však vole, za jeden měsíc vyjá na celý rok. Má 200k viewers, spouští tam reklamy každých 30 minut a jede bomby.
Good time against a lot of the melee matchups, and melees do need to kind of survive with Resolve, with Second Wind, with D-Shield, and you're kind of looking to get some levels in before you can really start winning these trades. Then you're trying to chunk out the Aurora and be able to put her low enough health that you can threaten something like that all in.
To ten Yasuo je zajímavý, no, jako hodně.
Try to sit back and farm. It becomes very, very oppressive because she can poke and prod under the tower, and it can become a bit of a nightmare.
Well, Wiser versus BB just got more and more interesting as we get into our last game of the opening day of Swiss here at Worlds 24. And my eyes light up because I see G2 trying to be innovative yet again. As Azale just said, this is the bread and butter of this team. This is what's made them so interesting. And I think at Worlds and
my Wombo combo z Yasuo, jo ne, Brand. Mají dobrý kombo. Ale zase Xayah je Xayah, no, to může outlanenout.
Yeah, unpredictable is what I would say.
That's a better word.
Not unreliable, unpredictable is what I would say for sure. I mean, because
všichni hrajou Grasp teďka, protože to je mnohem lepší než Fate Footwork.
Really dominant with this kind of draft, then no matter who draws them for the next game, whether or not G2 is planning on bringing it out again, you have to worry about it, and that is the trick against these kind of teams that can bring out flex picks and bring out these really interesting skill matchups. Because all of a sudden that's in the back of your head, like, ooh, should we pick this? What if they play Yasuo top? Does that actually ruin our draft? You know, it's always going to be kind of weighing on you. So the G2, now they have to execute. They've gone with a cool draft. You cooked it up. If you can really make it work and crush pain here, then people are going to stand up and take notice of these picks.
Well, on the other side, for Karaoke, remember, he's got the Maokai again. He's got a facilitating jungler again. And for PNG, their biggest surprise coming through play-ins, their way to beat R7 with some of these carries that came through. I think Wiser on Jax has had a really good setup at the start of Worlds. Chitan has been an insane 80 carry. And here on the Xayah again, he's got scaling, he's got teamfight presence once more.
Well, you know, we do have to really credit
ten nerfnutý fleet je úplně dog shit a Grasp je mega good.
Is a massive accomplishment. At the same time, let's be honest, their series against R7 was incredibly sloppy.
Ty to perma prokuješ ten Grasp. A dává to mnohem větší dává to ještě damage.
they didn't really have a good early game, to be honest, in the LEC. When you think back to even some of the Fnatic series, it's like 3 times in a row they beat Fnatic, giving up monster early game leads. They are so good on the map. They really know how to spread you out and take advantages in the macro game. And I think Pain is really going to struggle against that. So even if Pain can set themselves up well, it doesn't necessarily mean that's going to result in a victory here, because G2 really can run the map, know exactly how to play off these situations, and are very clever, very clutch. So Pain is pretty reliant on creating advantages here, but they do have some good scaling, and we'll see how many stacks this Smolder can get in that 1v1. And yes, it's a melee matchup, but Yone is pretty evasive and can be a little bit annoying sometimes to be able to trade with.
Oh yeah, and when his all-in comes through, it is absolutely complete. On the note of G2, by the way, I mean, such a great point that their early game always felt like a weakness, and over the course of this year they were talking about working on their mid game, and their mid game became so concrete.
Jo, tady by ho měl hitnout, nice, pěkně zahraný Hans. Pěkně zahraný Hans.
Some good trades come down here on the bot side. Now Hunt Summit was engaged on before, but they just pull back and get some damage down as
Mickey je hrozně annoying s tím permat, tím tradingem.
But some autos come through, it's an even trade.
Yeah, and you can see how much faster Yike cleared. Karyoka is just now finally killing his Gromp, whereas the first Scuttle is already dead from Yike. So he's more than a full camp ahead because he walked all the way there. Karyoka is going to cross map though, and going to be able to get the top side one because Weiser has push. Genkato pushed in caps mid, and is getting a decent amount of stacks there. Already has 18 already, so that is quite nice. Yes, there is a big focus on just perfect CS and being able to farm stacks off that. But if you can scrap, it accelerates your stacking so incredibly fast on this champion. So when you are playing into melee matchups, it can really accelerate you to the point where you're hitting these breakpoints faster, and then all of a sudden that's making you farm even faster. You hit 25 faster. Now you have the AoE. It's easier to get all the range minions. Then you're hitting, 125, and all of a sudden you're getting, more and more splash.
No nebyl swap, actually, true.
Really kind of ramp up and accelerate.
To je první hra, kde nebyl lane swap. Haha.
Well, Karyoka hasn't made his back yet as he still continues to try and clear out. He's not sitting on the same margin as Broken Blade just walks up into top.
Ten já se mě zajímá, teďka na 6 to bude hrozně hard. Pro Auroru.
Considering 32-31 with his full wave into Weiser means this Aurora has a small CS lead.
Yeah, but BB doing well. Really, you just have to survive generally in these matchups. It usually does get better for you as the melee into the range, as you are starting to build attack speed. Obviously,
ještě ti to dává HPčka, kámo.
You can start to push, you can start to be able to actually take trades more effectively. And Broken Blade is playing Grasp. If you haven't seen that, Fleet got nerfed for
Grasp dostane nerf příští patch, ne? Ještě není nerfnutý tento patch.
Very popular across a lot of champions. We saw it even from Zeka earlier on Yone.
Reálně bych hrál ty vole na Caitlyn i Grasp třeba.
People are just honestly really liking Grasp kind of across the board, and you can see that over on the Pain side as it is Grasp Smolder and Grasp Aurora as well.
It's like when lethal tempo started getting explored with, and everyone's like, "Oh, I can run this on this champion as well." It's like it's possible anyway. Feels like how Demolish has been for a while as a subset of a rune anyway.
Plus, I swear, just the runes like that just give you dopamine because the number just keeps going up, and you're just getting health every time you proc it.
Yeah. It's a massive dopamine proc, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels so good to proc Grasp, and the sound is kind of
ta Aurora
as well.
musí být strašně fun to play, ne? S tím farmením.
Way too many times.
Trying to get a stack.
Yeah, like, ooh, I can take this trade here.
That's like how you felt about Dark
grubíky začínají G2.
Oni
Oni vůbec neanswerujou, ale ty grubíky. Oni lane swapnuli v oba týmy. Pain lane swapnuli na grubík, ale nic nedělají. Malka je na botu, tak nechápu ten lane swap. Měli zůstat na botu a securnout draka aspoň. A crossmap. Ne?
Yep, gonna be able to push him back. Yike just power farming thus far. And in a great spot already, 3 grubs, outpacing.
Hrál za chvíli 6 v ten moment to může hrát Kabiasu, a?
Maokai just going to be going for this trade on bot side, which has become the standard, but G2 walk through mid, get the push there, and now it looked like they just pull off.
Ještě chcou contestit draka, OK. One-shotnou Branda, to nevypadá, že by ho one-shotli. To vypadá jako zvláštní. Že tady šli do toho Branda, zvláštní.
G2 get the first blood, but they're quickly traded upon.
Yeah, they do get that first blood, but it does cost them the flash off caps, the flash off Yike, and Yike does die. But critically, Yike using that XP advantage because he was 6. Yeah. And if you don't insta-kill a Brand who's level 6, gets 1 combo of spells out, and you are gonna really pay for it. So was able to do just that, and it does mean
hrozně annoying champ,
gave up
kámo.
the attempt at a dragon, right? Because they pulled off that dragon, so there's no objective trade. It's just the 1-for-1 in kills, and G2 end up getting the grubs before that, so they are feeling very good, I think, about that.
Tak Rel hraje perma s tím, s Brandem teďka
as well. Look at the camps on the other side, still respawning for Karaoke. You mentioned the levels. Karaoke only just ticked over to 6. Yak will be halfway through as he clears his top side, and as PNG continue keeping their bot in the top to keep that trade.
Spíš to, že máš pasivku furt.
Grubs obviously does give you the bonus XP, but Karaoke also invested time hitting dragon, didn't end up getting anything
máš tu
from that.
pasivku, ten štít furt s tím jasem, to je hrozně annoying. Jako ty máš Doran shield a ještě perma pasivku s jasem, ty znamená, že reálně nestrácíš HP. Plus Winwall.
And Hans just up on top side here with Mickey pushing that in.
Jasio pasivka by měla mít větší cooldown.
There is a slight CS lead for Weiser, but nothing really to worry about. And Caps now has tier 2 boots, has Vamp Scepter, so he's not really going to be getting poked out. For Genkato, again, it's just about really farming the stacks. And he's doing a pretty good job of it, up to about 60, but it's something insane at this point, and we'll see if he can continue to accelerate that.
I feel like a lot of Smolders just get away with the lane.
Tady zápas byl dnes nejlepší. Já hlavně se líbil Fnatic zápas a T1 zápas.
I know you set this up as well because we're talking about G2's expectations on a player who has been alongside this roster, as they said, for over 650 days. Like, this could be another great chance for EU.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're putting that pressure on themselves. You know, this is not something they're saying like retroactively after they already did well. I also saw something very similar from Broken Blade, where they're basically saying, you know, we've been together for a couple years now, and basically, if not now, when? Like, we have got to do it now. We've got to have those international performances, and we'll see if they can find it now.
We'll play like this. I mean, quickness comes through.
Remember,
he's not level 6 yet. There is no
level 6
available.
A tady můžou fightit furt.
But as the curtain call sets up with the Seer and the flash away from Karaoke, there's no kill in response. Pain
Weird. Mickey into
this is one of the bad habits that we did see from Mickey. You know, Mickey at times this year did get a little bit, let's say, loose with it on some of his engages.
Mickey XDD,
and you know,
Mickey XDD.
Giving over a lot of kills. So this time gives a bit of a freebie over to Pain.
Klasický
G2 still in the driver's seat. You know, they are going to be scaling well. It's just such a big question about how will you engage, how will you be able to pull this off on the G2 side. Of course, Mickey X can be setting them up. The Caps can also potentially set up Broken Blade. He can also set himself up. The counter engage, though, is pretty difficult to deal with because if you're sending in both the Yasuo and the Yone, well, all of a sudden Rakan can be there with the counter engage. You can be getting hit by Aurora. There can be the roots from Maokai. There's lots of lockdown, and your main target, Chitan, is very difficult to actually get because of the Xayah ult. So you're going to have to be looking more towards Genkato.
Xayah je špatná v laning fáze, jo? To, že jako prohrává laning fáze, to je takový jako trošku čekaný.
Control from this champion is nuts, and there's a reason it starts getting banned more and more. When I see it left open, I think, what is your response for this? G2 cooked with the Yasuo. Okay, for the lane phase, or at least beyond that, as you said, it needs to stay safe.
6
But
grubů.
my concern is always when we get to these skirmishes, these fights, and what Aurora so far at Worlds has shown us. That champion is broken, and that champion, when able to zone out 2 or 3 people, changes the whole course of a team fight.
Absolutely, but Winwall also going to be really strong here. You can't just throw out the Maokai ult because Winwall could actually block that.
Snaží se, tady je to dive.
Also against double AD carries. As G2 looking to set up a dive, Weiser is very low. Karaoke trying to come in.
Tady zabil jenom Maokai. To je dobrý change, dobrý odchyt. Tady může zaultit i ten Yasuo potom. Uhoří, ne? Dá flash E. Jo. A ještě ultne. Bum. Čus. Ovo, pěkně zahraný. Oni to mačovali ten dive, ale Maokai udělal chybu, že šel s bushem a že nešel linkou. Víš, Maokai má jako když musí Tudma, aby defnul ten dive, a ne Tudma. Udělal velkou chybu a oni to panešli. A first tureta, protože mají 6 grubů. Instantně explodovaný. 6 grubů. Jo, vidíš, že on jde Tudma, on měl jít Tudma, ten Maokai, aby mačoval ten dive. A tady prostě E-flash brand. A potom Flash W, ult, Rel. Rakan spí na botu, no spí hodně, no. Je prostě, Jin je 1v2 na botu a nic nedělá. Rakan. To je, kámo, tak tiltující, když prostě Jin hraje 1v2 na botu A ještě 20 CS ahead. Ještě 20 CS ahead a prostě to je takový ten klasický solo queue support.
And I know in Champs Queue, this guy has been cooking on more than just Brand. Yike has been having a good setup to run into this Worlds as it is.
Brand is just such a nightmare when it gets this far ahead. You know, you get a quick 2 items, you get level 11. All of a sudden, it's just like, yeah, okay, great. We dealt with the Yasuo, we dealt with the Yone, but some random Brand bounces just kill our whole team. Like, you know, it just it can happen to you. It can get very, very annoying. And G2 has such a clear, easy to execute comp. Like, well, not
ještě teď může ty vole, ten dostává dobré space, ten Titan.
Exactly. I mean, you open up with
dostává dobrý spacing, no, toho Hansama. Hansama hraje dobře. 1v2, 137 CS. Ten Rakan je hrozně invisible. Kámo, Caps, to je hovado. To je hovado.
Caps will ult for the trade.
Jo, vado. A teď ví, že prostě má je na topu, takže můžou divovat bot, jo? Kvůli tomu, co udělal Caps. Tady můžou divenout klidně, by the way. Proč to nedivuje? Oni to bejtí, podle mě. Proč nedivujou? Actually, proč tady nedivovali?
Where there's been nice back and forth trading, the PSG one hits to mind, but the map state and the way that G2 have played it here is obviously so far superior.
Oba mají flash, mají no, ale tak force než flash a nemůžou tě zabít 2v3. Ale tak hrají to safe, v pohodě. Je lepší si počkat na real flash.
Pain are fighting pretty well, but it doesn't matter if you're just getting destroyed on the map movements. You know, you're losing the grubs, you're losing these towers left, right, and center. They're now 4,000 gold behind here. They're only up to 1 kill, but they are very far down. 11 turret.
Ale Mickey je support, který potřebuje goldy na supportovi, aby jako byl tanky, protože on tak strašně engageuje jako takovým stylem, že strašně, že jde strašně dopředu.
Hans has done one. We already know Yike has been completed on one for a while, so Pain are going to get the dragon, but can they get out?
The question is that with the curtain call, Mastercard, we don't have time because we're going to find
Zaultí, aby zaultili Malka. Ta Real Yasuo je hrozně dobrý kombo, hej. Hrozně dobré kombo to je. Mají dobře vyřešený draft. A jako by reálně vyhráli by s čímkoliv, ale Real Yasuo, to je 1, 2, 3 Yasuo, Real byla dobrá, no. Real je broken prostě, kámo. Já nechápu, že ty lidi prostě furt si myslí, že třeba matchovat to s Alistarem je good. Good Real vždycky vyhraje hru, nebo budá vždycky víc než Alistar v té hře. Ten Alistar musí být úplně turbo insane, aby jako matchoval Real. A vždycky musí prediknout Real flash a tak. Což jako jde, jako jde to zahrát, ale prostě musíš mít strašně, musí být fakt good. Okay, flash na Branda, nemá flash, neměl by ani flashovat, je dead straight down. Tady když přežijou všichni, tak je to v pohodě, dali strašně moc resources na to, aby zabili jednoho člověka. Tady vemou mid turretu a možná i Jin poběží na tier 2 a zkusí vzít tier 2. Jako reálně získali nic, jenom kill. Tady je to horse pro G2, jo? Jenom abyste věděli.
Gigi's early game here is a really nice
Dva flashe, TP, Ignite, za jeden kill a ultimátky.
Of course, anyone who watched LEC all year would say that it was probably their weak point. Here against PNG, it has been a nice snapshot, to the setup of their tournament.
PK gold v 16.
They're
minutě, no.
definitely looking really good. I mean, G2, let's be honest, coming to this big favorites. This is the LEC #1 seed.
Favorites to win it all.
There you go.
Okay.
Win it all against Pain Gaming, yes.
Okay, thank you, Azale.
I mean, you know, this is a team that, you know, their expectations, even from the own players, are saying, you know, we want to win the whole thing. We want to win Worlds, right? Yeah. And Pain, you know, they haven't even been able to make it to the Swiss stage in quite a long time. They did do it this time, and that is obviously incredible for them. But G2 is definitely at a different level than the teams they did fight in the play-in stage, so they need to really step it up here. And they have got to really not only execute on these fights, which I think they're doing fine, they're playing fine in the skirmishes, but they've got to make sure that they're answering the map movements here from G2, or you can keep winning every fight, but you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, slowly but surely, right? Goldbleed will keep track of. Top of your screen, you can all see it at home, but at least Pain have been able to get the Dragons. That's one thing in the back court. 2 minutes 10 till the third. They can start pressuring
na tu hru. Jo nesu level,
I love it. I mean, G2 fans always get a massive crowd, but Pain off the side still. Their fans are loud and proud, and you can see why. To make it this far. I mean, it's been such a long ride for them. Yeah. And again, it was so well earned. It was a messy game.
Hodně velký stop, ale čekali jsme to, tady tohle. Uvidíme, jak potom G2, když budou hrát proti lepšímu týmu.
They did show up when it mattered most and have rightfully earned their spot here. We'll see how much further they can go. And if they can try to claw this one back against G2.
Fast rotace na tier 2. Tady lowky mohli zkusit dive wars. Hans musí flashovat. Nemají damage. A Rel a Jin tady zabije určitě jednoho. Ano. Yasuo broken. A ta Rel setup pro toho Yasuo, to je crazy. Rel level 7, tak on nechává solo XP ADčku, že jo? To je strašně důležitý. Ty nepotřebuješ high level na supportovi. Ty máš item, který tě nechá... Ty seš s tím Celestial Body, seš jakoby... S tím Celestial Body seš unkillable anyway, i když seš level 7. Máš Alistar ult. Na co levely, chápeš?
Is going G2's way in this debut.
I mean, it's already been just a map masterclass here. You know, how they want to play the map. They're moving around. They're taking all of these camps away. They're taking the towers away. They're playing the map so well. So when you start winning the fights too, well, then there's not a lot going for Pain. And G2 showcasing that they can do just that.
I know I'm looking to hope him. NA and EU's first seed debut has been really good.
Yes.
I know a lot of the time the debut looks good because
Tady bude jeden monster velký dive od G2 to vždycky dive neoší.
G2 and Fly have obviously been a bit more adaptive as well in their drafts. But it's been good all the same.
It has definitely been good. But you look at some of these teams.
Tady bude prostě monster dive.
And it does always become that funny situation where FlyQuest is sitting there and they're like, well, if G2 wins, I'd really like to draw G2. And G2 is sitting there and saying, well, I'd really like to draw FlyQuest. And both teams end up wanting to play against each other.
Jak přijde ten velký dive, tak to bude game over. A nevím, jestli budou diveovat tier 2 nebo tier 3. Ale budou. A nebo jestli dají Barona a pak divenou. Ale ten dive přijde, protože mají prostě Yasuo Rel dive. A Rel má flash. A nebo jim Pain půjde naproti a budou contestit Barona, dostanou na flashována a umřou.
A game that's going to kind of ease you into the competition a little bit more, but then it's a very steep jump in competition because as Swiss stage works, if you're 1-0, you only play another 1-0 team.
To je zajímavý, ale je to good, když se mi to máš větší damage. Rapid Fire je takový vegan dog.
We're assuming that choice won't come up, that chance won't come up, and no rematches is also very big, depending on how Pain goes, depending on teams like how GAM goes as well. If things go rough, it ends up being a 1-1, then you won't face them again. But for this game, it's still not over. I mean, Pain a 7k gold down. Let's be real. This game is looking real rough.
Caps hraje nejlíp sideline ze všech EU midařů, no. Hraje mega dobře sideline, Caps.
Some kind of wombo, some kind of dream in this game, some kind of Smolder stacking miracle as he gets the execution.
Smolder má 190 stacků, ani nemá 225 ještě.
Some gold back in this final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough, because even if he gets the stacks right now, then you really are still waiting for
Jin level 13, level 8, XDDDD.
Threat over on the G2 side that it's like, okay, if you're even on gold or you're a little bit ahead on gold,
for Pain,
to je
dávat solo XP
for G2 because they have to be so perfect.
Sice seš 5 levelů behind, jako support, ale prostě ty máš Alistar ultimátku na itemu anyway. Tady force no fight a bude to game over s největší pravděpodobností. Jo, náš bere bot turetu. 6 groovů, boom.
They're always overloading because they feel that they're behind, so they're saying, okay, we're behind, we need to group and get a man advantage. And Genji's saying, great, we're not going to fight you. And they're just going to take things in the side lane. So it becomes this kind of catch-22 where Pain feels we can't win an even man fight.
21. minutě, no.
We can't actually be able to get a fight. You know, so it's like really, really difficult because they just send 5 members to one side.
Fnatic proti G2 prohráli na to, že Caps prostě hard split pushoval.
This entire game as G2 are constantly willing to go to those side lanes and Pain just can't match.
It's push and pull, and especially with 2 items as well. For G2, they are shredding these waves so quick. Their brother's building the same as well, by the way. So Broken Blade with the Stride Breaker second, a lot of chase, a lot of sticking potential here for the solo laners of G2.
Stride Breaker dává jak velký slow, 40%, 2 vteřiny, nebo?
Look at where Caps is back. With the teleport available, he goes to bot. PNG now have to be here to be around the Baron. But G2 aren't going to start it. They're just going to go la la la.
Exactly. I mean, you just keep putting pressure on it, right? If you clear all the vision and Pain aren't respecting the Baron, you start hitting the Baron. You don't have to commit to it.
G2 to hrajou takovým stylem, že farmí všechno, co vidí, a i ty jungle farmy. Dívej, Caps farmí tady ty jungle campy. Takže budou hrozně ahead na XP a na goldy, na sidelanerech. Yasuo, Yone hlavně. A potom hrajou vizi tím stylem, že prostě vemou vizi a čekají na to, až nebudou respektovat Nashor Rush. A v momentě, kdy nerespektují Nashor Rush, tak to daje Nashora, anebo potom turnou Nashora s rel engage. Hrajou to hrozně safe, teď tady cápek jako nemá flash. Jo, nemůže diveovat 1v1 Auroru, protože musela zaultit. Wow, Mickey se level 8, bacha. Smolder už má execute. Tady je to nebezpečný. Wow. Tady si zahrál. Tady si Jin zahrál, jo? Farmí 24 minut na to, aby dostal one shot. Chudák Jin. To nezačíná Barona, ne? Začíná. Mají TP na Smolderovi, to nemůžou dát. Tohle nemůžou dát G2. Jo, on to zkouší a to tady zabije, ne? Jaj. Nastakoval si kolečko a čus. Caps se s tím nesere, kámo. A tady to thrownuli trošku, Hans byl ze strašně špatné pozici. Mikix to zase naintil na Smolderovi. Ten Mikix to hodně ranuje, on hrozně body language a dostává panik. Kapsu vstát a tam čumí, kámo.
Definitely cooking here on the G2 side. Not that we needed that stat to confirm it, but it is cool to see they're the first team to ever actually bring it out internationally.
I mean, for the comp, it's worked seamlessly. They've been in side lanes for the majority
ale
of the
to
game.
čekal jsem nějaký flash dive od G2 a nic. Jen farmí. Jako je to BO1, chcou to hrát safe, ale i tak.
As you can kind of just become this poke champ, you just kind of straight back and forth, wait for rapid fire procs, and then you use that obviously on your Q. You're putting it on that true damage burn, and you're kind of poking and prodding, trying to push your opponents.
Jak to vypadá, Honzíku? Ty vole. Tak 15 minut, 10 minut, je to vyhraný a pak 5 minut na draft. Jak jste na tom vy? G2 to prodlužujou zbytečně, ta hra mohla být over už 5 minut. Je to hrajou moc safe.
G2 obviously still massively in the lead.
Dohraje se tahle hra a pak je draft group stage, teda Swiss stage. A pak valím za váma. Jenom mi řekni, co si mám stáhnout, nainstalovat, jakou hru, jestli tu ještě chceš. Děkuji za 10.
And Pain is just struggling
Chicken
for
horse,
vision
to try and
force some out of G2's hands.
I mean, it's just so hard. G2 just has to sit here.
Fungovala by takhle taktika proti lepšímu týmu, ano. Reálně tady ta taktika je právě proti těm lepším týmům, protože to hraješ slow and steady, bereš všechny jungle campy. Ty jsi ahead prostě na levely a na goldy jenom kvůli tomu, že bereš všechny jungle campy a farmíš 3 linky. Mikix zautil nic. Mikix nic nezautil, hej. Proč tam ultil Zaja? Teď zaultil s tím, s Jinem. Měl by zaultit s Jinem. Proč neultí s Jinem?
Chitan is able to get that one kill onto Mickey, so not bad by Pain. but you are always going to lose that inhibitor on the bot side.
Proč neultil, že na ten... No, konečně.
More difficult.
Chitan, his ulti was burned and Broken Blade just closes the gap.
A je to konečně free baron. Jak funny je, že Yone je level 17 a Mikix je level 9, by the way. Kámo, já přísám bohu, kdyby můj support nechával takhle solo XP, solo Q, tak AD carry je OP, i v solo Q. Ale prostě solo Q, já bych byl level 13 a můj support by byl level 12 a mid lane a top lane by byl level 18-17. A pak jsi useless. Caps to tady 6 grubů prostě. 2 lidi na něm, takže Baron je free. Caps to tady možná otočí 1 ve 2. Jestli má Yasuo TP. Yasuo má TP. Caps to baití.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. Caps just so dominant in the side lanes there. Pain make the call. Okay, we can't get this Baron. We're gonna overload the side lanes and both of our solos back instead of just one. And we're gonna look to try to get a pick.
Tyjo, zahraju si CSko, ale jsem mega bez CSku.
Out of it, no problem. Almost knocked down a Nexus tower as well, and was never even close to being in danger to going down there. So again, G2 just pulling them apart, not allowing Pain to really find anything here. They have no answer for either of the win bros here on G2. It's so tough, man. You're just getting pulled apart.
It's really nice to see. You know, since
which is your favorite win bro?
I think it's Yone now.
Yeah.
I've played too much Yone top.
Party Animals Ultimate Chicken
fell into the degeneracy, you know.
You know, really it is also much easier and I think much more overpowered.
Yeah. You reckon it's easy? It's
I think it's way easier than Yasuo.
Yeah, it's easy to int on Yasuo, isn't it? But you can still int very easily on Yone if you know how.
You can, but you can just press E and then you can always go back.
Yeah.
The problem is with Yasuo, I can't go back.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the minion?
I can go in, but I can't.
True.
Usually I'm dead after that.
Actually, maybe it is easier. So I need to change to Yasuo. Okay, point taken here. At the end of Swiss, I hope we see some more at the very least. Like, we've talked up innovation from G2. It's what we expected. We know they have so
ale je to nuda Gameska, co? Chat, je to mega nuda. Tady by to Windwall ne, ano. Rel! Konečně! Mamacita!
Because they can't breathe anymore as Broken Blade ran all the way in to give Mickey a death.
Vedle.
But G2 are now playing.
Ale tyjo, Rel je hrozný squishy, jak je level 11, no.
He's going to start crashing in.
Yeah, it's going to get so difficult for them with all of these waves pushing in. Pain do still have their 2 main carries alive here though, so a little bit of wave clear is available to them, but you said it.
Caps tam zase nebyl, jo?
Wave in mid, in top, they just can't be everywhere at once. They can't clear this out fast enough. And even the wind wall protecting the Baron up cannon is pretty annoying. As you can see, even more damage being dealt to this Nexus
Smolder je teďka nejsilnější, má 3 itemy, takže je hodně silný teďka Smolder.
Into these carries, but look at Caps, he went dead, man.
Má stáhnout bandity.
Really cooking. Wants the additional move speed there on it. And it's going to be extremely annoying to deal with.
One tank in the game, right? Who's going to do the damage? Well, Smolder. Well, thankfully, the majority of that is still AD. And with the Desire as well, Caps can just run on in. That's the bliss of Yone, isn't it? You can build things like Jack Show, you can build Deadmans, Randuins. He's got so many builds out there, the versatility is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, he now has the move speed from the Deadmans, plus your E gives you that 10% move speed when you do E in.
Yeah, I get 22
so has even additional mobility, he has double lifesteal items, there's quite a bit of HP on the Stridebreaker, so you're not going to 100 to 0 him, you're not going to outduel him.
No, jako je AD, ale na midu, mid lane, je to mid lane.
Really, really difficult for them.
Smoldra na AD nemůže řád na marksmanu, na botu.
Není to good.
That's why I was excited before. Fly the same last game, G2 the same this game. Although very
takže cože si to mám stáhnout na tu co-op hru? Bandits, co je Bandits?
Have come into today so well prepped and like no overforcing. We like to see it.
Yeah, and I mean I think that's some
Rubber
of the most
Bandits.
fun parts of Worlds is you can have 2 teams that are obviously very good teams, but play completely differently, right? And I think that showcases the depth of the game, of League. And then you get to go to Worlds, you get to see these teams match up.
Abych si vyhonil ptáka.
69 korun českých. Long time nosí Aude Corikas na první den a koho preje
Oldo, nazdar.
And it's just great to watch.
It really is, especially when they're performing well. G2 moments away from moving up to the 1-0. And us again, don't forget, Swiss draw comes in right after our broadcast today.
It's the best part of the day.
It is. You sit there and you're like, what's going to happen next? Ever since we brought this format in, I have been such a big fan. Like,
yeah,
the draws also make it so much more fun.
It actually makes the end of the day one of the highlights of the day.
Right? Like,
it makes it really exciting.
Draw,
you are praying for specific draws, you're hoping to dodge opponents, you're hoping for specific matchups.
Kupuju si ty rubber bandy, nebo co to je?
Game 1, then you are really hoping to get a good matchup in this second.
Mickey all inning on this. Now Chitan has his ulti and flash available, but they just wanted to pull it out. Ignite is so strong, and the fourth shot would be
Kurv the bullet!
Curry needs to protect Chitan.
Yes! Kurv the bullet!
From the secret service.
Kurv the bullet!
Just bends the bullet, snipes out Chitan, leaving no doubt about who the better AD is.
Oh, the last breath as well. What a way to end the show as Jinky
Kurv the bullet!
Might not be over for pain for now, but the fate sealed into the back gets wiser.
Co chceš dělat proti tomu Jonášovi, který má 400 CS?
Sealed in another way as Hans in style helps out with that last kill. It looks to be a TP to end here as Caps, or rather, Broken Blade, walks towards the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, G2 have been splitting the map all game, but there's no more map left for Pain to play in.
It's a clean entrance.
Wow, okay.
The win bros to put it as the
Ale 33 minut zbytečně to kurva prodlužovali, hrozně. Jako hrozně to prodlužovali. A bylo to boring, okay?
Giving it over to the world's
Chat, draft!
Stage 2, draw show. Let's go.
Prosím, Fnatic potřebuje GAM, PSG, Mad Lions, Pain Gaming. Pome! Jeden z těchto 4 týmů, nebo 5. Kdo to draftí? Ženo, měj šťastnou ruku.
Now, for the round 2 of the Swiss stage, there are no
Fnatic potřebuje Mad Lions, PSG, GAM, Pain Gaming.
The same region can face off. Our 1-0 team consists
PSG,
of
GAM,
BDB
PNG,
Gaming, Top Esports, Genji, D+ Kia, LNG, Hanwha Life Esports,
to už bude BO3? Ne, BO1 furt.
and G2 Esports.
Pak bude BO3, pak další pozici už je BO3.
Now, Malu, if you would please draw the first team.
Fnatic dostanou nejlepšího. Fnatic jsou due dostat nejlepšího soupeře. Jsou due, vždycky dostanou špatného soupeře. OK, G2.
G2 Esports.
Kurva, chat, chcete moc, permaban, co to je? Cápek má profilovku metly a píše, co to jak to točí jako štětka, no ty vole, samozřejmě. 12 hodin. Hanwha G2.
Hanwha Life Esports.
Nebo? Chápu to?
Alright, now to the second matchup. Malu, please, if you would draw the second team.
G2 Hanwha, kámo, tak to je banger do pičí. Ale reálně winnable pro G2 možná. DK.
D+ Kia.
Jako, kurva G2 toto. G2 jsou soldieri, takeli to za EU. Teď Fnatic dostane lepší draft. Lepší draw. Ne, kurva, FlyQuest, dám von. FlyQuest má nejlehčí ten draw. Jak lucky jsou FlyQuest? Malu? Genji. Billy Genji, pome. Actually, my nechcem Billy Genji, protože...
Now let's draw Genji's opponent.
To je v piči, protože potom, když Fnatic dostanou dobrý draw, tak potom budou hrát proti Billy. TES, ok.
Top Esports.
Nebo prostě by hráli, chápeš?
Alright, now for the fourth matchup.
No, Billy a ten, Billy a... Kdo tam je? To už je jasný, ale já si to nepamatuju. Billy a LNG. Ty vole, bratrovražda.
And they will be facing
Honem. Tam není. Tam není papírek. Tam není papírek. Je to rig! Teď Číňani budou. Je to rig! Scam! Ridro!
And the only team left is NNG.
Teď je, sleduj čínský Reddit, oni všichni budou.
Alright, now
Chat, prejde do chatu! Potřebujeme Mad Lions, Waybo ne hlavně, PSG Campaign, Mad Lions a možná Team Liquid, ale spíš ne.
Gam Esports and Pain Gaming. Now, Malu, would you please draw the first team?
Pain Gaming, my chceme Pain Gaming, Fnatic, Pain Gaming, Fnatic. Pain Gaming, Fnatic. OK, Gam jsou taky good.
Gam Esports.
Gam, Fnatic jsou taky good. Pojďme, Fnatic, pojďme.
And they will be facing off against...
Další, není tam další. Wow! Rigged! Někdo to pojebal. Není tam... Hey, multi-billionaire company! Let's go!
In the draw here and send it back to the desk for a bit. We'll be
Remake!
back.
Kamo, chudák holka, tam prostě není papír, prostě ona to otevře a tam není papírek.
It's gonna be reset. I don't know. Dylan is hoping it's the whole draw. It's not a funny matter, actually. I'm waiting for an update because we'd really get a little bit more information, but for sure, obviously, the second part. You know what? I'm not gonna speak because I don't want to give any misinformation. I'm gonna assume the first ones were correct.
We'll just go over it anyways.
Yeah,
just
the
to
first
talk
one
about
stands, unfortunately.
So what I wrote down is G2 versus Elite. You can actually kind of talk about it immediately.
Slackeři vyhrávají, dělejte něco, ne asi Halby, ne asi.
One LCK, very good.
Ty vole.
Oh, true, the Yon matchup.
Prostě Riot.
Also very good. So yeah, no, I think we can take a game off anyone, especially in this setting. But yeah, it's definitely one of the
Such a hype matchup, actually, that
It was really cool. There was an interview with Seka as well, where the player he really wanted to play against.
Neměli vyhazovat, hej, oni to dělají na schvál, ty lidi prostě v tom Berlínu, protože oni vyhodili půlku Berlín lidí, co se starali o tady tyhle věci. O prostě tu show a oni vyhodili půlku Berlína, jo, toho ofisu, takže oni tady dělají prostě na schvály teď, aby ukázali, vy smradí, vole, neměli jste vyhazovat půlku evropského LEC.
Yeah. We will be redrawing our 0-1 team, so we're just getting that set up as our 1-0 by, you know, literally luck of the draw. The last ball was just the last remaining matchup. That does mean that we get BLG LNG for a team kill, but it's not for elimination.
The other matchups, yes, BLG LNG, Genji Tess, D+ versus Fly.
What do you think about that?
The D+ versus Fly?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm pretty happy about that overall. Actually, I'm pretty happy.
Tohle nevymyslíš, kámo, tohle nevymyslíš.
Games, especially domestically, were a bit messy. Like the early games are quite good. But a lot of the times when they get into mid games, they can get a little bit too hyphy.
It happened today.
Exactly. So like, oh my God, they had the lead and they completely threw it, and then it got thrown back into them. So I think one thing that FlyQuest is genuinely good at
is ty pičo, hej, nemůžu to nějak vymazat tohle video, legit. Ty pičo, mě je zle, kámo. Ty pičo, mě je zle, ty vole. Ty vole, mě je zle, tohle prostě abomination. To je nepovedený pokus nějakýho, vole, doktora Frankensteina. Ty pičo. Pane bože. Co to je? To je pre-lux maxing. Pre-biohacking, pre-lux maxing, hej? Ty vole. To je takový čeklad s vlasama, jo, doslova čeklad s vlasama. Ty blázec, se mám pobled. Furt stejný, ale dobrý fufinko zase, jo. Ale měl jsem přítelkyni. True.
But no, I think historically in competitive he's been incredibly gifted on the blank. He's always found windows to make it matter in teamfights.
Ty vole, to bylo hobo maxing. Víš, jak ty máš lux maxing, tak máš i hobomaxing. A každý kluk si musí projít hobomaxingem. To se podíváš na Huňáče, hobomaxing. Podíváš se teď na Hajzeta, hobomaxing. Taky hobomaxuje teď. Ale mu to reálně sluší do piči, mě ne.
I don't know how that's going to work mid-late game versus the idea, at least, that FlyQuest put together today.
Matyáš měl, Karzi měl taky hobomaxing éru, hej, legit každý.
What's your favorite matchup of the
Každý má hobomaxing éru. Ale Hajzetovi to sluší prostě, no. To je jediný rozdíl mezi náma. Mně to neslušelo, mu to slušilo. Ale taky má hobomaxing. Nejlepší hobomaxing měl Vojtas, jako Agralus.
Are you Canadian or are you American?
I am Canadian.
Oh, yeah, okay.
What part of Canada?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay, I'm Calgary, Alberta.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Is the draw ready?
Už se napojí k něma, čekej, vydrž. Už je to bude done během 5 minut, ani ne.
Or draw, rather, for our 0-1 teams. Take it away, Laura.
Chat, Frejges, no, ale bylo to rigged, ale musíme se teď modlit. Chudák ta holka. Je to rigged. Forsen má nejlepší hobomaxing, má no.
Sorry about that. Malu, if you would please draw the first team.
Už tam papír je. T1. T1 proti Gamu, nebo to je resetnutý? Je to resetnutý, ne?
And they will be playing against.
Prosím, ne Fnatic, prosím, ne Fnatic, prosím, ne Fnatic, ne, prosím. Hlavně ne Fnatic, prosím, prosím. Prosím. Ale ne! Pain Gaming jsme chtěli proti Fnatic, kurva. Ale dobrý, dodge, jeden tým dodgenutej. PSG, to můžeme zvládnout. Pojďme, Fnatic, pojďme, PSG to zvládne, ne? Zvládne Fnatic. Ale Pain byl nejlehčí, kámo, PSG jsou taky. Hlavně ne Waybo Fnatic, hlavně ne Waybo Fnatic.
Waybo Gaming. And their opponent.
Prejge. Okamžitě se modlete, 33%. Počkej, kdo tam je dal? Počkej, kdo tam je? Gam. Oh. Pane bo, ježiš, nice. Okay. Už jsem se lek. Musíme ale nějak dát bacha na jejich topaře a na Levi'e proti Gamu. A je to doma, ale...
Gam Esports.
No, lane swap proti Gamu. Boom. Ne, Pain Gaming lane swap, že?
Okay. Return tomorrow on October 4 at 2 p.m. CEST. Remember that league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. What you see here is
jdu za klukama, jdu s nima hrát tu...
Be sure to follow us on lollysports.com